Satisfying, isn't it? What if we make it more rewarding? Let's add this, and maybe highlight that. Ah yeah, that's more like it. Learn more today on how to get the most out of your gaming at gloot.com.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
Hey chat, welcome to Gloot Valorant Clash. Today is the second day of the tournament where 16 teams, well scratch that, now 8 teams are battling for the $50,000 that are brought to you by Clean Drink and HyperX. With me on the desk, well, same as yesterday actually. So we're gonna,
no changes.
no changes here whatsoever.
Boring.
We have back Hypok and Kakuka. Guys, Kakuka, let's start with you first. You know, what was happening yesterday? How did you feel like? What was the tournament like?
I mean, I think we got a little bit of what we expected. We were very excited to see the partnership teams from next year coming into place, how the roles were going to fit in a little bit. I think that we had a happy one. And not all of us, good footballers, we had to say goodbye to.
I was going to say, yeah, excited to see the partnership teams. I think for esports probably being the one disappointment of yesterday. But again, we even touched on how they've had a rough run of the last few times we've seen them appear.
Yeah, the bracket. Let's bring up the bracket because the run that they had was not that impressive, right? But in general, this is a single elimination tournament, right? So you make a mistake, you're gonna get punished.
Yeah.
And that just happened to Foot Esports. They lost the first map to Divinity. It started as a 1-0 for the team, Kakuka.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we know that we had those invited teams. Footballers was one of them. So instead of having to go through the entire qualifier and having a little bit more of experience, they were positioned just here. They did manage to get that second map, but on Breeze, that third one, Divinity just had different plans.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was over before it even really got started for esports on Breeze, to be honest. I mean, positives, if you want to take anything away, this is obviously still, you know, testing times for a lot of these. If there are role swaps, we saw that with a couple of the other teams is starting to experiment. Obviously, the other headline being Na'Vi as well. We saw some changes there, and actually Zipan even touched on the interview that they are using this as an opportunity to kind of get to grips with some of the depth and the agent pools that are required.
Yeah, it's very actually important to understand that this tournament is a very good opportunity to get the very needed experience for the new lineups, not only for the VCT teams, but also for the mixers that are participating here.
Well, and actually, I think that kind of raises as well, is the later we get into this bracket, right, when some of the I guess we weed out some of the other teams, and actually we're going to be ending with potentially a pretty stacked, you know, going into the semi-finals and whatnot, a pretty stacked bracket actually, where some of these partnership teams will then actually get that live experiences versus each other.
I mean, we're getting it right off the bat.
Exactly.
We're starting with BBL versus Giants. We didn't get to see Giants on the mainstream yesterday, so I'm very excited because, as we were mentioning, a lot of teams are like limit testing. You know, they were cooking up some things, but now that they tried it in officials, like for example, Na'Vi yesterday after that first map, are they that comfortable? Maybe we can see more changes coming up in either today or tomorrow. So we'll see how things unravel.
Yeah, and talking about BBL, we had the match yesterday against 10 Star, and we're gonna look at some highlights from yesterday. And this is just nuts. What is wrong with Bolt to pull off that, right? 4K. Some of the situations that we have seen yesterday were just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, but the problem for Testa is that it came to the hero plays, it came to a lot of those instances, and I love the interview that we had after that with Vlad, where he explained to us the preferences that they had coming into the tournament and also facing next year. How Kushner is not going to be IGLing and taking that chamber role, but still being super proactive, or at least that's what we saw here. Aslan going back on the duelist, just being as explosive as they need him to be. It's a BBL that definitely looks good, but we still need to see it, and I think that against Giants is going to be the perfect match.
Yeah, and I think even Vlad was touching on obviously the element of a little bit of a gap in that opening series. This one, completely different story, right? This is one that they're going to come into wanting to make a good impression, obviously, against another partnership team. And I mean, Giants yesterday, the first map, I think Bayern was 13-1 or something. Second on Haven, got stretched just a little bit, again, without a lot of context. And what we're going to see today with some of the role swaps, I mean, Nuki is an interesting one, even just looking back on paper of seeing a slight switch up there. We touched yesterday on potentially being an overlap between Fatinho and Nuki on some maps, and I think we're already seeing that start.
Yeah, and before we jump into the details of those matches, let's take a look what is ahead of us today. Because today is actually a longer day than yesterday. We're going to have 3 matches. We start with BBL Esports against Giants, and then Vitality for the first time on the official stream against KPI Gaming. By the way, if you guys would just want to rewatch some of the matches that were happening yesterday, all of them were being streamed. So if you go to G-Loot Twitter, you can check out who was watch partying them from the community casters. You can rewatch the VODs if you want to see some of the other maps that were happening and will happen today as well. You know, but in general, what are you looking forward to, Kakuka?
Again, I said yesterday that I really want to see Giants, especially after that second map that they had yesterday and we didn't have the opportunity to see them. And also Vitality. Like, I'm looking the most at those two because they are the partnership teams that we'll still have to watch here on the mainstream, and they made it, you know, through the first round pretty easily. Yeah,
again, to get a sense check with Vitality, I think that's a roster that I'm fairly excited about, right? We were talking yesterday about just the core, obviously, previously referencing the OG London United core, and kind of the setup there feels very different, but it's interesting to check in with them.
Yep, and also to just remind you guys, today is a tournament, I mean, sorry, not a tournament, but it's a tournament that is using the newest patch, the 5.10, with the changes to Cypher, Fade, and Harbor. Well, we had this patch yesterday as well, but I didn't feel like
we're yet to see a Harbor.
Yeah, we didn't see Harbor, we didn't see Cypher.
Well, here at least.
Well, true. But we've seen Fade. Do you think Fade was impacted in that one map on Bind where we have seen BBL and Esports and Tensa?
I think that the bigger picture for Fate still hasn't changed, but we were discussing it on the green room. It's especially those early rounds where you do not get that ultimate that easily. That is maybe not going to help you convert in the bonus or stuff like that. But I still think that it fits into team's plan. And I do agree with what Vlad said of, you know, you have a pecking order and maybe changing and swapping a lot of the compositions isn't your biggest priority at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said it yesterday. I don't think the changes are really going to... Fade's not going to drop off a cliff in terms of the meta. For sure. I don't think we had any examples yesterday where it even was apparent, to be honest with you. Still just as effective.
Okay. Do you think that any of the teams that are playing today might reach into those changes? Do you think any of those teams are, like, let's say, confident in themselves when it comes to using some new stuff from the patch?
I don't think so.
No, I mean, unless Vlad's going to pull something out with a Harbor, he would be the man to do it, right? He's a big Paper X fan, I know that for a fact. So whether or not we do see potentially Icebox or Breeze or something like that, which is the examples we've already seen previously in, recently in the Indian Invitational, but I don't think there's going to be many other teams that I think dipping their toes towards rolling Harbor out.
True. Also, it's the fact that, as you said, this is not double elimination. So if you want to test
that margin for error is so small.
Yeah.
Which is, by the way, because it's single aim, what do you think it impacts decision making when it comes to pistol rounds? Because there's now bigger, like, let's say, weight brought to pistol rounds, right? And every map, it counts so much. So maybe forcing after pistol rounds also is more like motivated.
I mean, especially with the, you know, the stinger changes, and especially if you're playing against Navi and you know their plans for the second buy, I think that is something that you can use to your advantage. But again, going back to the pecking order, when you're creating a new team or making some pieces fit together, out of all the things, knowing that you need to figure out maps and how you're going to work around them, there is a lot of them. You have to think about both sides sides, attack and defense. I think that pistols are always like the last on the line because you will most likely be changing them and updating them.
Yeah, I think at the minute, if we weren't in the Stinger meta, where it is just as viable and it even relies on, the plant and 2 kills, more often than not, teams are still kind of messing with the idea of just forcing round 2 anyway. And we saw some examples yesterday against Na'Vi, being, I think it was Shao had the Vandal over on Ceylon and Barbers. I don't even think they identified it early on, but it just so happened, stars aligned, they end up hitting C. I think there would be a different conversation about pistols altogether if we weren't so viable right now to throw a Stinger in the mix in round 2.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting what you said about Na'Vi, because it's one of the rare teams where that definitely pattern is visible, right? The buys with the 2 rifles on the second round, the 2 pistols, right? Typically,
just the defense that feels really concerning when it happens, because like I said, especially if you run a Jet or a Raze or anything like that, but the potential to close somebody down with a Stinger is just... you just don't want to leave that rifle anchoring, which was the example we saw yesterday. Shao was completely isolated, and actually, Barbers end up flipping round 2, but Na'Vi still had money for the 3rd round to buy 3 rifles anyway.
That was the round.
The safety net, right?
Definitely. We see a couple of pistols, but just because they have a bigger plan for how the economy is going to run in the upcoming rounds, it's definitely an interesting one, but obviously the Stinger buff is definitely a nerf to Na'Vi's strategy, so they'll come up with something.
All right. Well, now let's jump into the first match of the day. We have been speaking about BBL for the entirety of yesterday. We have also been touching about BBL today a little bit as well. But now, the first time on the stream, we're going to have Giants. Kakuka, I know you're a fan of the team.
Yes.
So bring me up to speed. Who is playing in this lineup and who are the players?
Yeah, exactly. So first and foremost, we're going to have Vitinho, that obviously has been in Giants for the longest time. He's like the staple. Obviously, we know that the 3 Spanish teams going into partnership next year, they all have like their Spanish player that is brought to be a star. For Koi is Lamenta, we have Heretics and Mixwell, and for Giants it's Vitinho, and he's been in there like for the longest time. Hoodie is actually coming back, same as Pipson, the coach, but then we have the other additions that I think bring a lot of strength to the team. We have Cloud coming in from Na'Vi, which was which was one of the strongest that we saw, and one of the players that everybody spoke the most during off-season of what he was going to be going. Nuke, of course, he's been one of the stars of EMEA, and Rhyme coming back from NA as well. He also had his little time on the Barbers, coming and going, but I think that everything can work in this team. As you were mentioning, Hype, there's a little bit of overtap. Oh, really?
Yeah, there is. I think Nuki's one of those players that confidently you could kind of say... I mean, we saw him obviously not forced onto, but flexed onto Sova and a couple of other roles. Forced, okay, we'll leave it at that.
Let's go.
That could be a you thing. But obviously on G2, the crazy thing with Nuki's performance on G2, even where G2 were the highs were high and the lows were very low for that G2 roster, but Nuki was so consistent. I mean, I even remember sometime last year looking back through, again, across 2 or 3 events, and even where G2 were kind of like losing out series, Nuki and some of them were still averaging like 300 ACS. Like he was so consistent, regardless of the role, regardless of the agent. I think I don't want to say he was an unsung hero, but in terms of that journey with G2, Nuki was always the highlight. And you look at some of the people he's playing alongside, that's actually a huge statement to make.
Yeah, exactly. But one of the things that we were wondering how much pressure can we put into Nuki? How much are we going to put on his back? Because we want him to perform, to be a star, to just keep that performance. And then G2 also wanted him to IGL. Maybe he wasn't 100% comfortable with that. We saw him, as you said, going on the duelist, going on the flex, going on the support. He didn't really care, but we wanted to see him comfortable being like, okay, if you can perform like this when you're not comfortable, what can you do once you're in a bigger and shinier role? But now you come to Giants, where Vitinho is the duelist of the team. He has always been, and you need to swap things around a little bit. You know that the flexing potential is definitely there. Having Hoodie, which is one of the best flex that we have in EMEA.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So then I guess it's just down to the team, down to the staff, down to Pipson to just have a conversation in how the roles are going to work. Maybe what we see here today and during the tournament is not something that we see next year, but it's time to limit test.
The benefit being Pipson obviously knows these players inside and out.
Yes.
So you got to assume that setup's going to be very robust. And even looking yesterday, Nuki Flex onto the Sky for bind is a really interesting concept. Obviously a little less self-sufficient now, but again, we've seen what he's capable of on other initiators.
We actually have seen him play Sky on Breeze at some point as well. And
many moons ago.
Yeah, but he is one of those players that is very flexible. But as you mentioned, the IGL role, I thought that it's limiting his way of playing the game a bit, but it wasn't as visible because, as you said, Hypok, he was so consistently good almost every map. And talking about maps, let's go into the map video and let's see what is cooking up in the kitchen. Kakuka, can you take us through what is going to happen on the screen when it comes to the bans?
So Giants is going to ban Pearl first. We didn't mention this yet, but if you've been living under a rock, these two teams had their debut yesterday. So we've only seen them play a couple of maps because they were pretty decisive on them. So we're still want to see more from them. We want to see what they're able of. So we'll see. Icebox is going to be the first
pick.
one.
We actually didn't see a single Icebox yet in this tournament when it comes to the mainstream. Ascent as well for the first time. So we're going to see a little bit of a different approach. Hypok, do you think that is like impacted by anything that was happening yesterday in the tournament, or is just against you?
No, again, with that interview with Vlad, maybe this is kind of leaning back towards what they feel the strengths is. Obviously, it's almost the Turkish home map, so to say, on Ascent. Whether or not that's Vlad may be leaning a bit more towards, okay, let's get some proper reps here against Giants. Feeling as if it's going to be a tougher game than yesterday.
Yeah, the Cider's going to be Haven. This is a map that we did see both teams play yesterday. I think it's a brilliant Decider, especially for that second half that you were mentioning about Giants and how can they overcome all of that. For Icebox, I think it's going to be very interesting because the clash of the compositions could be massive. We know that Pipson and G2 were very fond of the triple Sentinel, but let's see what they can bring up because yesterday they didn't play a single chamber.
No,
let's go.
Well,
okay, so there is the first chamber for Fidinho.
Straight up Killjoy chamber setup for Giants.
It's so weird.
Anything you see here that is interesting to you?
No, nothing really standing out. Again, we even had this conversation not so long about talking about the KO and the effectiveness. And actually, we were saying, interesting enough, KO's pick rate dropping a little bit on Icebox. People flexing back towards maybe a Sentinel flex, maybe another Initiator being in use, but Fade's the only one missing here that I think has been fairly apparent the last few months on Icebox.
Maybe playing it safe. We know that Aslan, we saw him yesterday playing on the Duelist, but he had been flexing a lot. We saw a lot of initiation power from him during 2022. It's still very surprising to me to see Hoodie playing in the Sentinel role and not see Meadow there.
Well, and then Nuki on the Sage as well.
Yeah. It's like very weird. But hey, if it works for you, we know that Rhyme is sticking almost exclusively to the smokes. Let's see how that IGLing goes, especially knowing that they're going to, as we see, be starting on the attack.
Well, for me, like I see Nuki on Sage, and this is gonna limit him on attack so much. His duty would be to plant the spike and secure
But he's going to be
position,
an insane strongholder when it comes to defense.
Yeah.
So attack side might be a problem to
potentially a problem. We'll have to see how the playstyle kind of adjusts and whether or not there's a game plan around that. Obviously, there are some Sages that really stand out on Icebox and their ability to plant, get away, and not die.
Which number one priority.
Exactly. Yeah. That's always a discussion point. It's like, you plant, we'll sit back, we'll wait for it. We'll hopefully close out.
All right. Well, the casters are ready. Munchables and Lyric, how was day one for you guys? Because that was the first official day of Valorant.
Yeah, absolutely. It was fantastic from our perspective. We had a lot of fun here on the cast. You were, beyond jet-lagged yesterday, beyond exhausted.
Yesterday I was ascended, and I feel like I did a better job because of that. So, we're going to see how today goes. Yeah,
I'm curious today as well because Giants versus BBL to start us off, two partner teams going up against each other. Our first full partner matchup here at the Valorant Crash by G-Loot. So we'll see how this one's going to pan out. I feel like a little bit of extra pressure on each of these players, especially on the side of Giants. Bit of a bigger opponent today, so we're wanting to see a good debut performance here on the stream at least.
Yeah, and I think especially like the analysts were saying, right, with Giants coming in, kind of having to swap up some roles. Nuki now going onto something like the Sage. So a lot of differences coming in, but also again, Pipson knowing these players incredibly well.
Well, an adorable start here. We've got our little penguin and our little snowman. I love his top hat. But we'll see. These little penguins, they remind me of the Madagascar penguins with their little communication packs on.
Yeah.
You didn't see anything.
Standing ahead.
Here we go, though. Straight off the bat, everybody leaning towards the safe side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, especially what Kushner can do already pushing up so aggressively. He was one of the playmakers yesterday for BBL to make sure that a lot of work was able to get done. But so far, Giants playing it slow. I mean, again, they are going for the triple sentinel, so a lot more of a defense-sided composition coming in for them. And just so far, just trying to slowly make their way up A.
Yeah.
Have the Viper wall down. That would cut off screens if they do want to look for a push. But again, QT just so patient.
Much quieter start to things from BBL here. Cloud does manage to get one onto Kushner here. Wall comes up as Rhyme gets a second one as well. And kind of out of nowhere, feels like suddenly Giants in control of the situation. Yesterday, we saw quite a lot of just sheer aggression from the side of BBL. Feels like today, they're the ones getting aggressed upon.
Yeah, Brave, though, actually going to be able to win out a duel in mid. Still, though, Plant's going to come out for Giants. Decent positioning there. I mean, both Sage walls.
There's so much terrain going on.
Giants, though, I mean, will be able to get out safely. Bomb goes down and be able to play for that post plant. And, I mean, BBL, just not much you can do. Cloud and Hoodie both picking up a kill on the way out.
Yeah.
And honestly, just very patient. The utility kind of restricting how BBL was able to get on site, and it felt like it just gave Giants so much room to play with.
Yeah, and the thing is, you know, that was a very slow round from Giants. Well, actually, no, in the grand scheme of things, it really wasn't, because once it started, it finished off pretty quickly. But a very clean round, right? Just slowly but surely moving in, using that utility, finding good aim duels, and I mean, look at their inventories now.
Yeah, I mean, now they're looking good, but it felt like for BBL especially, they were hoping that Kushner would be able to get something with that deep push into Nest. Sadly, wasn't able to do so. And once again, Giant just going to go back, having Rhyme play towards that B site. Again, get the toxic screen down to make sure BBL don't have full information to play with, while Giants still just slowly trying to make their way up towards A.
Yeah, you can see Brave, though, and Kushner pushing up from B. Could get a huge flank. And that's the kind of thing you got to do in these eco rounds, right? You know that you don't have a good chance of winning the round out, so try and find something cheeky, but it's slow and steady for the time being. Searching for that trademark, searching for a way to get around without being caught out.
Yeah, Leeds gets completely destroyed by Fatinho with the Marshall. So going to be able to find their way onto site. A bit of a trade comes out, but still should be able to get the plan. As I mean, heck, we even look Brave still on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, you expect this to be very one-sided. There's not even armor on the side of BBL, so just looking for anything they can get. Kushner has a single bullet, and we've seen him do a lot with a single bullet before. Would need a miracle to actually win this round, though, on the retake, as Fatinho goes out for the swing. That Marshall gets a third, or gets a fourth one as well. Just executing players.
I mean, Fatinho, right, the long-standing member of Giants, pretty much being here from the start. Showing good investment, keeping him on the squad. And I mean, just Giants overall, something we were hitting on, right, is not only the role changes coming in, but like Rhyme coming in, being the IGL now. We know Nookie, you know, before back on G2 having to pick up that role for himself under previous squads. And now, again, maybe finding something that isn't completely comfortable with the roles, with the changes, but it feels like G-Loot Showdown Finals, a great time to start testing these out.
Absolutely. I mean, you mentioned Fatinho being the player on this team for such a long time, being the franchise for Giants, but Giants, generally speaking, have been in the Tier 2 tournaments for Valorant. So this year, 2023, is kind of going to be the opportunity for Fatinho to prove himself in a Tier 1 environment. Bonus round, though, coming through. So BBL with the gun advantage, and Kushner starts it off with a very nice pick. Yeah,
able to get out with the rendezvous. And I mean, heck, even with the smoke coming out from Brave, feels like the push is going to be hard, so we do see them rotating back around. But I like what BBL have done. They haven't committed too many members towards this B site. We can see Turco still hovering around mid, kind of leaning towards A, expecting for the rotation to come out from the side of Giants.
Yeah, and you can see Giants moving towards mid here. So still leaning at B, I think. I think B ultimately still the goal. As utility blasted on through, they move into the site here, try and get themselves a bomb down, using that Viper wall, but from the other side to what you'd usually expect, but found through the window here. Turco trades it, and Cloud getting 2 for himself. It's 2 versus 3 now, as BBL with the man advantage.
30 seconds.
Still, though, Brave has a decent position. I don't know if they know he's here. They definitely don't, as he finds Rhyme. And now Fatinho left all by himself.
Yeah, Fatinho in a 1v2, and it's Elite and Brave, the 2 new members of BBL that are going to save this round. You can see Fatinho desperate to make it over to the other side, but found out Elite the one to take his head off. And BBL get their first on the board.
I mean, reading the push that Giants would go for towards that B site. We see Kushner pushing up aggressively, has the rendezvous, able to get the pick. And then that Poison Cloud able to do so much in denying the push. I think the mid-round adaptation coming out from Giants is pretty nice. It didn't full commit onto A like maybe BBL thought they could. Throw it on the Poison Cloud under 2. Make sure you get that rotation off. But with the gun difference, BBL were able to pull it out.
Yeah, and rightly so. You know, it's one of those rounds where when you're finally committing a bit of cash, you're finally the ones with an advantage after the first couple of rounds. It's tough if you don't manage to get that one for yourself. So now, BBL would love to double that up, but it's rifles on both sides.
Once again, Giants kind of going back towards that slow play towards the 8th side. A lot more of a default is we will see Vitinho actually just make his way back towards the team, make sure no shenanigans are going on. But, I mean, heck, it felt like that sway towards mid could have worked last time around had the guns been there, but actually just going to look towards B and BBL. Actually really expecting for a hit on A to come out from Giants. Gonna be sorely disappointed.
Yeah, it's a slow round here, but rightly so. And I just want to quickly mention, like, coming into this series, the coach, Vlad, from BBL, used to be the assistant coach of Giants. So not only, you know, a step up for him becoming a main coach, but also should know a lot of the basics that Giants are playing off, a lot of the fundamentals in how this team wants to play the game.
We see Giants actually kind of faking BBL out. They throw up the toxic screen, but instantly all the other members of Giants start rotating and making their way towards that A site, which, I mean, Hoodie's already been able to get onto, I mean, has control of screens right now. You can see Spike making its way up, so they're going to be able to guarantee this plant.
Yeah, completely selling the fake there. Very nicely done by Rhyme. And gets to move over. Doesn't even actually fight anyone. Quite often when you see someone really committing to a fake, they end up losing their life for it, but gets away scot-free.
And I mean, Giants even have the utility to play the post plant, right? We still have Snakebite up for Rhyme. We have the Shock Bolts coming out for Cloud. Some utility was used by Brave to try and deny a push coming out onto B site. So it definitely feels like Giants having a little bit more to work with here.
All right, Elite looking for a headshot here. Vitinho going to be covering that same angle as Elite moves into the site. You see his silhouette. Vitinho steps on up, finds one, jumps out, but taken down. Brave, though, answers alongside Elite. And now a shot from Elite once more. 2v2, 2v... No, never mind. 2v none as Giants just clean up Hoodie with 2.
I mean, great positioning by Hoodie to find them. Just a lot of unexpected angles it looked like that BBL weren't prepared for. Vitinho able to find one. Sure, BBL were able to trade, but I mean, for BBL not able to get what they wanted done. But still, it felt like this round came down to that early round play, right? Where they kind of played towards A, BBL read that, they make their way towards B, throw down the toxic screen, fake them out a little bit, while Hoodie's getting full control and information on A site.
Yep, Viper's Wall comes out. On towards that B site once again. Does seem to be the favoured wall at very least. Oh no. Not a good start to the round for BBL as head gets taken clean off by Vitinho.
And I mean, heck, for Giants now, man advantage, they have the Viper's Pit available, Resurrection now online as well. Just having so many nice ults to work with. They're going to look for the plant, but BBL have been able to rotate in time.
And realistically, if they can help it, they don't want to use any ults this round. They've got the gun advantage as it is. They should hopefully just win those duels, but that said, Aslad apparently coming onto the server now. Turns it into a 3v3 using that Guardian. And these very long-range fights like that, the Guardian can be the optimum tool.
And we need to remember that he was the member stepping up yesterday. Giants now able to find some kills of their own. Vitinho having a field day.
Who needs a rifle? Who needs a rifle? Vitinho just headhunting everyone.
And I think it's really exciting to see Vitinho doing so well coming into the start of this map, right? Because when you look at Giants on paper, I think there's pretty obvious names to get excited about. Nookie being the standout one that everyone just loves to see. Cloud as well coming in, incredibly hyped from that old Na'Vi roster. But the Giants mainstay, the one to get it down. Tour de Force online, Viper's Pit still there, didn't have to use it like you pointed out in the last round. But at least for BBL, not only having guns this time around, but having 3 ults of their own to work with.
Yeah, 3 ults plus 2 that are 1 point away. It's basically every ultimate almost online except for Nookie. Everyone else is 1 point away or has their ultimate. So this should be an incredibly important round, an incredibly explosive round on either side. It's already Vitinho using that tour de force.
And it looks like Giants maybe going to try and set up for a bit of a play like they did earlier, unless Vitinho can find a pick here with the tour de force. Trying to see if they can find something on B, but still Spike angling towards that A site.
Viper's Pit coming out. And we'll see if it's going to achieve much. We've got 2 Vipers here, just battling it out in amongst the smoke. It's double pitted up.
But you could see, again, Giants were waiting to make that fake out, make that play towards A, but BBL have actually done a decent job of reading it this time around. They kept 2 members on site. You can see Turco still leaning around mid to make sure he's there. Kushner, though, still has an inkling that something's up on B. His Rhyme is just chilling.
Rhyme is being real cheeky here, but Kushner knows it. He's waiting on Snow. Finds him. Oh, I thought he was going to whiff that then. Missed the first couple of bullets. It did look a little dangerous, but finds his man in the end. BBL, with the advantages, they start to push in, but Giants here still trying to make their way.
And Null Command coming out, stopping something like a Sage Wall from being able to go up, not going to get a Recon Bolt out, and Brave being able to find a pick. It's going to halt the push coming out from Giants. Only 13 seconds, Aslan.
That's Aslan from yesterday coming in once again. The double spray there, very nicely done. And BBL, I think quite an important round on the board there because it did start to feel like Giants were getting away with a lot of these rounds and getting quite a bit of momentum behind them. BBL now shutting that in its tracks. And like you said, really intelligent ult usage.
Oh, 100% right. Denying the utility able to come down onto that A site to make sure some kind of safe plant can go down. Also just really nice read coming out from Kushner, kind of expecting, hey, there probably is someone lurking, playing out through that B site.
Intruder alert, there's League of Legends casters. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
We are not League of Legends casters today.
Not anymore.
As Spray comes out, just making sure no one cheekily playing out in Nest. But I kind of want to go back to that point on BBL, and especially Aslan coming out and showing up, because, I mean, coming into this tournament, we thought, hey, we thought Brave, Elite, these newer names coming in are going to be who we watch, but I'm going to pause on that as Lockdown actually coming out. Giants want to find a way onto site.
Yeah, don't blame them, as they're trying to make things happen here, and everybody just going to have to leg it, and rightly so. The Lockdown comes on through. Doesn't get anyone, obviously. The retreat came on through, but Giants now have control of the site. Spike not down just yet, as Vitinho has made it up to the top of the site here. Could find a miracle pick, but found out Aslan and Turco getting 2, but Rhyme answers it. Nuki gets involved in the action as well. Is Hoodie holding the angle here. Nuki finally going to get that spike down. Elite and Brave, the young players, once again stepping up, but it's Hoodie to take a head off. Suddenly Brave finds himself alone, and Hoodie all over this round.
And Giants, I mean, throw down the Lockdown. Hunter's Fury comes out. It kind of forces all the members of BBL up on the rafters in heaven, and then trying to find a way to get some picks on the site. They all jump down, and it funnels them into such an easy point for Giants to just start picking up these kills. Once again, BBL going to be playing really with no economy to work with. Still having some nice ults up, so at least things like the Tour de Force you have there to play with, but I mean, for BBL, right, it feels like it just come down to how well they've read out, especially some of these fakes that we've seen coming out from Giants. That's something that they have been doing incredibly well. Obviously, last round not needing it since they did have so many key ultimates up to be able to force their way on the site. But with those down, it's definitely going to come down to those reads that BBL had once again.
Yeah. And I just feel like a lot of the kind of teamwork from Giants is feeling pretty good, and understandably so, right? You've had Vitinho, who's been here for a while, but Hoodie rejoining this team alongside Pipson, the coach, like both having a stint on G2, but now rejoining this Giants roster. And it does feel like the team is gelling well already.
100%. And I mean, the Death Guard hit on it right, how well Pipson knows most of the players on this squad and how they should be able to
in the scene, yeah.
how well they should be able to nail down these roles. But hey, you know, Aslan picking up the Guardian. We saw what he was able to do with that before. Will need to make a bit of magic happen if they want to be able to find something coming out, but still not going to count BBL out, as like you said. First match between 2 partnership teams.
Yeah.
It's incredibly exciting to see.
And I will say, I've been impressed by Aslan so far this tournament. You know, yesterday on the Rays, really having some great games for himself. Now on this KO, kind of stepping into this somewhat duelist role, you know, duelist flashes. But it feels like he was the highlight player yesterday for me, him and Kushner. And now, again today, he's at the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, and we saw BBL trying to find some kind of aggressive peek down towards B. Is Turco going to do a nice job to pick up a kill onto Vitinho, but most members still waiting around just now. Rhyme in tube. Gonna see if he can find a sneaky way up into kitchen. But it still seems like this is all just a bit of a distraction coming out from Giants, trying to find a way onto the A site.
Oh, Turco gets another one. Just playing towards mid with this Guardian, and this is meant to be a Giants round. They had the rifles, they had the utility, but Turco just puts a nail in it.
And now full information coming out for BBL as well, with Aslan having the 0 point up, able to spot out where the members of Giants are, and now able to heavily lean pretty much their whole squad over towards A.
Yeah, very comfortable. You see Giants just liking it. They know that they are not getting this A site anytime soon, so trying to move through mid. Elite wants to spot it.
Scanning ahead.
But it's going to be the recon bolt to try and spot a player out, shot down immediately.
Giants still were at least able to get a lot of utility out from the side of BBL. Hunter's Fury, though, going to come out.
Just to deny the rotation as well.
I mean, heck, only 15 seconds on the clock.
Yeah. 14 seconds. We'll see if they can get this spike down. Need to do it now or never. You see Nuki just legging it on over, but Elite is waiting to try and deny this one. But Nuki done it in a hidden corner. No! Headshot just in time, and everybody goes down.
In the Thrifty round coming out for BBL, a lot of that on the back of Turco, finding those first 2 picks around mid. And then again, just the swarm of utility coming out from BBL on B. They're able to spot out the 3 members with the 0 point, start lobbing out things like the fragments and the shock bolts, not letting them get on sites. Like you said, Hunter's Fury trying to deny the rotation, not really having the time to play with, and BBL able to turn that Thrifty into a win.
And it's like you say, because I think a lot of credit obviously goes to Turco, just finding 2 picks in mid, like very good mechanical play from him there. But like you say, the intelligence to then turn that into a solid win, not do anything too crazy, not go for just random duels, playing as a team and using that utility effectively.
This time around, though, BBL didn't read the play coming out correctly. These Giants actually go for a fast push onto A, already making their way a little bit into sight. Wall should be able to come out soon if Giants want to commit to it.
Oh, Patino does hit the shot, but couldn't get that headshot. So he doesn't get the player down. Spike down already, 5v5. I think for the first time this game where the spike is down and it's a full 5-man retake, but Kushner finds a great little entry. There's a second one as well, but Giants answer with 2 of their own. Slowed down and taken down by Cloud. Suddenly Turco, alone in the world, has a Guardian. We've seen what he can do with a Guardian in previous rounds. Slightly wide on the headshot though, and suddenly getting collapsed upon by the entire Giant squad. And he's running out of time as Ryan gets him with the stinger.
I mean, Giants able to make it work, even just, again, with a lesser buy coming out to try and match what BBL had. Cloud able to do so much in that round, and heck, they were pretty much given sight for free, right? BBL heavily leaning on towards B. We see things like the Owl Drone coming out. They guarantee that no one's there. Deep push in, get the barrier up, and it just opens up for the plant to come out. So now we're going to come back. Both teams this time around are going to have guns, and both chambers going to have ops in hand. And I'm very interested to see, with especially both of them maybe leaning towards different sites. It looks like, yep, Fatino is going to make his way towards B long and see if he can find something.
Yep. Have the recon dart, but won't find anyone hiding around pipes there.
And
his chance can move forward.
And now, I mean, for BBL as well, right? Throw down the barrier on B, make sure no aggressive push can come through, and it allows those 2 members to rotate towards mid and have more members ready and prepped if Giants do look to go for another push towards A.
See if A is the call. Very slow start to the round. And I can understand that because it does feel like Giants have been struggling a little bit to keep that momentum going that they had earlier. Feels like BBL have kind of come back into the game in the last couple of rounds. Resurrection online as well, available, the only ultimate in the game, but Aslan just a single point away.
And I mean, now Giants have waited out that Sage Wall. I mean, they had the Poison Cloud up in mid, denying information there. No one was really pushed too far into A to give any info there. So BBL not having not a lot to work with until the 0 point came out. So now knowing some members of Giants are leaning towards B, but Kushner able to pick up Hoodie as he was just trying to lurk through A. And now, heck, all the members of BBL able to start rotating over towards B.
Yeah, pretty much, but Ryan finds one traded out by Elite. Nicely done there. 4v3. Spike going to go down. This should be a good setup for Giants here. BBL need to all group up, work as a team here to make their way in, because Fatino certainly can do work. No, he can't, because Kushner, the better offer here, the better chamber, takes out his marked man. Elite going for the resurrection, but it's immediately taken out by Cloud. And now he's taken out himself.
Yeah, not even needing anything. Like, I mean, Turco even still sitting on like 2 of the shock bolts, not needing the utility to come out. Kushner with the opposite, able to get the work done, but Nuki!
Nuki, we've seen him do crazier things before. The 4K for Nuki, winning a round that he had absolutely no right to.
And one of the things that Des was questioning, right, was like, how much can Nuki get done on this attack side as the Sage, typically having to be the one who's going to go for the plant with the bomb. But, I mean, gets the bomb down, plays pretty much solo retake once those picks are given over and able to win out on the duels. Sad to see for BBL, but Giants 7-3 so far. And I mean, right, they were able to pick up a win yesterday, but again, coming in with, I'd say, such a good test against a team like BBL and having such a commanding start, great to see. And heck, like we even talked about it, right? Killjoy, Sage, a lot of these defensive options that you can make work once we do swap sides, and they're already finding such a nice lead.
Certainly are. But once again, fairly slow rounds here. Everyone from Giants towards the A site, but look at the information that BBL have been able to gain, right? You see 2 players moving up past B to make sure that they know nobody's coming that way.
Yeah, and I mean, BBL not really having any guns to work with, do have the null command online if they were able to win out on any duels, maybe get some guns and try to stall out on any of these pushes, but Giants still playing slow towards A. Looks like BBL maybe even just committing to like, hey, we might potentially just have to go for a retake, playing pretty far back up in rafters. But Giants, I mean, they're not going to bite, not committing onto site just yet. Info still there for BBL that players are here though.
Yeah, 45 seconds on the clock. They've got to start to make a move. You can see them inching forwards here. 3 players on towards this A side from BBL. I'm curious if they're going to try and hard defend this or just back away and go for the 5v5 retake. This Aslan moving forwards here, using the Sheriff. A couple of big headshots and a couple of rifles picked up. Could change the round, but Giants get that spike down.
Oh, and Fatinho gonna find a nice one with the op. For BBL, gonna be incredibly hard, but I mean, even if you could find 1 pick with them on this buy, that would be worth.
Yeah.
Or lack of buy.
Well, yeah. You see if you can just find a player, but it ain't gonna happen. The turret actually finishing the kill onto Elite there. It's not too often that you see that, but nice round from Giants. Anti-Eco taking that one. And now we get into the last round of the half, and I have to say, Giants, they are coming out swinging here.
And I feel like they should be able to make their way up to a 9-3 heading into the swap. Because, I mean, you look at the Ultimates online, right? Lockdown, we saw they pretty much used that one immediately last time around. They even had Cloud just queue up the Hunter's Fury as well, push them off a site. And this time around, you're not only pushing them off a site because you have Viper's Pit. So throw that one down, guarantee you have the spike to play with, and it should be incredibly hard for BBL to look for any type of retake. But at least this time around, once again, having guns online and null command still there for Aslan. And here we go. Giants making their way towards that B site.
Yeah, Brave's got his work cut out for him, trying to solo defend for the time being. The rest of the team moving on over. Aslan's there to try and give some support. Viper's Pit used already, but the spike not actually down just yet. They can't quite get into that situation as the Hunter's Fury blasts on through. And the first one finally for Aslan. Nice little pickup with the headshot there. This is the final round. They're desperate to get a bonus point on before half-time. Your command comes out. Is it going to be enough?
We're going to see his Brave at least able to find 1 through the Viper's Pit. Just spamming that one down. Now, though, is he going to walk into the waiting arms of Fatinho?
Fatinho knows exactly where they're going to come from, but has to back away. The slow put into play as Brave and Aslan moving forwards. Brave with 1 headshot, answered by Cloud, but Aslan's there. Suddenly Rhyme, alone in the world, needs to make something happen. But in a 1v4, it would be something special. Turco finds him. And that's going to be another one for BBL. At least they get a 4th before that half-time.
And I think feeling pretty good about that because Giants, I mean, they came out with the push right. Viper's Pit goes down immediately. Looks like Hunter's Fury, then Throne, trying to push people off of site more towards mid. Guarantee that the Sage can walk up, get the plant down. They were able to do it, but then kind of peeking out one by one. BBL playing as a team, able to find some of those kills. And again, 4 Giants still feeling pretty solid about the scoreline, but BBL definitely going to be happy, able to pick up that 4th.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is the Nuki highlight that we all knew was going to happen. Let's be honest, it's the player that I think most people are looking towards on this Giants Gaming roster as very much the star player. And so far, showing it off in that moment today. But actually, you know, that 4K represents almost all of his kills in the entire map. Like, great star moment play, but the desk was talking about it earlier. Nuki being on this Sage doesn't really feel like that star role for him.
No, I mean, heck, even right before this game started, Kakuka was showing us highlights of him on the Raze, just what he was able to do on that duelist role. But still, I mean, Giants able to make it work. Again, changing roles, kind of changing the system with who's calling. And now BBL going to be the ones to look for an aggressive push towards A.
Yeah.
Giants were expecting a B hit to come out. So we're going to see what Hoodie and Fatinho are able to do, but I like it. They back off. They're not playing too aggressively. They're waiting for reinforcements to come in.
Spike planted.
And this is that big boss life patented aggression that we saw yesterday as well in their series against 10-Star when they're on that attacking side. They like to go in fast, and they like to take control of the site. Hoodie with the first kill onto Aslan. Cloud follows it up as well, and suddenly this round starts to fall apart for BBL. Kushner has been a star player for this roster, looking for the headshots. There's one. Rendezvous on out. Looking for more as well. There's the second player, but Fatinho finds him, and Hoodie chimes in as well. Turco gets taken down, and Hoodie gets a 3K to start the half.
Good patience coming out from Giants. I mean, they back off. They wait for the reinforcements to come through, play the retake as a team, and find the opening pick to guarantee that they get on site. Now, going to be able to go in with a solid 9-3. Hoodie been looking incredibly good so far, and that was another change, another question mark. Hoodie coming in, jumping onto the Killjoy here. We did see him play the Killjoy, yesterday against Galatasaray, which they pretty much just destroyed, especially on Bind 13-1. Bit of a closer map in game 2, but
yeah,
great to see him still keeping form.
And that Bind, like you said, 13-1 against Galatasaray. It feels like this Icebox looking towards a similar scoreline, but this is the map pick for Giants, so you would hope that they can have a fantastic first map for themselves, and it'll be down to BBL to see what they can bring out for us on Ascent in that second map. Obviously, this one's not quite over yet, but, with the pistol going the way of Giants, probably this round, maybe even a third, that would be devastating.
And I mean, when you're looking at BBL and them hoping to get anything right, when you have no guns, a lot's going to come down to Kushner and what he can get done with his Headhunter. Only 3 bullets, but for Giants, not too concerned. They feel pretty solid about Fatinho just being able to solo hold this B site with the Marshal, but look at the minimap and how far Brave's going up towards Kitchen, not wanting to fully commit in, knowing typically, that is where a lot of the defensive utility will be placed to spawn him out.
I love that Brave really lives up to his name each round. I feel like quite often we see Brave going on these super deep flanks, like sneaking up mid and trying to make something happen. Nice little hit there by Fatinho. Did manage to tag out a player.
He's going to force Healing Orb out from Elite, but now going to look for the push. Hoodie's ready for it.
Ooh, dings, but doesn't go down. Aslan finds one of Fatinho, but it's after Kushner has already fallen. Spike will be planted here as Aslan looking for a second one. Oh, and he gets it! 6 HP, but manages to make it happen, waiting for that heal to come back online from Nuki. It's 3v3 now. This is a bit of a closer round than I think Giants really would have liked.
100%. I mean, 3v3. Sure, Aslan's tagged incredibly low, but you've already taken 2 members down and hurt them by a little bit. But still, with the other members of Giants here, they should be able to get it as Rye finds another one, and Nuki picks up 2 as Elite goes down.
Yeah.
10-4, the round they were expected to win, and now to see if BBL can pick it up. Now they will have some rifles, but I mean, for BBL, definitely feels like they've been a bit more aggressive on this attack side. Like this was a bit of a slow round, right? They kind of angled over towards A, then made the commitment over towards B, especially as Brave tried to get some control of Tube and make his way up towards Kitchen. But when we saw what they did in round 1, and I mean, even yesterday, how aggressive BBL was playing, and just overall, typically, how aggressive the Turkish teams in general are willing to play.
Yeah, definitely. Still managed to get a couple of picks there, but it felt like the cavalry arrived towards the end of that round, right? You get the rifles in play, and it's a tough one to finish the round off. But now Giants, like you say, 10 rounds on the board, but it's rifles against rifles here. Cloud the only one without that heavy weaponry in his arsenal.
I mean, look at what Giants are doing. I mean, they're pretty much just completely giving up A once again. 3 members pushing down B long, looking for the flank. They have the alarm bot in mid to make sure that no cheekiness is coming out through there. Gonna see if Hoodie can find any type of opening pick, if BBL do commit onto site.
Yeah, Poison Cloud gonna go out onto the trademark so they can sneak on past. Have BBL figured out that this is going on because it's a 3-man flank. Spike will go down. Kushner starts things off well, getting down Hoodie, and it means that this flank is actually just the direction of attack as opposed to a flank, but never mind, because Giants just light everybody up, and Elite alone. Giants with an easy cleanup. That was a beautiful round.
You hit on it, right? The flank coming out, Poison Cloud thrown over that. Nano Swarm on A side, able to buy time. Shock Bolts were coming out from Cloud as well. It pretty much gave time for the rest of the members of Giants to be at A as that plant was coming out. And even people like Kushner, sure, he found a pick, but then had to use that rendezvous to get away, sets him up for Giants to be able to just find those picks even easier, with really no way a BBL getting able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, clean, comfortable round there. And smart, intelligent play. Like we mentioned, you know, Pipson rejoining as the coach. Rhyme the IGL, really good call on the deep three-man flag, smoking out onto the trademark.
Yeah, Pipson rejoining as a coach. I mean, Vlad on BBL, previous coach of Giants, so a lot of history here is once again, I mean, actually, this time around, BBL, they haven't really angled up for a pick towards B a lot. Once again, gonna be on Kushner.
Trap destroyed.
Feels like that's often the story, right? A lot resting on Kushner, but Coutinho taken down by Aslan to start the round off. And this should be pretty much a spike down at this point. Kushner pushes on up. And Elite just behind him, using that wall to try and buy space. Kushner getting that one. Nuki at the back of the site. You can see his silhouette there, and actually finding the wall bang onto Kushner. Evens things up just a little bit. Still the advantage, and Elite finding Nuki in the end. Does mean BBL should have this round in theory.
Yeah, still though, we're going to see if Hoodie can find anything here. I mean, Hoodie was one of the standouts when they were on the attacking side. He completely destroys Brave.
That was unbelievable. Just spins on a pivot. And manages to find that one. Maybe it's doable. Rhyme and Hoodie, got to make it happen. The lockdown, as you say, coming on in. There's the molly onto the spike. But a swarm comes out. Elite, though, finds a headshot. Rhyme answers it. 2v1, Rhyme's got to make something happen. There we go. Another one. 1v1 now against Turco. Viper's pick comes on through. Is he just going to go for the defuse? That's going to be the Tracers to find the player, and Rhyme gets the headshot. Does he have time? I don't think he does.
No, still though, able to take down all the members of BBL, going to put them in a little bit of a difficult economic situation. But still, that would have been a huge round to win. You could see what they were going for, even being members down with the lockdown coming out. Had they been able to find that that second pick for free, and Hoodie didn't go down, it feels like that would have been a guaranteed defuse.
Yeah, fair effort from Rhyme. But, you know, well played by Turco to play it slow, like spray out at the spike so that the defuse couldn't come on through, and then just buy as much time as physically possible at the end of the round there. 5 on the board for BBL. They've got a long way to go if they want to win this map, but Giants seemingly struggling to finish these rounds off.
Yeah, and I mean, heck, even BBL at least still able to pick up guns, even if they are just sitting on light shields. And once again, having the null command, having a resurrection online as well, if you can send someone in to look for a bit of an aggressive pick. But a lot of utility used by Giants to deny any pushes coming from mid. We've kind of seen the setup a few times for them, right? The Poison Cloud with the alarm bot to make sure no one gets through. But it does set up for them to potentially angle towards Kitchen.
I saw the silhouette moving out there. I thought he was about to step out, but he's off in the next room. So right there in Kitchen, just to find any players. Kushner finds Cloud to start the round off. Actually just going to dip from the play entirely because we're over towards B here.
Yeah, and I mean, should be able to get the plan. Is Hoodie actually able to find Brave on the back end? Plant still will come out for BBL. Fitinho with an op, but on the opposite side, Kushner popped the tour de force.
Yeah, I feel like Fitinho needs to have a big round here.
Teleport's ready.
If Giants want to get this retake, and it feels like retaking B has been the struggle for Giants across the course of this game so far. Tour de force on the other side for Kushner, who's just going to spray through the wall and now look for his pick, but it's Fitinho to find it. Hoodie trading onto Turco here. Turco actually find 2 of his own. Obviously didn't trade onto Turco because he's still alive as the headhunter comes out. One more shot will do the trick, but he dodges it. The shot's coming in, but Fitinho dodging, moving around, dancing around the play, and once again, Turco buys enough time, and once again, BBL get around.
Yeah, it still goes down, but I love the way the BBL looked for that as well. The slow push-up tube towards Kitchen. We see the null command come out at the same time. Turret gets shut down, so the information's denied. And right at the same time, Cloud's like, okay, Turret hasn't seen anything, runs through Kitchen, instantly gets brought down, gives BBL a bit of a numbers advantage, and allows for the plant to come through. Giants almost did bring it back, though, so incredibly close. Still save the op.
I love that at the end of the round there as well. Turco goes, you know what? I'm not taking the aim duel against Fitinho right now. I'm just going to jump out and shoot sparks at the spike. All I need to do is deny that defuse. Like you said, nearly the comeback from Giants in that round. Spotting everyone on A, but it is a full stack here. This is not a slow round from BBL. as they look to try and move in. I could be wrong, though. Giants pushing forwards. Oh, Cloud. It's a good start. Aslan gets one. Cloud gets a second, but runs out of bullets. 3v3 now, and we're running out of defenders.
I mean, Cloud's still going to be happy with what he was able to do there. And Hoodie now, I mean, the Sheriff's doing so much work for the side of Giants, now being up 3-2.
Oh, Hoodie gets another one. Sheriffs are not meant to be equal to rifles. This isn't meant to be how the round goes. But it doesn't matter what it's meant to be. All that matters is what happens, and Giants get a 12th on the board.
Giants just taking turns popping off at the Sheriffs. Right, we see Rhyme going in, Cloud as well, Hoodie, Nookie, everyone doing their job. Still even able to sit on the op for Vitinho. And I mean, now this time around, 12-6. We see the economy coming out for the side of BBL. I mean, Giants did just show us what was possible.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe we don't count them out, but also just looking at the ultimates across the board.
I mean, it's not just about the rifles, right? You got 3 ults on, plus Hoodie a single point away. So it feels like, you know, if Giants can't win this round, it will be something insane, something absolutely ridiculous. Vitinho on the defense as Hoodie finds the first pick onto Kushner, and Aslan actually just takes Vitinho's head off. Not a bad little start to the round for the player on KO here. Aslan once again, so consistently the star for BBL.
Yeah, and we saw Cloud trying to deny the push onto B with the Hunter's Fury, but still going to be able to come out for the side of BBL. Viper spit down, barriers up, so they're going to be able to play for the plant. Still have one shock bolt left, even having the snake bite to play with as well.
Yeah, Resurrection onto Vitinho. Gonna go with the Tour de Force as well. Peeks out, but Aslan takes him down for the second time this round and gets a 3rd kill onto Rhyme. Cloud moving forwards, needs to find some duels, and there's one headshot, 6 bullets left, but he finds another anyway. Jumping forwards with the classic as Cloud, desperate to win this round. Surely this can't happen again. The Ghost through the smoke, through the Viper's pit, and Brave's done it again!
Every time, like you said, not able to find the retakes on B. Giants, the utility usage coming out, denying so much, and it was with a Ghost.
It's just dawned on me.
Ghost.
It's just dawned. I mean, the tactical timeout rightly coming out at this point, but it's the B side. They're against BBL, right? When you go to B, your B is an L. That's what's happening here.
You know, all the hype that there just was created by Brave, you ruined, but still, BBL 7-12. Both these teams just looking so comfortable when they're on ecos. This time around for BBL, still going to be sitting on some of these rifles. I mean, null command still up for Aslan as well. Still going to be an incredibly hard task, but when we've seen Brave make hero plays on B, Turco as well, it just feels if BBL can get onto that site, they can just do no wrong.
Seems to be the case. Giants, I mean, an incredible attacking half. Remember, they finished at half-time with 8 points on the board already. The second half, still actually going the way of Giants so far, right? At half-time, it was 8-4, so it's 4-3 in the second half. It just feels like all 3 of those rounds have been stalling at B. Turco doing it twice, now Brave doing it with Viper's Pit. Just look at this, 3 players try to get on through as he just sprays on through the smoke and finishes the job.
Yeah, Giants, I mean, they were able to find the picks to get in, but now we're going to see BBL if they can turn this into an 8th. Luckily this time around, only one member of Giants has a Sheriff, so they don't have to worry about the cheekiness that we did see earlier on. It seems like BBL feeling comfortable after the success that they've had on B. You're going to want to look for it again, but Vitinho finds the opening pick.
He just can't be stopped, can he? You know, you said there's only one Sheriff, but there's also a Headhunter. Vitinho knows how to use it. But BBL stick to their guns here. Staying on towards this B side, playing off the yellow as he steps out looking for Elite. Did spot the player, but will get taken down by the rifle in the end. BBL now blasting onto this side, but not being confident to just charge on him for the time being.
No, and I mean, heck, even BBL having a heavy stack towards his site. We've already seen shock bolts coming out to deny entry on through as well, but still BBL having guns, gonna hope they can find some of these long-range duels of Giants. If they did make mistakes, anyone did over-aggress and try to peek out for information, but BBL still gonna just play it slow, try and get some info with the 0 point, and Giants actually maybe thinking of rotates coming through.
BBL gonna go for the spike down.
Toxin screen down.
Now, Giants for this retake. 4 players in play for both sides. It's a slight weaponry advantage. Oh, I say slight. It's a pretty heavy weaponry advantage on the side of BBL.
And not really any utility coming out for either side anymore either, right? So it's really just going to come down to the stun difference, and unless Giants can just, you know, point and click heads like they were doing earlier. But it feels like BBL in a good spot to convert this one. And again, they were a team that did have a really good performance yesterday. Put up a good fight as Hoodie.
Well, he said they need to find heads. Hoodie and Ryan both doing that. Brave trying to answer Turco there. And the spray down comes on through. BBL, 8 rounds on the board, 4 away from somehow making it to overtime.
And honestly, nice to see, right? Because, I mean, again, me and you kind of stepping into a new space, but BBL being one of the teams that heading into partnership, you know, it seems that people have been a little bit less excited about.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're able to put up against their solid showing yesterday, now coming in against another partner team like Giants and still bringing it to them, very hopeful.
Cool to see as well that BBL, like, their score lines are relatively close to one another. Obviously, you've kind of got Aslan leading the charge there, but doesn't feel like it's just a one-man army kind of situation. It does feel like each of these players can step up when the moment is right. Over towards the A site here.
Once again, a lot going to be left up to Fatinho, having that up, but I mean, with Null Command coming out, immediately going to have to use that rendezvous to get away. Finds the pick.
Good little shot from Fatinho.
Should be able to revive him, though.
Can't use the rendezvous, obviously, because it's suppressed.
Spike planted.
Turco, like you said, will be able to get that revive. It's a good little pick to start it. Actually can't get the revive. 2 more going the way of BBL now. 4v3, trying to move on forwards, but Nuki and Fatinho answering in. This could be the end of the game unless Kushner and Brave have something magic up their sleeves. Need to make their way in. They need to find a headshot. Kushner has been the man to do it for this squad quite often, taking those dry peaks and just winning out the aim duel. Looks for one, but goes wide. And it will be Giants taking this first map on Icebox.
Honestly, really nice to see coming out from Giants. Second game, first game against a partner team. And yeah, like you said, their attack side especially looking incredibly good. There were questions that we were having about them, especially, again, the agents that these players have ended up on. But a lot of clutches. Nuki looking incredibly good. I believe he had that 1-4K on their way to B. But even for BBL, despite losing, I mean, they had a lot of great moments, especially on ecos.
Yeah, I mean, kind of surprisingly, Nuki not necessarily having the greatest score by the end of the game, but that clutch factor very much there. We're going to kick it over to our analyst who will tell us a little bit more about how Giants could put that one together.
Thank you, Munch, and thank you, Lyric. I mean, this game was actually a little bit surprising to some degree because we have seen Giants just completely overtake the entirety of the game to a point like 75% it was done, and then suddenly it stopped in its tracks. Hyper, what happened?
Yeah, I think maybe there's an element of complacency there. I mean, initially, BBL's mid-rounding just felt like it was all over the place. I don't think they had a solid grasp on what they wanted to achieve with this composition in particular. Fatinho felt relatively free, facing off against a KO composition.
Yeah.
Almost feels a little unorthodox, right? But, I mean, that did kind of shape up in the second half. I think by that point, like I said, the complacency started to come through for Giants because early on it was so scrappy and messy that those Giants players, we talked about the frag power, right? They thrive in that scenario.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the first surprise, going back to the composition that we were talking, is the fact that BBL decided to start on the defense, even though you're going for the KO. So we kind of expect that you're going to rely a lot on your attack, especially here on Icebox when you decide to go for that. They decide to go for the defense, and we see a lot of what we saw previously coming in from G2, a lot of A hits. They know how to face the duels. Again, for the side of Giants, a little bit of what we saw, well, we didn't see it yesterday, but definitely was happening on that second map. The attack, clean. The defense, it's still some protocols that need to be learned and applied. I think that's it.
And just to come back to sort of that kind of scrappy play style, I think the big difference today was it felt like Aslan and Kushner weren't having the same freedom which they had yesterday, right? Taking solo fights, that being comfortable and almost a favorable scenario for both of those individuals. This time around, again, Giants were playing numbers in most scenarios really, really well.
Yeah, and there were so many situations. Our casters were mentioning the eco rounds. For example, BBL, knowing that you're going, the way that you play an anti-eco is not you spot 3, you go there. That's exactly what you need to avoid. You know that they're pushing you, and if they get to isolate the duels the way the Giants did it, it's kind of a GG for you. I have to say though, right now in Giants, I am not able to spot out the star.
Well, the thing is, with Giants, I feel like they worked nicely as a team.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely. Yeah.
But sometimes there were some cracks showing, like, for example, the KO ultimate completely caught off guard the defenses when the Killjoy stuff was down, right?
Yeah, whether or not that was just a little miscommunication or whether or not Cloud's just not considered that possibility at all. Things like that. And like I said, that's where... again, take a swing in the dark, right? It could be complacency, could be a little chaotic in times if the site's getting pushed and whatnot. But there were other factors that were more concerning than kind of those minute kind of communication errors on the side of BBL versus Giants. Like I said, in most of those scenarios, they were playing numbers really, really well. And like I said, the mid-rounding looked way more decisive on their side. Even thinking back to the triple flank coming back through on that A plant, which was just completely unconsidered. And again, feeling as if the team's kind of playing anti-plant, it's difficult to push forward and really confirm that information, but that was one of those examples where Giants were definitely in the driving seat.
Kakoka, you mentioned the fact that you didn't see like a star player in Giants this map, right? Do you think that the fact that Nuki was playing as Sage impacts that impression of yours?
Yeah, I think that everybody is still trying to fit correctly into those roles, because we have Hurdy. I think that yesterday was his first match with Killjoy. He's definitely not experienced in the agent. We've talked about how flexible he is. We know that Vitinho also is not very, used to playing the chamber just a few times. So I think that this will work with time. I just do not feel that it's there yet. But as we said, it's players coming from different places. It will work out in the end.
I'll counter. The first 9 rounds, we had a star player, and it was Vitinho.
Yeah.
I think that's safe to say, right? That's safe to say.
Let me say, he had a lot of like 4Ks, very flashy plays, yada yada. He was also, one thing that I really liked about his chamber is that the moment that he missed a...
There was one moment though when Aslan just swung it. That was pretty crazy.
But it's good fundamentals. I know that you love that.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to Vitinho, I actually really like how he play around Sova. For example, when he was attack on B, he was baiting out the mobility of the Sova when the drone was going over the container and picking in the right moment for himself, getting the one shot, TPing away. He even gets a first blood out of that. So that was pretty crazy. But Hyper, I see you think something. You have something more to say?
No. My point was about Vitinho.
Okay.
Having a hot start, but like I said, I mean, once BBL kind of tightened up some of their setups, it felt like Vitinho felt a little bit of pressure, right? And then Giants have to revert back to, like I said, strength in numbers, which just looks so much better for them in the comparison.
Okay, well, that was the first map, and that was the pick of Giants. We're gonna go to map 2, which is gonna be Ascent. Now, this is... Ascent, historically speaking, is a map that is being liked by mixes, by teams that have, like, let's say, not much prepared yet for the maps, because it relies so much on aim duels and also on just basic map
fundamentals.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So,
it's pretty basic map.
It's picked by BBL. Do you think that the map choice was impacted by that, Kuka?
I mean, I think that maybe we're going to keep seeing more of those role swaps. To me, the bigger question is, now that we've seen Aslan going on the duelist, is he going to be back and picking the KO again here? Is he going to be playing, are they going to be playing maybe Chamber and Race? I have the exact same question for what Giants is going to do. Because I remember that back in the day, it was, in G2, it was Mixwell, like the last iteration that we had was Mixwell playing on the Chamber and the Nuki going on the Race. And I missed that. I don't know about you guys, but I need my dose of Nuki on the Race.
I was going to say, Nuki occasionally flexed onto the Jet for Ascent, though. We saw that at...
Breeze.
No, we saw that on Ascent as well.
Ascent is a very heavy mobility requirement map. Right?
I think it was only for maybe 3 or 4 weeks or so, because it didn't feel like it was working too well, and I think he did divert back to the Raze. But potentially with this roster, again, we're accrediting the support system here and how well-rounded this is. Again, not to throw shade, versus the G2 roster. They had their own issues in terms of structure and whatnot. That could be something that they do toy with. On the flip side of that as well, Vlad was talking about some of the depth in terms of agent pools for individuals, and I think you make a great point of actually where the BBL players are going to settle for here.
I mean, in general, Ascent is one of those maps that is, let's say, also hyper-focus on one type of agents. For example, we have a period of time when double controls were a thing, then triple initiators and so on. And we settled down a little bit on like the metagame with 2 initiators. Do you think that any of those teams will reach out to those more initiators-heavy compositions here?
I think double initiator is still the go-to for Ascent. I mean, Fade, Sova, KOs are just too strong in my opinion, knowing that it's a map where you're most likely going to have at least one Sentinel.
I'm always happy as long as you see the kind of flex in these compositions come from the Duelist and the Sentinel, right? There are arguments to be made on both sides. Killjoy still has viability on Ascent as well. It's just when we see some of these kind of wacky triple initiator comps come out that are just so default oriented that just feel completely illogical.
And that kind of requires also an Omen then, because you need the recurring smokes for the
exactly.
defaults,
You need
right?
to make use of that second wave of utility after the cooldown period, and it just doesn't feel right. On Ascent, you find that opener and it's the ability to draw rotation and act very quickly on that, right? So some of those more util heavy comps just don't feel very good.
In the green room today, actually, we spoke about controlling traps on Pizza, and with just a chamber on this map, there's only the one trap on being on mid, right?
Yeah.
How does that impact the map control for you? What you would think it would be possible for the attackers to like do to impact map control?
I think the better way to look at it, I think, is actually the pressure that falls to the attackers, right? What do you find in terms of the first 3 or 4 rounds? First buy round being the big indicator and kind of setting the precedent. Dealing with that trap early enough where it's going to force variation. So always the thing we look for with Sentinel utility is actually how they're willing to switch things up, pressure another extremity, potentially actually then leave it in Pizza and look to take both extremities.
Yes.
Those are the things we look for in terms of real positives for the attackers. Whether or not, again, if we see the chamber, that's going to be something we're going to maybe lean on if we don't see the jet or something else to take space somewhere on the defensive side. But that's definitely something I'll have my eye on here for this series.
All right, well, we're actually going to have the agent select ready. We're going to see the Sentinels being picked, and look at that.
Okay.
We actually have no chamber.
Okay,
Wow.
I was going to say that, you know, we still don't know if the chamber is going to be played. Definitely not from the side of BBA. They decide to go for just Sage as a Sentinel. We know that she doesn't feel the role because she doesn't have those controls. So maybe they have to be more focused on the duels and gathering information in very different ways, because you do have Torque for that information gathering and of course the KO, but still from map control per se is going to be very difficult, especially knowing that in Ascent everybody knows how to play around the Sage timing.
Yeah, I mean, the Sage being a different discussion topic all here, but you get that very, very finite window, right? It's that 30, 35 second period where we're looking for value on the back of that wall, not just kind of throwing it down and hoping it's going to slow down any progress. Obviously, we have to look for that in the second half with BBL starting on the attack. There's actually a really interesting face-off to obviously see the Killjoy on the other side of things. Same sort of arguments, right? But a little more limited in terms of that distance tether.
Listen, I think that this might be Nukia's first time ever playing on the KO now that he's a full supportive player. I love to see that, but definitely maybe he's trying to overachieve a little bit here in the beginning. But if there's a player that can set up very high expectations for himself, this is going to be one of them.
And again, the argument that actually Chaos still has that self-sufficient element, right? So Nuki's still able to shine on this role, maybe a little more so than when we look at Sage as face value on Icebox.
Well, he will definitely be more proactive than on the Sage.
Yeah.
But let's just jump into the casters and go straight into the game, right, Munch? What do you think?
Yeah, thanks very much, mate. Yeah, I'm kind of curious how Nuki's going to do. I feel like Hypox said, there have been discussions of KO kind of somewhat fulfilling a duelist role occasionally, like using those flashes, getting out, being aggressive, and definitely more so than a Sage one.
Oh, 100% right.
Unless you're Grim.
Has the self-sufficiency there. And, I mean, overall, it's going to be up to BBL to be the ones to bounce back. This is their map pick, so you would hope and expect that they do better on it. And, I mean, like the desk was saying, right, more about fundamentals. It does feel like something that is less like super strat exec heavy, that maybe for BBL that can lean on the strength of some of the duels that like we hit on, that people like Aslan and Kushner were able to find yesterday to bring BBL to success.
Yeah, this thing, Aslan and Kushner both have been on point. Kushner on the jet, I'm excited to see. And like the desk mentioned, no chambers. This is our first ever cast lyric with no chamber.
And already a heavy push up towards Tree, up Catwalk. They could be spotted up by an alarm bot, but already taken down. Coutinho gonna clean up.
Yeah, it's not a bad start, is it, for Giants with 3 already taken down. 4v2. And Aslan and Brave. I mean, we said Aslan has to be one of the players to step up. Now's his moment. And, you know, on that KO as well.
And look at Hoodie, already making his way up towards Heaven. I mean, 3 members kind of angling in towards mid-cubby.
It's lucky he was crouched there. There was a bullet that just whizzed over his shoulder.
Omen Smoke comes back. Going to be incredibly hard for BBL to find a way onto site. I mean, heck, 2v4 here, right? You're hoping you can isolate a duel and find something. With Nookie still playing up in Cat, maybe if they can catch him off guard, find one, they can make something happen.
It's possible. Nookie, though, get behind that wall. They won't know that he's there, but we'll see if Brave is going to check that angle. No, he's not. Nookie peeks on out and takes 2 heads. Everyone said that they wanted to see Nookie step up. It's a great way to start the game.
Right, that's the self-sufficiency that they were just hitting on. Able to find that interesting position in mid, make sure they get the kills coming on through. And, I mean, heck, they're on the defense side. Feels like it should be hard for BBL to make anything happen. On this attack side with no guns. You even have things like the Killjoy setup still there. They did spot out the alarm bot last time around, but the fact that Patino was here waiting for this angle, able to pick some off. But heck, Giants is a team, right? 3 members ready and waiting for that push to come up, Cat.
Yeah, nicely done here by Giants, starting things off as they mean to go on. As Rhyme realizes that suddenly he's getting overwhelmed and backs off completely. I like this play here, and Rhyme finds the first one onto Kushner. Just accepting that they're not going to be able to single-handedly defend this side, waiting for reinforcements. It's a good flick from Fatinho, but Aslan finds 2. BBL in control of things, looking to get that spike down. 3v3, but the obviously weaponry advantage heavily in favor of Giants.
I mean, heck, even looking at the utility, right? We still have a Prowler, still have a Seas, and you have Hoodie finding heads.
Yeah, they weren't ready for Hoodie to come from this angle, and then Rhyme chimes in with a play of his own. Brave finding 1. It's a good little headshot as well, but not quite enough onto Hoodie.
Yeah, Hoodie, I mean, like you said, not sure they can come on that flank from a main, gets it down. They still have plenty of utility to work with as well, had they not found that opening pick. But once again, kind of BBL showing the strength of what they're able to do with these pistols, and now going to go into round 3. And see maybe if they change it up, right? We've seen them now kind of angle in towards Cat, another hit over towards A, where they know they had to go for a bit of a faster push since they really didn't have much to work with, just ignoring the one-way. This time around, though, going for a bit of a default. Going to see if they're going to change things up with both Elite and Turco, kind of just waiting around towards the back of B lobby.
Yeah, this is the big moment where BBL, they've got the gun advantage. They need this round. They need to get this one on the board if they want their economy to be in any kind of workable state. They do spot 1 player with the KO knife over towards A, but very slow default here from BBL. You can see them spread across the entire map.
Yeah, still though, I mean, one way plus a 0 point coming out to make sure that no push able to come through Brave. After the shots came out though, gonna get up and hit that different elevation just in case anyone from Giants did go for an aggressive peek. And I like how slow BBL are playing this one, finally rotating over those other members towards this A site, where Giants making this aggressive push through B main aren't going to find anything.
Sneaking forwards. Love watching Rhyme and Nookie working together, though. Rhyme setting up the one-ways, Nookie being the one to try and peek through them and find something. But it's the A site. That's the decision here. Kushner ready on this jet to try and make something happen, but doesn't actually have Tailwind available right now.
Yeah, and for BBL, push going to be stalled out. I mean, a ton of utility coming out. Paranoia fragment. Even the 0 point just to get the info and make sure. Looks like they're finally going to go for the hit, though.
Okay, Nookie starts it off, and, you know, we've run out of time here. 35 seconds on the clock. BBL run out of options as they have to try and get in, but Giants just taking heads off the shoulders. Hoodie moves in. Turco finds one. Elite does as well, but both finished off. And Giants 3 on the board. It's a phenomenal start.
I mean, Giants able to buy so much time. Another one-way smoke comes out, 0 point. Make sure the push doesn't come through. And then once BBL finally try and go for that hit, it's like, okay, Fragment's there. Paranoia is there buying time. And then spamming through smoke. Finding the 2 opening picks for the side of Giants. And I mean, now it's rough. 3-0 on the board for Giants. They have full rifles across the board. BBL have nothing. They were able to make a few of these rounds work on the last map, but I think it should be quite a bit harder here, especially with the defensive setups that Giants have shown.
Giants, an even slightly better start than last game as well, right? Only 2 rounds back-to-back in the first game. This time, getting 3, forcing BBL onto an eco. And if they could win, obviously, you expect them to hopefully win this one. They should win this one. If they could win a 5th as well, that would be brutal for BBL. Kakuka talking me through some economy before this game.
And Lothar both.
And Lothar, yeah, chiming in.
Still trying to find their way into tree, but I mean, Giants just having the tools to deny, hoping they can find one member, maybe looking for a cheeky pick, but isn't going to happen. And it seems like gonna hopefully try and find an avenue through mid. You can see all the Killjoy utility being used to potentially deny any type of push on B. Hoodie even aggressively peeking the angle just in case anyone goes out here. Looks like potentially a Prowler going to come out as...
Here we go. Hoodie's got to make it happen. Prowler, as you say, comes on through. Nano Swarms immediately drop to try and buy time. They will hold off the push for the time being. Retreating to the back of site, heading towards Boathouse here as BBL start to move in, but Nuki starts things off as he means to go on. Aslan on this site, though, consistently been finding heads across the course of today and yesterday, needs to continue to do so, but Hoodie's here. They're not looking the right direction. Traded out, and it's Giants to take it once again.
I mean, Hoodie was there, and we even saw Cloud on the opposite side, like having that cross set up. Had they gotten onto site, we saw able to pick up that last kill as well. And like you said, Giants now able to bring it to 4. Null Command online, Blade Storm there for Fatinho, who once again having a pretty nice start to the map. BBL now, once again, going to have some guns online, have a Null Command of their own, which I think could be incredibly useful, especially at shutting down this Killjoy utility. They know that Hoodie is mostly played over towards his B site, so right now, mostly angling towards there. Only Brave up towards A.
Yep. Fairly heavy stack towards the B side of the map. Obviously playing mid, but mid typically easier to get towards B just due to the structure of the map being able to go through market. BBL though on that B side of the map as well. And it doesn't bode well for them having to go into the side that the defenders are stacking. Cloud, very aggressive position here. The one-way smoke just going to completely dissuade any kind of attack here.
And not going to really be able to do anything. Rhyme having those smokes up now, so maybe BBL can try and find some kind of hit, but still with that one-way still up, not going to be able to do anything through B, and they're just being incredibly patient as both KO ultimates actually coming out.
Yeah. We've got all kinds of silences going off across the map here. Cloud, the one on the scene, but he's ready! Totally ready for Elite, boosted himself up through the window. Cloud on the scene, has to get some good shots on in here as he waits for his teammates to arrive. Nightfall comes on through, but Cloud is a fortress. He's just holding on for the time being. Finally taken out by Turco, but it's enough for Fatinho and Hoodie to arrive on the scene and finish things off. We were just talking about if you can get 5 in a row, it's devastating. A BBL, this is their map pick. They needed to look strong.
And it's only going to get worse. We're only stacking up even more ultimates for the side of Giants to be able to play with. And this time around, just a complete team effort. And heck, that's another thing that the desk was hitting on, right? Kuka was saying, like, hey, look at this Giants. Like, I'm not quite sure who the star is yet. Hypok was talking about the strength they had playing with numbers. And it feels like so far this is another good example.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, look at the kills, right? 2 between the top and the bottom player on this roster here in game number 2. It's an incredibly strong start. BBL, you know, on their map pick of Ascent, on a map that is known for being a little puggier, known for being one of these maps where you can just take aim duels and try and find wins that way, but so far that is just not working out.
Giants also just not giving any aim duels over, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you look at the way they're playing B, like, I guess typically they have had one member peeking aggressively towards B main, but all the Killjoy utility there as well to deny any pushes. We've had a one-way come out on A main every round, not really allowing for anything to come there unless BBL wanted to opt for another, like, hard 5-man push, which we saw them do earlier on in Eco. And no members of Giants really peeking out mid at all. They know they have Killjoy utility that they can put up there kind of right between Market and Pizza, and it's not allowing for any of that brawlier aim duel style to really show for BBL. Find an opening pick, get onto a site, and make something happen.
Yeah, it's been a tall order here for BBL, as you rightly say. Offensive tools being used extremely effectively by Giants. And you can see the economic situation that BBL are in. Obviously this round, Sheriffs and 1 stinger for Brave. But beyond that, just a lot of spare cash for Giants. Even if they lose a couple of rounds, they'll still be able to buy up. It's a tough one.
Turret at least taken down, so they have a bit of a position here towards B main. And okay, Cushioner going into the Cloudburst.
Yeah, trying to buy some space. Cushioner actually getting a headshot there, but it's answered by Hoodie. 1 for 1 so far as they all start to blast into the site. There's another one by Hoodie. And I can start to see where the name is coming from because he's hitting them all straight in the hood. 3 kills. Taken down. 2v2 though. Vitinho and Nuki arriving on the scene. Brave versus the world. Stinger in hand. We've seen it happen with this gun, and there's one. Turning it into a 3K. But the bomb is up there. He doesn't have the spike. It's a tough one.
But does Vitinho know that? Making his way towards the site now. He has an op in hand. I mean, does have the Bladestorm there if he wanted. There should be a gun right to the left of him where Nuki died as well.
The question is, like you say, how much information does Vitinho have? Because first off, we know the spike is up there. Does Vitinho know that? Also, Brave, very low on HP. Whether or not that was called out by his team, might even just be a classic angle rather than the operator to try and finish off a player this low.
Yeah, Bladestorm does have to come out, though.
Well, that answers that question. Just a knife right through the stomach. Easily done there from Vitinho. 6-0, and we get some rifles back on through for BBL. But once again, they need to try and find a few rounds chained together if they ever want to break the economy.
And honestly, that was the closest round I feel like we've seen BBL have, with the fact that Kushner able to get in there, throws out the Cloudburst, dashes in with the Tailwind, at least able to go 1-for-1, and it gave the opening for them to get on site, which is something we really haven't seen them be able to succeed at all. And finally changing the setup, coming out from Hoodie. Right, he's mostly been working that B main, but now a lot of it set up towards tree, turret on A site, so... Yeah. If Giants do if BBL make their way on the site, you know, they are going to have a bit of a surprise this time around.
I think Hoodie basically saying, look, they keep on going towards B. That's why I'm at the top of the scoreboard, because I'm just destroying them. I'm going to go set up elsewhere, because there's no way that they're coming B again. They're too scared of me.
And, you know, he'd be completely wrong. It's right now, BBL. But look at the push coming out through B main. Both Vitinho and Rhyme are here, and one way now set up.
And again, it's just so hard to push into these one-ways. Rhyme just consistently setting them up for his teammates. Earlier on it was for Nuki, now it's for Vitinho. But they back off a little bit. Regress some of that control. Here we go, Prowler comes on through. Rhyme has to make something happen here. It's a great little paranoia through the wall. Again, slowing down the push. Vitinho on the scene, Cloudburst gone, but the dash in onto Switch. Feels like ground being gained here by BBL. Can they make it stick is the question. Rhyme here, first person on the scene, but taken down Aslan with one, but Vitinho answering here, taken down by Brave. Brave with a second as well. And suddenly, it's looking like this might be a round, unless Hoodie can make it happen again. Hoodie has been the bane of BBL's existence across the course of this game. But it's a 1v3 ahead of him.
And look at the position from Elite. I mean, they wouldn't even know he's there, but don't even need him. Brave does bring him down. And heck, this time around, you were making the joke about, you know, they wouldn't come B again. This time not having the Killjoy utility there to really slow down the push. And it's like, sure, Paranoia does come out, but the second 0 point and the rest of the Initiator utility comes out. BBL able to get on site.
It's the opposite of what we were saying. You know, Hoodie's saying, oh, they wouldn't come B again. And BBL is saying, they wouldn't expect us to go B again. Managing to make that happen. You know, obviously, the one-way times out from Rhyme. You see him and Vitinho backing away from trying to hold, because you know that you can't just 2v5 if that's the way they
Especially they know, you know, a minute of the clock, like the Initiator utility is going to start coming back up. 0 point comes online. They spot out 2 members. This time around, though, they are going to make their way towards A, where Hoodie is actually playing this time. Again, a lot of that utility actually up towards tree, but still a default coming out from BBL. We can see Kushner kind of just waiting to see if anything's going to happen towards mid.
3 players hanging around there. Turret taken down by Aslan. And the push can start to come on through. Dark Cover doing a lot to deny access for the defenders here. BBL just allowed entry for the time being, allowed access as Rhyme just going to use that Shrouded Step to escape himself. Kushner, first kill of the round onto Hoodie. Takes Killjoy out of the action, which has been a huge piece of the Giants' game plan.
Oh, and now maybe he finds Vitinho as well. He does.
Oh.
Walking just through spawn. Nice pivot from him.
Oh, close one for Kushner, sorry. Managing to dodge away, managing to get another. Oh, it's so close to everything. Kushner with a 4K. And Cloud left alone.
I mean, Kushner there, right? Kind of waiting around mid, goes up cat, finally goes for the aggressive play. After the sight hit comes out from BBL, they don't expect him there, finds the opening pick, doesn't push into tree, so none of the Killjoy utility really able to stop his push, goes through mid, finds another pick. And I mean, those are the duels you want. That's exactly what you're looking for if you're one of these players on BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 rounds now, 2 on the trot. And you know, we said they need a few rounds in a row to break this Giants economy. Well, they might just be getting those rounds in a row. Look at the money available for Giants. Obviously, you do still have that operator. It could force up with SMGs, perhaps with Sheriffs, but it's not as pretty as it was just a couple of rounds ago.
No, and now the tactical pause is going to have to come out. So we're going to see what adjustments are made. And I mean, for Giants, right, I still don't feel like we've seen any like huge mishaps. 2 rounds going over to BBL so far, but I feel like 2 very different ways they played it, right? This time it did feel a little bit faster going in towards A little bit scrappier, especially with what Kushner was able to do. So last time around, it was waiting out the utility, finding out where members were, and making that hit on B. So definitely still feel like Giants, the team in control, and BBL going to be the ones to have to keep showing us more. Maybe even changing up where your Killjoy setup is, right? I mean, the last few rounds, it has been up in tree. BBL haven't gone through a push from there just yet. Even Kushner finds 1 pick, immediately backs out.
Honestly, for me, the change that needs to happen is just send Hoodie back to B. It was all looking beautiful when Hoodie was on B. They move Hoodie over towards A, and suddenly they start losing rounds. I mean, I may be way oversimplifying the situation, but correlation equals causation as far as I'm concerned.
You know, I hope when the desk comes back, they just answer that question and call you out immediately.
I would love that. I'm all about
Lothar
that.
just stare Munchables right in the eyes and tell him all the reasons.
See, that's the thing. He can't stare me in the eyes if I just close my eyes. If I can't see you, you can't see me. Those are the rules. Here we go, Rhyme, sole defender on the A site, and realizes he's not going to be able to do much here.
They listen to you. They actually sent Hoodie back to B. Now BBL able to get full control over the A site. Of course, no real guns coming out for Giants. Still the op in hand.
Yeah, it's one of these rounds where, yes, you do have the operator, but how hard do you want to commit to using that operator unless one of your teammates can find a chance? You don't want to give that gun up if you can help it. But now pushing in through Heaven. Kushner with the Vandal, trying to hold up close. The team going to push on in. Elite, though, started to take them down. There's one for Fatinho to answer it, but Aslan now here, and you see Fatinho start to leg it. As I said before, they need that operator for the next round.
Yeah, so not going to go for anything. I wonder if BBL decide they won't even try and look for it. But no, it looks like they are just going to end up backing off in the end. Fatinho should be able to keep this one and make sure they have this op, with the fact that the rest of the members should have guns next round. Aslan actually is kind of hunting a little bit.
Yeah, and rightly so, you know, wanting to try and dismantle this economy from Giants. But the operator still in hand, enough cash across the team that you should see a buy here from Giants. And with a couple of ultimates available as well, but more ultimates on the side of BBL. And I have to say, this is an impressive comeback on the side of BBL. Yeah. After going 6-0 down to then just flick a switch, and suddenly these attacking signs looking fantastic.
And I feel like even like what we were able to see them do on Icebox, and again, just the utility you're able to shut down with that null command, they can guarantee that if they can guarantee they can get on sites, I feel a lot more comfortable for BBL, because that was, I mean, they weren't even getting there at the start of this game, right? So are spotted out by the 0 point, but there it is, null command instantly coming out.
Yeah. Paranoia goes on through the wall as well, and once again just straight onto this A site. Rhyme getting the first of the round onto Brave though, but immediately picked up once again. BBL want this round, they want this site, they want a 5v5. 6-3 on the scoreboard, and now for Giants to try and retake this A site. I'm not sure they've done it successfully at all this game just yet, but they need to show us how it's done as they start to move in. Fatinho with that operator in hand, going to be the man that we're looking at to try and make things happen. Hoodie with one traded out by Turco. Nuki gets involved as well. It's Fatinho keeping himself in the smoke. Could be dangerous, but looks the wrong way as he steps out. And it's a 4K, I think, there for Turco.
So many different angles for Giants to have to worry about. No real way of forcing them out with this utility. I mean, you had a member covering main, and you had a lot of people just right in hell, covering tree as well. And yeah, like you said, Turco able to pick up some nice kills there. And heck, even now, having the Nightfall online to try and make more happen. And Right, I think after the first few rounds, it was easy to forget, like, hey, this was BBL's map pick. Yeah. But, you know, things starting to come together a lot better now.
And it has to be said, like, you know, game number 1, kind of similar, where they did pick up a few scattered rounds versus Giants, but early on, it really was the Giants story. It really was Giants stacking rounds back to back. And then right at the very end, we saw BBL getting a couple of pairs of rounds together and stalling out. This time, BBL getting on top of things much earlier on. If they could get another couple of rounds, they even things up at half-time, as opposed to being 8-4 like in game 1.
Yeah, now going to start making their way over towards B. 2 members are going to be here, so maybe Hoodie, you can find a one-tap back off. You have the turret there, buy a bit of time and allow the rest of the members to come through. But nope, BBL going to be looking to extend the score.
Certainly are. Hoodie on site, Sheriff in hand, but Elite's got a rifle, knows how to use it. BBL just explode onto this B site. And Giants, this time, they've not got an operator to try and hold on to, so they're going to just battle their way through. But I feel like they're being battled as opposed to battling here. Elite with 3.
Enemy remaining.
It's Brave to get the 4th one. And, I mean, Nookie, what can you do here for the Sheriff? Not a lot.
And I mean, Brave was one of the players that we were excited for coming onto BBL. Incredibly young, only 19 years old, you know, had his stint with Supermassive Blaze, and played at Masters 3 Berlin. So a player with, you know, a bit of experience under him. Definitely some hype as well when we were talking to people coming into this tournament. They're like, hey, this is one of the players to watch. Yesterday really didn't have to do too much in their win, just kind of how the game went out and how Aslan and Kushner were just finding all those duels, but definitely showing up in the second half of this attack round.
Definitely so. And this is a bizarre game, Eric. We've had 6 rounds on the trot for Giants, and if they can finish this half off, it would be 6 rounds on the trot for BBL. Answering in kind. Fatinho, the first defender. Bladestorm comes out, but whiffs it. Goes wide on the headshots, and Turco answers it. So it's a 1-for-1. Which you got to say favors BBL as they're pushing in aggressively, trying to get the spike down here on the site. Turco moving into hell here. And it really is hell because Nookie was watching, takes him out. Cloud answering as well. 3v2. BBL on the defense as Rhyme going to step on out, but Cloud just gets the headshot. Rhyme not even needed until that second kill. And it could have been beautiful. It could have been the 6 on the trot for BBL, but Giants shut it down.
Yeah, it looked like they finally found something that worked for them. A lot of these like hard 4 to 5 man pushes on the site and starting to dodge out on the Killjoy utility that was giving them so much problem in those early rounds. But still, Giants able to find those isolated picks to make sure that they bring the round back. Now we are going to swap over sides and heck, see what Giants are going to be able to string together on this attack side.
Yeah. And this game so far, it's like American bacon. It's incredibly streaky, right? We've had 6 in a row, 5 in a row, and then Giants getting that last one. I like a meaty game. I like back bacon, you know? I like one where it's, you know, back and forth, fighting over economy, never quite a full buy.
I don't think America really has cuisine, but American bacon is actually one thing I do enjoy.
I mean, more power to you. They prefer lamb chop?
You put beans on toast, so I don't really trust your opinion.
Oh, well, you don't like beans on toast, so I don't really trust your opinion. Beans on toast, incredible delicacy right there. Should be in more restaurants.
Another incredible delicacy will be if Giants can make something happen. All 5 members stacked up.
Is that a delicacy?
It's a delicacy in my mind.
I like the attempted segue, but I don't know if the wording was quite right.
I don't even have an excuse today.
No, you slept this time. Oh, man. Here we go. BBL on the defense. And I will say, the attacking side looked a lot better for BBL than the defensive side in that first map, I think.
Yeah. And I mean, back for BBL, though, they're still just chilling, right, waiting to see what Giants are going to look to do. We do see that Nookie has gotten control over mid and Rhyme with a beautiful pick. They might instantly just pivot over to their other 3 members who are towards B.
Yeah, Kushner did spot those players, I believe, as he bunny hopped past. He's got his rabbit ears out. Nookie moving on over, searching, hunting for a player. Here's the footsteps. Surely will find that pick for himself. And there it is. Nookie gets it. Trade onto Cloud, though. As Fatinho taking over this side. And Ryan gets a second for himself as well. 8-5 on the scoreboard. And Giants starting the half off once again as they mean to go on.
And it was one of those rounds where I thought, you know, okay, Giants have found some picks towards mid. Maybe the other 3 members in B main start rotating over, and you try and, you know, find some information out with your KO about, hey, what side are we going to hit? But having confidence that they can just make their way onto B with the numbers advantage that they had, going for the full burst on the site, and able to get it done.
And that's 4 out of 4 pistols now for Riot. For Riot? Giants.
Not wrong. It's a Riot game.
Riot wins and loses every game. Yeah, 4 out of 4 pistols for Giants so far in this series. Patino, not a single bit of fear. It is hard. Turco watches them go past, waiting for his moment, but doesn't quite manage to turn it into more than one. 4v4 though. Honestly, you're happy with the way that's gone when you've just got those pistols for BBL.
Yeah, still though, full control of the site for Giants. Going to be incredibly hard to work their way in here. You still have 2 Prowlers on Cloud. The Seize is there as well. Can try and prevent the entry from coming in. Even Hoodie's turret going to be a bit of an annoyance.
Yeah. Kushner trying to find something cute there, but spotted out. And now the rest of the team going to walk right into the rifle of Rhyme. It's a tough one to fight against as he goes and finds another corner to hide in and just teleported around the map. It's like playing with someone with cheats on. And there we have it. I'll be the first to talk. Me and Lyric just stared each other in the eyes. It was a game of chicken. But I just know that everyone in the production room was like, what's wrong with the audio? What's going on with the audio?
I knew how to win the second I hit the mute button. There was no counterplays. I mean, for Giants, no counterplays. Well, another great segue.
Nice.
But this time around, right, BBL going to have something online. And heck, kind of a bit of a complete different pivot coming out from Giants and what we saw BBL trying to do on their attack half, right? A lot of attempts towards, like, A and playing through mid, make your way onto that A side, but I think especially with Giants knowing they don't have to worry about something like the Killjoy utility that BBL did on the reverse, a lot more freedom to go for this.
It's going to be pushed towards the B side here from Giants. Everyone's stacking up. You don't have this same one-way setup, as you can see. Brave over on the A site alongside Aslan.
Oh, okay. Paranoia catches 1.
Yeah, go in, and Giants find 2 straight off for the ban. That's a vandal picked up as well. Kushner happy to step out and just take a trade. A bold player, and looking to make it a second, but Nuki shuts that down before it can really kick off. 2v4 on the retake, and it's a tough situation for BBL once more.
Yeah, no, it just feels like this one should be impossible for them to get. Honestly, we saw BBL trying to set up that kind of double peek in B main. The Paranoia shuts it down. I believe it only caught 1 member, but still kind of denying the plan. You all peek out, you're able to get those picks, and it just opens up sight for the side of Giants.
9-5. What a way to make a living. It's Giants should be able to just hold on to this one, as you can see. Weapons trying to be held. Brave actually just finds a wallbang through the smoke. Not too shabby. At least you've denied a rifle. It's better than nothing here on the defensive half. But that'll be 10 on the scoreboard now for Giants as another successful attack comes on through. That'll be their 4th round in the row, which means they're scheduled 1 more round here. They won the first 6 rounds. Then it was 5 for BBL. Do another 5 for Giants, and then maybe we'll switch it over to BBL again.
I don't think that's exactly how it will pan out. No.
You don't think that's how it works?
Is that another conclusion that we need Lothar to come and just shut down on the desk?
Yeah, I'm just saying correlation equals causation. I'll stick by that. 2 rifles here, though, for BBL. And a Sheriff in the hands of Elite. It's one of these rounds where, you know, it's not a great-looking round, but it's a winnable round.
Yeah, and I mean, last round, right, we saw them trying to set up that 2-man play in main instead of maybe just walling it off, buying more time, and seeing if Giants decide to pivot or if you want to commit more members over. This time around, it feels like anything like that would be... It's definitely possible, right, having the 2 rifles online, but doesn't feel like it should be able to do too much. And despite the fact that I don't think Giants have necessarily played slow, I think we've seen that they're willing to be patient. They're willing to wait out some of the utility, like the barriers in earlier rounds, and make some of these pushes work.
See if they can. BBL up against it once again, and this feels very similar to game number 1, doesn't it? Where Giants start things off in the half, just take control, get a bit of a streak. But this was the point in game 1 where BBL started to really put up some resistance, started to just be a brick wall on the defense. Giants couldn't quite break through, couldn't chain those rounds together.
Giants actually being the ones to change something up, kind of making this push towards mid, trying to find some information with the 0 point. So not as heavy of a lean towards B as we've seen earlier on. Not really even having to worry about anything coming out in A main just yet if they do want to look for that pivot. But it looks like everything's going to be up to Fatinho right now, potentially finding something with Cloud supporting him.
Yeah, going to have to back off though. Doesn't want to go too aggressive and end up just throwing his life away. A very, very slow attack here from Giants, and rightly so. I feel like a little bit more disciplined than what we saw towards the end of the first game. You know, the desk saying that they thought maybe the end of that last one was perhaps just a bit of lax play from Giants. Doesn't feel like they're going to make those same mistakes again.
Yeah, we see BBL still trying to buy time. Brave throwing out the paranoia to deny a push coming out through mid, but I mean, for BBL this time around, being incredibly patient. I'm curious here, does he find something?
But he gets Aslan. It's 1 pick for Giants. Could open up an opportunity, but Kushner opens one up for himself.
Yeah, Kushner just waiting in that cheeky angle right inside of Market. Didn't get checked. I mean, heck, they didn't even really push past it, but now the members of Giants going to make their way into A from Tree. We're going to see, they should be able to get the spike down, but do they know Braves here? Yes, they do. Fragment.
Good little Shrouded Step, crucial as the paranoia goes out, but it doesn't actually get the blind. And Giants, it's a slow round, but once it kicks off on towards A, they just take control.
Yeah, and then even having the utility to push the Omen out, be able to guarantee that one as well. Turco, I'm going to hope you can find one with the Stinger and just, again, take away a gun, get into next round, feeling like you've done your job. But for Giants, I mean, they've had some pace changes in the rounds they've won, right? We've seen some fast hits. We've seen rounds like this, which were very slow and methodical in what they're able to do.
Whew. Turco, that is not the way you want to go right now. A wall of bullets flying towards him. But I think realizing he's not even going to be able to get an exit here, just going to have to leave. Or in fact, I think just going to die to the spike just to make sure that you're getting your loss bonus. And realistically, you want to be getting a rifle next round.
Yeah, and I feel like this is just, you know, making their way up to 11, having one map 1 could be like where we talk about the expectations of Giants coming in, right? Because first time seeing them with this roster, but still very accomplished players. And I think when you looked at this tournament and the way that the bracket panned out, like a lot of people thought that Giants should be making the team, making the deep push on this side of the bracket. So, you know, nothing too expected, I think, coming out. If Giants are able to convert this lead into a win and keep pushing on forward to where, you know, when you look at the opposite side, that is where you have teams like Na'Vi and, you know, even Vitality having some interesting names as kind of your other big tournament favorites.
And it's kind of exciting that, you know, if Giants can just get 2 more rounds here, they'll finish off a 2-0 against BBL. They'll move forward into the semi-finals. And the other quarterfinal on their side of the bracket already finished off Parlor with a 2-0 over Divinity.
And Parlor's actually been a team me and you have been watching quite a lot of that.
I mean, they're 4-0 in this tournament now.
Yeah, I've been doing quite a bit of work, but Giants trying to be the ones that make their way to face them. This time around, Kushner going to have the op. So we've seen Giants go for a few of these 2-man pushes through mid. Going to try and see if he can find one and get out of there.
He's going to hope for it. Oh, it's nice. It's nice. Fatinho taken down. Do we see it again? Do we see the BBL late game stall out once more like we got on Icebox? Kushner very boldly stepping into the dark cover, but just takes a blind shot, backs off once again. Won't find a second pick.
Still, though, BBL a lot stacked up towards B. They're not really ready for if any kind of push came out through A right now. Still, though, 0 point is going to spot out that Aslan is playing around the store on A.
Oh, Brave. Finding a nice pick as well. And this Giants attacking half, a bit weird with the push towards A from a single player while everyone else is on B. But you can see 3 defenders on the A site. This could be a way to even things up. 10 seconds, though. They've got to get this spike down. I don't think they're going to be able to get on the site in time.
Yeah, and I mean, Siege just came now. It's going to prevent the push coming out through lane on B. And it looks like, no. They're just going to try and hold on to the rifles that they have, knowing that they can't get on site. But the members of BBL not going to be able to find them and take away those guns.
Yeah. Kind of an odd one, honestly, because they still had a lot of cash in pocket. They could have gone for a rebuy in this following round, but deciding not to just throw caution to the wind. They don't want to give things up just for the sake of it. So, going to be able to go for the full rebuy.
But I feel like, right, typically you're like hoping your Jet is the one making a lot of room for your team. Fatinho has been the one doing that on this map. I mean, sitting at 14 kills right now. The second he gets picked off and Kushner finds that kill with the op, weren't able to do much. And then, I mean, you pointed out, right, one member of Giants peeking out onto A main, gets taken down, and BBL with a nice setup. I mean, they were covering both sites. No, like, rotations that were too fast.
Yep. On comes through. Keeping our eyes on Fatinho here with Blade Storm in hand. This is always an opportunity to show off as a Jet player when you do get that ability out. Fatinho going to go for the peak. Dark cover goes out to make sure nobody can see from this angle. Prowler comes in, and that's really going to ruin the attack here from Fatinho. Put up draft available, dashes forwards, looking for the player, and there's a headshot as he jumps on forwards and pulls out a gun, but Elite shuts him down.
I thought he was going to find it, right? You can see Elite not exactly ready for him to come from that angle, but still able to get it done with the gun difference. And I mean, heck, BBL have been, looks like, have found a bit of a better groove with playing a bit back instead of before where they were like pushing up through main on defense side, and Giants were able to find some of those picks to where we can see in rounds like this, Elite and Turco playing pretty far back, allowing for things like that trade to be able to come through.
Yeah. Absolutely crucial pick there from Elite. If Elite goes down, the round's already over. Giants are onto the B site and managed to grab that one. Kushner gonna pull out that op and find one onto Hoodie, and BBL. They might just be doing it again. They might just be stalling it out again. Nuki goes down, and Cloud gets one, finds the operator, but once again, no way to get that spike down. Brave might find him, and does through the wall.
And the fact that they get the op, I think, is crucial because we've now seen twice in a row where, I mean, BBL are kind of have been more happy to back off, give a lot of space for Giants to push forward, and just allow for picks with things like this op to come out and set up to where, okay, you now have numbers advantage. Like, sure, if they can get onto site, but, I mean, heck, Giants not even able to do that. Trades have been solid from BBL in these past 2 rounds.
And honestly, this feels like Giants, an incredibly strong team, until you start to knock them, until you start to get them off kilter. And then BBL have, on these defensive sides, been so difficult to finish off. So difficult for Giants to actually close these games out. Kushner does it again, finds his man in Fatinho, and once again, Giants up against it on this attacking half, once again at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, it feels like Giants are just going to have to do something about mid, whether that's maybe playing more heavily towards like extremities, you know, utilizing some utility, whether it's smoke or something, to be able to get in there, because Kushner is just finding, I think, way too much value with these peaks in mid.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. As over to the A site we go. Decided Giants can still outnumber in the short term when you're on that attacking side.
Nightfall comes out, so going to know a few members of BBL are on this site.
Aslan finding one, answered by Cloud. Time to push in. As the Seas comes out, the Horn even, sorry. Cloud trying to get one. Kushner nearly hitting Rhyme there, but doesn't quite find his man. The back off, the retreats, Brave with a headshot. Hoodie moving in. Hoodie has been one of the big players for Giants across the course of this game. 2v3 here. Operator still in play for Kushner.
Looks like they should at least be able to get the plant down and guarantee them a bit more money, but 3 members of BBL still up. Looks like last bit of util is going to come out for them, so...
It was the A site that was more successful for BBL on the attack. Let's see if that's true on the defense as well, as they've managed to hold B consistently. Can they take out Hoodie and Cloud? Cloud going to hold this angle on Heaven, but Turco gets him through the floor. The headshot not there from Hoodie, and Turco taking 2. BBL consistently finding rounds back-to-back here.
And I feel like one crucial thing we saw in this round was when Aslan found that pick after the Nightfall came through, because the Nightfall comes through at the same time Rhyme was queuing up that Paranoia, had just thrown it out. Right as the Paranoia went out was when Aslan found that pick, so kind of stalling out any momentum that maybe could have been found by all the utility setting up for the A hit.
And I feel like looking at the economy for BBL here, they are feeling comfortable. Like going into the next couple of rounds, should be in a good spot. And something's got to change from Giants. You can see the pause coming on through. They'll be conferring with Pipson. And, thinking back to some of the points we brought up, Nuki coming back into this team, Pipson alongside Hoodie, like rejoining once more. Fatinho's been here for a long time. This is a team that people do have reasonable expectations of. This is a team that we want to see really solid team play. These executes not working out.
No, and now it's actually getting to a possibility where, earlier on it's like, okay, this looks like it's going to be 2 maps, we're done, go next. But BBL looked like actually maybe potentially bringing us all the way to the decider.
Yeah.
Haven would be what would come up next if BBL can just keep stringing these rounds together.
And it's insane, right? I'd pretty much written BBL off about, 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. I thought that they were done. But they have proven that on this defensive side, they can make it happen. They did the same on Icebox. It wasn't quite enough, but they put up a hell of a good fight. And now here on Ascent, after, it has to be said, a fairly rough attacking side, or at least the first half of it, it's now on the defense. They're feeling confident.
And now Giants actually go for a fast push. They're ignoring all the utility, at least Fatinho was. But, the fragment stops any other members from being able to follow through. He's not able to find an opening pick, and BBL just able to get one straight off the bat.
Here we go, the lockdown. Is that going to be enough to actually find anything here? Everyone's going to be out of it, but Nuki does find one, and Cloud gets a headshot to Aslan. That's huge. Now a chance for Giants for the first time in about 20 rounds. They have the advantage. Can they get the spike down is the question. Finally moving the spike onto site. Couldn't quite get through the entrance. Elite, the one to try and check. Takes down the turret. Hoodie knows exactly where this player is, but Elite finds Ryan. The trade can't quite come through from Hoodie as well. Spike is down. As Cloud and Nuki start to clean things up. Is it finally going to happen? Kushner with the operator has to make magic happen here. But in a 1v3, Kushner realizes that ain't the fight. Drops the AWP. Moves back in with a ghost. Not the play I was expecting to see.
Yeah, hoping he can make something happen, I guess, because Giants were already up to 11, but it felt like that was a bit of an impossible situation. And now, honestly, good on Giants even getting that round, right? Because we saw the site hit one at first of like, okay, it looks like they're going for a fast hit on A. Fatinho goes in, instantly gets taken down. Fragment blocks any other follow-up coming from the other members of Giants. Just to like, hey, throw out the lockdown, let's go for it. And the fact that they're able to win out those two duels with both Brave and Aslan up in heaven pretty much changed everything.
Yeah. Crucial first headshot from Aslan, but couldn't, finish things off. Got traded out. The 2 kills went the way of Giants, and then the rest. Putting them to match point here. Kushner gets the first one onto Hoodie. Massive pick up there, and once again, BBL start with the man advantage. Giants managed to turn that around last time. It's Aslan moving forwards, but Cloudburst and a Prowler going to force him back.
Now we're going to see what they can do. They're aggressively pushing through this.
Kushner and Aslan, though, just finding everything. Taken apart. Nuki finds himself alone in the world. Don't think he can make this round happen. But, we've seen crazier things. BBL look to get a 10th on the board 2 rounds away from pushing us into overtime in a game that I thought was impossible for them, but Giants just desperately struggling to actually finish these games.
I also like how BBL changed their setup though, right? Because they were talking about, hey, like Giants are really struggling with this op-out in mid, and then Giants did change. Just playing completely towards A, no one aggressively trying to push up for that mid control. And after Giants get that round win, we see this time around, Kushner making his way into tree, looks for the aggressive peek, finds the first pick, and kind of sets up for the other members of BBL to join him, start picking off the rest of Giants. And it really feels like that he's been the man starting things off for BBL this round. And if he can find that opening pick, they've been able to convert that into wins.
And it would be so exciting if BBL can just get these next 3 rounds, push us into overtime. This is the first time in the Valorant G-Loot Clash that we'd see partner teams going up against it, and Rhyme finding those first 2 headshots. It's a massive opportunity for Giants. Surely now this is the round for them to finish the game off. Kushner up in heaven, tries to take the peek, but Rhyme is having none of it.
A crosshair placement was there, even throughout the paranoia a little bit earlier, so Kushner had to back off the angle. And I mean, heck, now Sage and Fade left to try and go for a retake. Doesn't really seem like you have too much to be able to get sight. And I mean, heck, Giants know that this, after they win this round, it is done. Throwing out the Nightfall to just try and find any information on where they are.
Yeah. Here we go. Wall comes up. We need to see something happen. Elite goes for a resurrection, but Rhyme with 4 kills in the round already and turns it into 5 as well. Beautiful stuff in the final round from Rhyme there. 5K out of 6 because of the resurrection, but hell of a finish there. And you know, good to see Giants actually finishing on a strong round because, again, really struggling just to chain these rounds together. As soon as they get to like 9 rounds, it feels like we're looking at a different team.
Yeah, and I mean, right, they had some nice setups, I think, especially early on into the map, but then they started to change things up. That's when it started going wrong. And I do feel like when BBL started stepping up on the back half, though, it did feel like it was more of their adaptation that kind of led them to better success. But Giants still able to close it out in the end.
Yeah, and so close so many times for BBL, but going down 2-0 in the end, which means Giants are going to move forward into our semi-finals against Parla. We're going to head over to the analyst desk in a couple of minutes to break that one down, but first, we're going to jump into a quick break.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back to G-Load Valorant Clash. The first game was just finished, and it's Giants Gaming who are taking 2-0 actually in a, I would say, wanted to say decisive fashion, but it was 38-39 with Giants Gaming taking 4 pistol rounds out of the 4. Hypok, what are your first conclusions of this?
It felt like BBR were almost just on the back for most of this series, right? It felt like almost clinging to life in some senses. There were, I'll be honest, and it's surprising for you to say this in the, I guess, the first quarters of both. Well, actually, all 4 halves. It felt like they really struggled to find their footing, right? And they're not really getting their game plan on, online. Not everybody's singing from the same hymn sheet. And then the comp questions in Ascent that we raised, even coming in, where we were a little baffled. I think they were very apparent with the issues they did have.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that this was the day for a lead, and especially in this second map that we just had, the fact that Giants did not only find the pistol, but also find the bonus in both of the halves, giving them a lot of leverage to work on around it. It's still, I do find mistakes on the side of Giants, of course. A lot of overheating, a lot of, maybe getting too comfortable. I think that closing up a map is also something that you need to master, especially when you're feeling as superior as they were feeling in some rounds.
Yeah, I think once it was kind of established how Giants wanted to play, in particular, I mean, we'll come to the composition kind of discussion later, but Giants were just happy to stack up. So even the times where BBR were able to find an opening pick, it was often responded to time and time again until Kuchner kind of, well, I guess until BBL kind of established their economy, right? Able to get that operator online, and then Giants are then forced to adjust to really try and shut that down. But I think Giants, there wasn't really any flair or anything special to the way they were playing. The one thing I will note is there were still examples of diligence in terms of layering utility. I'm thinking towards that double stack in B main where the paranoia comes through. It's a KO flash behind it. Things like that, just on a fundamental basis, Giants just looked more in control.
Yeah, but I would say, still I don't find the superstar here on Giants. If you look at the scoreboard, you see 16, 16, 13, 15, 15. Like, everybody has their moments. I think that Rhyme had an insane match. I'm very happy to what I'm seeing because they're proving that the potential is coming from everywhere. I still want to see them be way more comfortable. I think that especially at the beginning of the map, we kind of understood what they were going for this composition because Kuchner was having the worst time of his life. For the first 5 rounds, it was impossible. Like, he tried to go in and the rest was so separated for him that it was impossible for them to even try and get the round. Yeah,
I think this kind of echoes what we were hinting towards yesterday, which is saying on paper this Giants roster is actually very well-rounded, right? There's no kind of hard carry, there's no pop-off play, even when Fatinho's having his moments, and even actually talking about the spacing, there are examples on Giants where I think we were talking about the wall on back on defensive spawn there, but the spacing just felt so awkward. Fatinho's kind of on site with the Blade Storm for a good 15 seconds, it felt like. Before
and everyone's just huddling in the big
exactly,
man, right?
Yeah. So there were examples of I don't want to say misplays, but maybe where things needed tightening up a little bit. But all around, this was just a solid performance from all 5 players on Giants.
I was actually really surprised because in the pistol round, first round of attack of Giants, I saw Nuki actually finding the space to lurk through mid.
Yeah, and insane timing. Yeah.
And I was like, well, now they know there's no Sentinel player, right?
Exactly, yeah.
But they didn't like cascade on it, right? Or was that only my impression? What do you think?
No, I think it comes back to the Sage conversation again, where it's the way that BBL were trying to employ Elite, it felt awkward because they weren't able to really comfortably anchor one side, right? They weren't able to kind of, switch up the utility and kind of pressure one extremity over the other. Especially the way Giants stacking up, death balling, it forced BBL into such a deep hold on both sides. It was just relying on Kuchner in mid, basically.
Yeah, going back to the to-do list that Giants has to have, knowing that we have so many role swaps, I think that first just learning how to play the map with what you chose to do and then learning to adapt to your opponent. And I'm sure that after they watch the VOD, they're going to be like, oh, we could have done this better and this better. But for next time, we'll see during the tournament.
Yeah, and actually we can ask some questions to Rhyme. He's with us right here.
Hey, Rhyme.
Welcome to the show. Congrats on the win. And first question, let's start with it. Like, it's a new lineup. You have new players. It's a completely new experience. Tell us a little bit of the inside of the team, how it works for you right now.
I mean, there's really not much to say. It's like all other new teams, right? You need to start working instantly, and you can't let other teams get a gap on you, right? So the inside is like we're just working hard every day, preparing for next season, and we're taking each official by one at a time, right? I mean, so far we've felt comfortable, right? It's been good. I think it's just a start for us. We'll be showing more and more as the season comes and as it progresses. But as of right now, I mean, we feel comfortable. Everyone's really motivated, and we're happy to play.
So I'm always trying to get like some insider info, you know, from those interviews, and we had some really good interviews yesterday. Can you maybe tell me something about like working with Nuki, for example, right? It's something that you didn't have experience in the past. How is working with Nuki now that it has a different role completely, right, than in G2, like affecting everyone else in the team or him? What is your opinion on that?
I mean, working with Nuki is just like working with another professional player. He's just super good, super professional, super nice to work with. I think, like, honestly, I would say the same about everyone in the team, right? Everyone's easy to work with. And what I like about the team is that, or especially Nuki, he has some personality. And just having that little bit of personality, it gives you like kind of an easier way to progress, right? Because he will come with his kind of thoughts, I will come with my kind of thoughts, Pipson will come with his thoughts, and then we clash it together. And it's super good to have players like that, I believe, that you can like pick their brain and like find out what they think is good, right? So working with him is just super good. He's really good.
Okay, Rhyme, hey, hello. I wanted to ask you also, because yesterday, as Lothar was saying, we had some great interviews. We had one with Vlad, and he was telling us a little bit of what their priorities were coming into 2023. Also, you know, having some changes in the lineup, of course. Yours is one of the cases where we have some players coming back together and a little bit of a mix-up. What would you say right now is your pecking order looking into 2023?
I mean, I think it's just like I've said, right? We have to just work on the fundamentals and build the team up. We're still not like a proper team, I would say. We still have a long way to go. But I guess that's what off-season is for, right? And I think right now is just the focus is on just improving every day and improving the fundamentals, improving the basics of the game. Because at the end of the day, that's also what makes the difference between the best player and like the players right under him, right? So we want to make sure that those fundamentals are good, because that's what's going to make us the best. That's at least my vision, and I think the whole team's vision.
I'm so happy to hear that, because it's like, you know, fundamentals are so important. You can have fancy tactics, but if your fundamentals are failing, then nothing will work. Hypok, you also had a question.
Yeah, and I guess this is more kind of how much you want to tell us, but obviously the big conversation has been around not really identifying a superstar within the roster, and obviously with a small kind of sample size so far. Is there anything else you've kind of played with role swaps in people maybe playing agents we haven't seen them before? Obviously hinted towards Nuki, but also Fatinha with kind of that crossover with Nuki's past on the duelist.
To be honest, I mean, I think before we assembled the team, I think kind of everyone knew what they wanted to play moving forward in the next season, right? And I think that I said this, and I think a lot of people agree, is that this is the point where your career really starts in Valorant. Before this, it's kind of just been a warm-up, right? And I think, for example, players like Hoodie, I think he kind of found himself in the Sentinel role, just looking back at what he played earlier in the early games, right? And I think like we just kind of, everyone agreed that, okay, this is like the role that I want to move forward with, and this is the role that I want to create my career with. And that's why I also went into the IGL role, because it's been something that's been like lurking on me for the past 2 years. And now it's like, yeah, I'll take this role. I'll make sure that I'll become the best IGL that I can possibly be. And I think like everyone has that vision as well. I think Nuki is like that. I think Hoodie had the same vision about his role also. And honestly, up until now, we've kept it pretty stable. But hey, who knows? Maybe we change up stuff and maybe we do some crazy stuff like Navi does. They like to change up their comps, and they like to play some alternative comps. So I think
you'll get there.
You should. I don't think you should look away from that. I think a lot of teams will start doing that, because they realize that, oh, you can create a good game plan for a lot of comps, and then you can. It's like the surprise factor as well, right? You can surprise your enemies by not playing something that's like meta or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, Hypok, one more question.
Yeah, I mean, short and sweet one in the end. How's it feel to be back in the Superior region finally?
Yeah.
I mean, it felt good. I instantly knew what my choice was. It was like I didn't mind going to North America. Like, I think the people around me were super good. I don't have anything bad to say about anyone. Sure. It's just that honestly, I missed home.
We will protect you. It's okay. You can.
I'm a guy with I have what is it called? I have a lot of. I'm tough, you know?
Oh, okay.
I can take shit from people, it's fine. But I did miss Europe. I missed the culture. I missed my family. I missed my friends, etc. So honestly, it's a big part, right? Coming back to people that you love, that you care about. So it's good to be back.
It's good to have you back.
Yeah, it's good to have you.
Ryan, before we let you go, one more question. Since you have... Actually, I think your Cypher was your second most played character in official matches, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
and now on this patch, he's actually a little bit buff. Is there any chance you go back to this character at some point before the chamber nerf?
I'm sorry.
I do not think so. I do not think so. I played Cypher very long time ago. I think it was like early 2020, right as the game came out, right? I do not think I'll go back to an agent like that because the game was very different back then. And honestly, not a lot of players had like they didn't have an identity, right? Like this is the player I am or whatever. So no, I don't think that's I don't think it will happen. But hey, who knows? Like I said, maybe there's some comps that requires me to play it, and I'll be happy to do it if I have to, right?
4 Sentinels.
All right.
I see it.
Awesome. Ryan, thank you very much for being for the interview, and good luck in the next matches. As always, it's a single elimination, so every round counts. So good luck, and see you around.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to our desk. A very good answers, I would say. We always learn something new about the teams, about the inner workings, right?
Yeah, I'm very happy with the interviews that we've been having because I think
We're
that
blessed.
Yeah. I think that last year we had our ups and downs with interviews, and so far they've all been insightful. They've all been very honest. I think that if we keep this up for 2023,
we just need to nudge them in a correct direction when it comes to just tell us, give us some spice.
But I think as well, just mentioning how insightful it is. This is a really important time, right? Ahead of, we were talking about this being an appetizer for some of the partnership teams to face off against each other, and even just the insight there about people wanting to establish themselves as almost kind of specialist roles and champions of agents in particular. So I think that's interesting, and then highlighting the way that some other teams like to still, I mean, Angel doing Angel things with Na'Vi still, it sounds like, but it's good to hear that it feels like everyone's on the right track.
A lot of upcoming IGLs for 2023. I'm happy that they have this opportunity to test themselves to actually see what works, especially in officials, because you just mentioned Angel, and the competition is going to be very tough next year.
Yeah, you know what made me happy the most? Apart
Fundamentals?
Not that, actually. I'm really happy to hear that Rhyme thinks that there might be an established meta, but it doesn't mean that you cannot create an off-meta composition that will work, because everything works if you have a plan for it.
I was gonna say, maybe you brought that back from NA. They like mixing things up over there. So.
And I was very surprised to hear that actually Hoodie wanted to be a Sentinel player, that he wanted to be
he felt I mean, the way it was worded, it was almost like found his strength in playing Sage, and it was like some of the most exciting things for Hoodie was like seeing him on the sky and just popping off on that. Like,
he just can do everything. I mean, he's one of the players that he can say like, now I'm going to be a Sentinel. We'll be like, and you'll be very good. And we'll be here to watch.
Yeah, it's one of the boring roles unless you're the chamber, but it's very much needed for the team.
Not when you're Hoodie though.
Not
when you're Hoodie.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. We have actually Toby with us for a Telestrator segment. Toby, what will we talk about?
I will explain something here, thank you, Lothar, that might not have led to the win for Giants, but I do feel like it at least contributed quite a bit. We're headed on into round number 20. It's right off of the back of a timeout for the Giants, as the lead was slowly starting to come back for BBL. We see 3 hits in a row on A, which were done in different fashions. The first time around, again, right off the back of the timeout. Let's just run the clip here. We're seeing Fedinho sprint in, jump in, a lot of utility used on both sides. Instantly, he goes down. Second time around, this is the round to follow. They have just been full-on pushed in, 5-man stack, and not a whole lot came of it. Second time around, all they do is a paranoia from Omen. That's all that's being used on the side of Giants. In return of that, a ton of utility wasted. Not wasted, but spent on the side of BBL with no immediate push to follow. The third and final round, which ended up being the winning round for them, it's a round where they do nothing. They sit tight, they stay over towards A, but they use no utility. They just sit back and wait. And on the side of BBL, they've just off of a timeout used, been met by a full aggressive push, full utility push that then led to no push, and then all quiet. So for the first time of a BBL team who's been very passive, playing on the backside for quite a bit, this is the time to go wait. So 2 times in a row now, they've gone aggressive, and they've gotten nothing for it because we won both those rounds. Now there's nothing happening. Let's go out and see what happens if we take a peek towards A long. And what they meet is the entire team of Giants sat there ready, waiting for them, netting themselves 2 kills, essentially making it a 5v3 push in towards A and a win of the round.
Thank you very much, Toby, for the insight of the inner works of the teams. It's actually, well, you know what's funny is that we felt like Giants had opportunities to convert a lot of those positions earlier on, right? But there was always something missing. A crucial piece of utility was being like either used too late or too early.
Misused maybe as well, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to use that word, but yes.
Sorry.
But also like BBL, every quarter, as you said before, they always found the second wind for themselves, right? And it's just always something missing there as well.
I think as well from this example, it's clear to see kind of that position they were in where they did kind of stabilize in terms of the economy because the finances just weren't there to see. You're talking about converting the bonus as well, that constant pressure of losing pistols, the round 2 and the round 3 being an uphill struggle regardless. But even there, it's like they had no real information, tangible information about what the default looked like, right? So again, finally when this, I don't want to call it proactivity because it's kind of a shift walk out of main. It's greeted by 3-4 people outside and immediately punished. So even when BBL formed a game plan, it was almost too late in the day to try and employ it because you're rolling the dice at that point.
Yeah, and so two initiators in the lineup and yet they go in blind, kind of, right?
So the thing is, if you decide to pick Ascent, the first thing that you need to consider is that most likely you're going to be starting off on the attack and you need a quick start, you need a fast start for you to set the pace into what the game is going to be because your opponent is most likely going to pick on that defense. So I understand if you want to adequate your composition a little bit more to, you know, being extra aggressive, having very explosive executes, but they would just not come in there. And I think that it's one of the things that I said about, I was going to say G2, about Giants coming into this and they were separating them pretty nicely. And I think that the fact that they didn't have a second option for at least 6 rounds really threw them off.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at the bracket, actually, because we had some scores already being posted. Divinity losing to Paula Esports 0-2. Actually,
I want to watch that now.
There's a lot of 0-2s in general in our bracket, right? When you think about this, only 2 matches that ended up in a 2-1. And Navi versus 5flag Esports is still underway, or will just start, I guess. That depends.
Yeah, the next, we're going to have a little break, if I'm not mistaken. Then we'll come back with Vitality versus KPI, and then at the same time, Navi will play against Fireflags.
Yeah, looking forward to Vitality versus KPI, because this is going to be one of those matches again when we're going to see for the first time a partnered team with a new lineup on our screens, right? And that's just exciting for me. I don't know much about KPI, so I'm pretty happy to also learn a little bit about them.
Yeah, get some insight, right? There's not an awful lot of tape to go off, but I mean, potentially here, where we get later into this bracket, there's a little more context we can take away from some of the performances, maybe.
Yeah. All right. We're going to have a break now. So yesterday I said it's going to be a short break.
It'll be shorter.
It wasn't.
Soon TM.
Yeah, it's going to be a soon TM break because we're going to wait for the teams to get ready and follow it up with the next match. So don't go anywhere. Make yourself a tea and have it ready for the next match. See you guys around.
Your gaming needs purpose, and with G-Loot, we amplify your gaming. G-Loot adds a battle pass on top of your in-game battle pass. Let me show you. That's 2 battle passes, baby. Same progress, double the rewards. So visit gloot.com now and join the next generation of esports players.
One more to go. Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back, chat, to Jilut Valorant Clash. We had one game already done and we have still two underway. The first one, well, we're still gonna take some time. We're gonna talk a little bit about what happened right now. Let's pull up the bracket first. Let's talk a little bit about the matches that just happened in general in our single elimination bracket. We had Divinity lose to Paula Esports 0-2, BBL Esports lose to Giants 0-2. So far, only blowouts, Kakuka.
Yes.
Anything that stuck out to you? We're gonna play some highlights as well during that time, so maybe we'll, fit it.
I'm kind of sad to have, both Foot Esports and BBL already out of the tournament, but with the performance that we especially saw from Giants, I'm quite happy, and it's not the last that we're going to see from Giants now. We still haven't seen how Parla has been doing yesterday and today. So for the last match of the day, when we're going to see both Parla and Giants, I'm very excited for that one.
Hypok, what about you? When it comes to that upper side of the bracket, we had Foot Esports lose to Divinity, right, in a 2-1 fashion, and now Divinity is out, even without seeing them.
Yeah, I don't want to lean too heavily into it without, obviously, it does add a little bit of context. I'm not sure if we're going to have the opportunity to see how far this kind of goes, but it's definitely a big positive for some of these teams. I mean, even day one, talking about potentially some teams making a name for themselves here if they're playing against some of these partnership teams. So, I mean, we can celebrate some success in that regard, but then with Parla rolling Divinity, it doesn't really feel as if it's the most...
We'll see about that, because we still have to see that last game.
Exactly.
It's literally unreal, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it would be nice to see, actually. And by the way, if you guys are just tuning in and you didn't know, all of the matches were broadcasted. So you can go to Gloot Twitter and check out the other community casts that were happening during the same time. So you can just rewatch those matches if you're interested to see the other teams that we're not going to have on the main broadcast. But, so like, you guys are now watching the highlights from Giants versus BBL. If you didn't watch the match, I think it was a very interesting case of two new lineups playing against each other with completely new compositions as well on Ascent.
Yeah, we noted how odd it kind of looked at face value, and I think there were elements of that transferred across to the game that we saw. Again, it just not to kind of kick them while they're down, but it felt like BBL really struggled to get into both maps, right? And it almost felt like there was such an insurmountable lead, and obviously the pistols leading into obviously bonuses being converted as well. That actually looked a little concerning, right? If it was a close affair throughout and then Giants were able to close out, then I think we'd be having a different discussion. But
yeah, but that's also like such a stark contrast from what we've seen yesterday when they played against Tenstar, right, Kakuka?
Yeah, exactly. I think that is one of the things that Vlad said in the interview when they were done. It's the fact that they know that the competition was only going to get tougher and tougher. And if we think about Giants, they're probably at least on the top 5 looking into next year. We did have huge expectations for this roster, even though it's like scraps from here and there. They're still extremely good players. So it's, as I said, a big contender for 2023.
All right, but let's talk about the next match that we're gonna see on the broadcast, and it's gonna be KPI Gaming against Vitality. KPI, we don't really know much about them yet because it's a newer team. Kakuka, I know you spoke to one of the players that was actually playing in Giants briefly a year ago.
No, a couple of years ago. We're talking about the earliest roster the Giants ever had when they came into Valorant. That's 2020. It's been a long time, but Yomba has been around ever since the game came out, and not only him, we've seen him playing with Kirth for a long time. He's been always in the scene, so we do have players that have a lot of experience. They've never been in that tier 1 besides those early engagements with the game, but still, I think they're very tough opponents.
Yeah, I mean, Jomba made him a name for himself back on the Sova. On that original Giants roster, I'd argue one of the highlights of that original roster, to be honest with you. So it's interesting to see. I'm kind of with you. This is one that we don't have a lot of, I guess, tier 1 experience of, right? They've never really broken through to get the reps, but we have the rosters here up on screen. Yeah,
and it's very interesting also, if you take a look at the left side of your screen, you see Team Vitality, obviously Twisted, you might remember from Big.
You should do.
Yeah, you should.
For sure.
Bonko and Zender, the originals from Vitality, and I say originals just because they were on the previous roster, but we also have a world champion there, if you remember, Ascent taking the championship in 2021, and Mosi and Destron obviously coming in from OG London United. Very big names that we saw especially having stellar performances by the end of Season 2.
I have actually quite high expectations of Vitality coming into this tournament in general, and I see you're on the same side, Hyper.
Yeah,
how come?
I think it's fair to credit Destron and Molsey as kind of the backbone of where we saw OG London United's resurgence, right? So I think now with a core that's built around this, like I said yesterday, it was very difficult to get behind some of the iterations we saw from Vitality, even from the original inception of the first Vitality roster, right? It was almost kind of 1 or 2 games before breaking through, and it felt like one of those last hurdle teams that just really struggled to find themselves.
The thing is that these two teams actually know each other pretty well, because by what Jumba has told me is that they have practiced a lot against each other. The results have been all over the board. So we talk a lot about when we get into tier 1 that they usually do not scrim against each other. Maybe they're in different groups and so on. But for this specific opportunity, they know, it's a familiar opponent that you're going up against, and you know them a little bit inside and out the circle.
So this brings a little bit of context, because this is a single elimination bracket, right? There cannot be any mistakes, and if they practice against each other a lot, so they should know the preferred maps.
Well, I'm interested to see the veto. Yeah, right? I'm really interested to see the veto.
But also, I wanted to just ask you guys, what's your take right now on Bonkold? He left Ascend, when the team was struggling a lot, right? And I think he was one of the most promising, actually, part of that roster, because he was the IGL for the team.
I don't feel like he was kind of outed as the scapegoat for kind of Ascend's downfall, but Bunko was always, rock solid. Yeah, I mean, he was fantastic at anchoring. He was one of the craziest Sheriff players I think we saw throughout that spate. That Ascend did find quite a lot of success. I think coming into this, again, even talking about that previous Vitality roster, something just didn't click there, and I don't feel as if that sat with Boneko. It was almost a similar issue with how we looked at Ascend, right? When they made that change, it wasn't as if, all their problems then just went out the window. So Bonecold's always been solid in my eyes, and even previously on Vitality, he was putting up numbers.
Well, guys, remember what we have heard yesterday about CNET coming in from Ascend, that they weren't that structured, right? And Bonecold, I feel like, was that player that was trying to bring the structure towards that team. So I'm going to be interested in seeing how Vitality works with him, right?
And not only that, the fact that they have strong Sala and Gorilla in the back,
the support
probably
stuff,
it's literally it
stacked.
Can rarely get any better than that with that stuff on your back. So of course we have a lot of hope for this roster. For me, and going back to the Bonko point, is the fact that after he was dropped from tier 1, let's call it like that, to VRLs, he never stopped. He didn't put his head down. We've seen players being like, yeah, I'm gonna go work in mixes, yada yada. Bonko never stood out. He wanted to keep playing, and he's grinded his way back to the top.
Which is very admirable, and it's actually an awesome storyline. This is also why we're talking about him so much right now. So, but let's take a look at the map video, because it's gonna be an interesting choice for us. As you Hypox said, those teams know each other a little bit from those scrim sessions. So let's see what are the bans and what are the first picks. Maybe I just hope personally, maybe we're gonna see Pearl.
Let's get a Pearl. If we get a Pearl on the board, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, we've gotten a little bit of everything. The only thing that I'm kind of sure about is that KPI, sorry, KPI. I'm sorry, I'm too used to saying it in Spanish. Is going to be picking the Breeze. I think that's the one that they are the most comfortable with. Yeah, and it's no surprise for me, especially with those reps that we were talking about. If they know exactly how they want to play this map, knowing that, as you said, Lothar, there is no double elimination. This is going to be do or die from the very beginning of the game. You have to go with your strongest pick.
This is going to be the first Breeze of this tournament that we're going to see on the main broadcast as well. Yeah,
because yesterday, I remember in the break that we had, we were watching the Football Days versus Divinity.
Yeah, that was like 8-0, so that was pretty tough to watch. But first pick, Breeze. And I would love to see some changes in the compositions, on this map, because so far we always had like some Vipers being in the mainstay in the meta game. I'm hoping maybe for some double controllers or some creative stuff. What about you, Hypok?
We want to see some more Reinas, right? We got T game change. I know Lothar would love to see that.
Some Reina Fracture. This makes a lot of sense. It's something that Vitality did. I think they decided to play it yesterday with a very good result. Can't wait to see Molsey on the Neon and actually Twistin playing for the KO. So I think that could be very, very interesting. I think that just because they know each other pretty well, KPI probably expected this Fracture to come out. I think that maybe they're thinking that this is going to be a 3-map series and they're totally thinking about the last one. Pearl still's not out.
Well,
still a possibility.
I'm guessing it's gonna get banned, but that makes me very sad.
Well,
we're teased until the end.
Yeah, but at least we have Breeze and Fracture for the beginning, so that's something nice.
And these are two maps that I guess lean towards familiarity, right? So two teams that know each other very well, and we're looking for a kind of early round tendencies, and that's something that whether or not that does feel comfortable from scrims, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, they're transferring across to live competitive games. There's always a relative amount of difference between it, but whether or not this actually starts off with a KPI win, going to Ascent could be very interesting.
Yeah, going back to familiar opponents, it's not only that you know the maps. I think that it comes down to, if I know what your game plan is going to be, where you're going to be playing around, it's mostly going to be about who makes the more mistakes.
Yeah.
All right. Well, actually, you mentioned Neon being used by
Molsey.
Molsey, actually.
Yeah.
Yes, Molsey on Fracture. That's something that we hadn't seen quite in a while when it comes to Fracture. Most teams actually are not using Neon nowadays. Right?
Yeah, I think people drifted away from the optic comp, right? And kind of rely on that very, very rinse and repeat execution.
Yep.
But there's still viability to it. I think as well, in terms of Neon's ability to get ahead of early round timings is what's so impactful on Fracture.
I think it depends a lot. I think we can see it across the map with different teams making different decisions when it comes to picks. I think it's still viable. We see Jets, we see Chambers, we see Races. I do not, like Neon fits on those boxes.
It's actually very interesting because Fracture is a very confined space map, right? So it's very weird for me to see that such a huge amount of duelists is viable for it, because we see it on Breeze as well. Almost every single duelist on Breeze is also very playable to some degree. At least we have seen Neon comps, we have seen even Phoenix is being used to some degree on this map with not that much success, although, right?
Yeah.
But do you guys anticipate any interesting agent choices for Breeze?
For Breeze, I don't know. I would like to see something changing the tides. I would love to see maybe some Cypher.
Okay, and I was going to go with, it'd be nice to actually, if anybody's watched the Paper X VODs, don't take anything away from the Harbour. I'm still hoping for somebody to bust it out here.
Well, with the 2 Cascades now, he's actually a little bit more flexible on controlling like early elbow, on both defense and attack, right? All the double dose areas. So he wouldn't be as, let's say, not optimal choice as he was before, but let's...
Oh, yeah! Let's go! There's Harbour in Euro! Lothar, it's your birthday!
Yeah! This is literally a
42 years old now.
This is literally a gift.
Oh my god, so Destron is going to be the first one picking this Harbour for us here, and they're going to be starting from the attack twist and going on the chamber. Is going to be Kirth going on the Euro. Very different compositions. The pivot points, of course. Well, actually, the only changing point is that, of course, Vitality is not going to be playing with that duelist besides that chamber. And, of course, I mean, look, I think the U should walk us through what Yoru can do on this map.
We need a Yoru segment for the post map.
I mean, just
do
to
you
give you a heads up.
No,
just to give you a heads up, there's a lot of lineups that you can do on both attack and defense that essentially are dodging chamber traps on both holes. You can go into the spawn of the defenders very easily. You can also just be very flexible on attack because you can either just TP onto site with a flash or have heavy rotations being available. But it's too much.
Let's wait and see.
It's too much. I'm really like, especially whoever wins. Okay, after this BO3, I think that one of the compulsory questions that we need to ask is, if you're Vitality, do you think they would expect for you to play that Harbor? We're talking about the experience playing against each other. Was this prepared?
Yeah, I was going to say, was this from scrims? Is this something that worked in scrims that maybe they feel as if there's some value there?
Interview, for sure. Interview question,
absolutely.
right? That's going to be a little value for the interview. But before we go into the interview, we have to get to know who we will be interviewing, and that will be after the result of the match, which will be cast by Munch and a new face, Toby, on the cast. What is happening right now?
Absolutely. I'm joined by the Scandinavian giant himself. It's Toby here alongside me. Yoru and a Harbor. What a treat we get for ourselves.
We really couldn't get off to a better start on a map that we haven't seen in the tournament thus far yet either. So just blessed to be here.
Yeah, I have to say, there are not many people that are like, I'm 6'2", I'm a pretty tall guy.
I'm 6'6".
I feel dwarfed standing next to you here on the stage.
We usually get chairs, right?
Well, that's true. Well, secretly, we do have chairs. They're just on the screen. Yeah, we're going to be jumping into Breeze for our first map. I'm curious to see how this one's going to go down. I feel like, you know, obviously Vitality going to be coming in with bigger expectations than that of KPI, but there's definitely some talent in this KPI roster.
Oh, no, for sure. It's a team where, I mean, I know it's a new Heretics roster we have again now as well, but very recently we saw them play in a best-of-5 and actually take 2 maps against the previous Heretics roster. So a team that, even though there might not be all the same names that you know from other rosters, are definitely teams and players that are capable of putting up good numbers.
Absolutely. Vitality here. Going to be on our attacking side to kick us off. And we'll see how they're going to be able to use this Harbor. Destrian, the one to pilot the new agent. And we'll see what they've got up their sleeves. Vitality, a team that you expect to be very well prepared coming into a tournament. The Cascades coming on through. Obviously, 2 Cascades now in a round as Biss tries to check that one, but it ain't happening anytime soon.
Now you have the double wall to work with. Plant is going to come through pretty easily as well. Walls all over the place is the story of A, and it's probably going to be that way for the rest of the game here too.
Kers gets 1 here, so it's 4 versus 4 as they push in. Destrian very aggressively stepping forward, but goes wide on the headshot. Shaq takes him down. Halsey now on the scene, looking for a couple of shots himself. 3v3 as Sender gets yet another one. Great little flash over the top of the pyramids there. With the gate crash. Kers trying to get up close and personal with Molesey, but gets his head taken clean off of his shoulders. Shaq answers it. 2v2 now, but running out of time. Headhunter in hand for Twiston as he looks straight but goes wide. It's Jumper to get it. Sender denies the defuse, just playing for time, playing as long as you possibly can. Sender steps out, Jumper gets it, but he's out of time, and this spike will explode.
I mean, Sender the one to buy the time in the end, but what a great effort for Molesey, staying on side on his own for as long as every time he peeks towards yellow on the backside of it. He knows there's 2-3 people looking at him. Peeks out, falls back. Peeks out, falls back. Applies enough pressure that they can never commit to the push too early. He bought them 10, 15 seconds after the plant came through.
Yeah. And I mean, the plant came down so fast, right?
It did,
this was a really quick execute from Vitality. Straight off the bat, our questions were, how is this Harbor going to be utilized? Well, the Cascades coming in, the high tide to block off the majority of ways into the side. I
do feel like pistol rounds are the rounds, though, where he will have the bigger benefit. Now, I mean, obviously not this round, but rounds to come where we get the proper gun rounds on both sides, that's where I'm afraid that his wall will not have the same impact that we're seeing it have right here. Because look at this right here. You get the first wall in, then the second to follow, you clear it instantly.
Look at the minimap. The double walls across this site, it's impossible to get any defensive shots in before the spike is down, especially when you then factor the Cove into the equation. Any random spray will be blocked as well. So Vitality do get that spike down very quickly here.
Very similar fashion to the previous round. Destrian this time around. Nice headshot. Mid-air finds one. Shaq down to low HP as well. Oh, what nice return fire coming through.
Yeah, Destrian thinking he was going to be in a different position. 12 HP as Kers has found himself a little SMG. Wants a bit of that action, stepping on forwards. I don't think they know he's there. Steps out, but can't quite find the shots. And it will be Vitality. Finish off a second. You know, this is a round that they should be finishing off. 2 Vandals, after all.
To be expected, I think it's safe. They do find 2 kills on the other side of things, though. So considering the fact that they didn't have a full buy into it, it's still, if you are trying to harm some sort of economy early on, now would be the time to get things going. Because we had the chat in the green room a while back saying, how many rounds is it before all of a sudden you're looking at 2, 3, maybe even 4 rounds to reset things, right?
And I just want to quickly point out, before this round kicks off, take a look at Bone Cold. He's known for his Sheriff play, and he's the one to bring out that Magnum. On the other side, though, KPI all in light armor. It's not quite as full of a buy as you'd be hoping for, but we'll see if they can make it happen anyway.
Yeah, spread out early on. No one really opting to take the aggressive mid control here. The wall is up. That's how it's deployed it, but Bisk is going to be the first one to fall. Tried to go aggressive, but multi-punish him.
And Null Command coming on through. Cascade to try and entry into the site as well. Bit of a tough one as the fake out going to be used. Shaq, though, not dissuaded. The walls for days onto the A site once again as Molsey gets all the way into things and tries to find his angle. Twisted, looking for the headshot and will find it. Onto Insider. Can't get the second, though, as Jumper gets the answer.
Oh, great timing of Internal. Unfortunately, couldn't find number 2. Now the ult comes through. Viper's pit is there. If enough vision wasn't blocked off already, but Shaq finds him through. And just like it came up, it went down again.
I was going to say, a second ago, everything on the site was obscured. The second that Viper falls, suddenly not so much. And now, an opposite Viper's pit, but it's not going to stop Kurz. As he grabs himself a little shot onto Bone Cold through the smoke. Molsey alone, spamming, but it's not going to happen. Shaq gets it. KPI get themselves on the board in a very important round as well.
Yeah, it's one of those where once you lose your player in tunnel and you don't have the pressure applied from anywhere else, really, with the amount of vision block abilities that you have on the side of KPI here, if you have all your players stacked in cave, it's very limited where they have to put their attention, what they have to block off in order to really get a lockdown on the spike.
Yeah. And, you know, we've seen a couple of attempts now from Vitality of how they're approaching that A site. I kind of want to see what they do on B in this harbor as well. I kind of want to see how they're going to approach the opposite side of the map. And it looks like that is the lean coming out. High tide up across the top of middle.
Just complete isolation on the, as you said, the top side of mid with the high tide there. Nothing to come forward, of course. That is the wall used early on. And how much do you gain from it? Twistin pushed up close. They're trying to take control of tunnels here as well. But Kurz is just over on the other side. And doesn't seem like he's planning on leaving anytime soon. Drone comes through. Send up. First shot fired. Now realizing, well, it's not the real Yorudo.
No. Just getting the headshot, but then dipping out behind the flash. So it doesn't get blinded. Fake out. Not going to find the opportunity they were hoping for. Vitality, though, I think still looking towards that B side. Playing a slow default here, but that does feel like the direction they'll go. Throwing out that toxic screen, but I think it's all a bit of a bait.
Yeah. No, so far it hasn't really worked for them. Quite the contrary. Yoro continues to push himself further forward. You have Chamber set over towards the cave side of things too. And in the meantime now, back towards B we go. Molsey is here. They're all here, really, setting up a play going forward.
It's been read by KPI. There are 3 defenders on the site, but not finding the shots from inside of Twistin. Getting that one. It's a great little start to the attack from Vitality. Crucial round for them too, and wow, they're making short work of it. Molsey all over it like a rash, and suddenly Bisk, all the way on the other side of the map, has that rifle, is very likely just going to hold on to it.
The utility that we're seeing coming through from Vitality, the way that they're able to isolate angles, and even though they're pushing into what was kind of a 3-man stack and what they had left to play with, it becomes so easy for them to take these fights one by one, so that every single time KPI tries to peek, try to get anything going their way, they know, Vitality knows there's only one gun looking in their direction, and they're an entire firing squad looking the same way back.
Yeah. And, you know, Molsey especially there, just pushing very aggressively, make sure nobody can move up. And as I mentioned him, gets one right between the eyes. Sender wants to hunt for Bisk here, wants to take that rifle, but Bisk doing some serious work. Bone Cold now, next on the chopping block. As Bisk, I mean, they were trying to hunt him. Turns out Bisk is the hunter. I mean, he is the one who knocks.
You send one. If he dies, fair enough, we tried. You send the second, he dies. Okay, now guys, maybe we should stop doing this, because if we lose 3 guns, even though it's a winning round, it's one of those where, that was quite a hit to our bank. Maybe we shouldn't be doing this in the first place.
Yeah, that's not the situation you want to be entertaining. KPI, though, they've got a decent enough buy, right? Light armor across the team. It's not ideal, but that Spectre there, a reasonable amount of utility to work with as well. But on the other side, I mean, Vitality clearly still comfortably ahead in utility with the round advantage they've got.
Starting to build up some money now as well. Again, I mean, utility used and a push to follow, but Ezreal up through Tube here. Not a whole lot of aggression other than that. The drone not spotting anything comes through now. Spots one instantly. Destrain, though, able to win it despite the 2 people peeking through.
And I love it. I love this from Destrain, right? Using that cascade to move up Tube and then finds his close range fight. Bone Cold gets one as well. The Cove buying even more space. But the attackers have just completely abandoned A. They've made that aggressive push up. Now move over to B.
Yeah. Initially slowly making their way on forward, but now you could only imagine that there's going to be a follow-through once the drone realizes that there's no opponents here, and indeed it is. Chamber, Twisted first wants to make his way on in Jumper. It's just on the other side of this wall, but this should be a very free plant for Vitality.
Yeah, great little spot from Twisted here. If anyone does try and push in, should be the first on the scene. Fake out being used here to try and clear away the tunnels with Shaq. Great little find onto Sender. That's a lot of the utility gone as well with the Viper taken out of the scene. Bit of tag onto Molesy through the wall there from Shaq. 3v3, it's possible. Dimensional drift could be huge, but Twisted finding 2. We said he was in a good spot. Is he in a good enough spot? The answer is yes.
Yeah, solid positioning from him, finds the first. I like the idea of them trying to push in from each their side, but Vitality knew exactly what they were going up against. Is that the scrims against KPI? Maybe they know what they like to do against them, or was it just Twisted? Perfect position, perfect timing, and then with the flash coming through from Yoro there as he becomes revealed again, just knew exactly where to find him.
Yeah. I feel like Vitality, when they're playing around walls, are just fantastic, right? We saw Molesy getting the 2 kills towards walls. Now we see Twisted playing there, playing towards Arch as well, and just taking the team of KPI apart. And now we'll see what KPI are going to be able to do with some Sheriffs. You're up against Bone Cold, though. Like
you never know.
He's the Sheriff Master. I don't know if you can bring Sheriffs into that situation.
Exactly. Twisted will find the first, though, as once again, tonal control goes in favor of Vitality. So 5 up against 2. No full commitment in either one direction. Spike, though, down towards Cave, down towards A. And you can see now, actually, we're having Molesy slowly make his way on over in this direction, too.
And I feel like we're already seeing some really solid use of this harbor, right? The cascades to buy control in Tube. We keep on seeing the high tides on the sides. Don't feel like we've really seen as much from this Yoru so far on Kerr's side. Like, I'm curious to see what else we'll get from this wacky pick later on in the game.
Doors open. Here comes 3 Vitality players. And instantly they find Kerr's. That is a very open A side. And with Insider down, that should be guaranteed.
Yeah.
Spike is there now, just Jack left alive.
I mean, it's an eco bash, so expect the win, but not even a single point of damage just yet. And Twisted, insult to injury here. Pulls out the shorty, waits for him to turn around. Now that is a style kill if ever I've seen one.
It sure is. And I mean, I love the fact that we had the desk bring up that they've been scrimming against one. They know each other. They've played each other.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I feel like that was the injury that was needed in order for that timeout to come through.
Absolutely. And, you know, me and Lyric were talking to Gorilla, one of Team Vitality's coaches or analysts, or I can't remember his exact job title, but he was telling us that the players to watch out for on this team was Sender, a player to watch out for just in terms of fragging ability, but Twisted was a player to watch. And the reason was not necessarily just down to scoreline, it was because he loves a shorty.
Well, I mean, it worked out for him there as well. 8-2 thus far on Chamber. Twisted, I mean, again, a dangerous player to go up against, and he's proven here as well how dangerous exactly he is to deal with. I love the way, as you've been saying as well, the amount of wall, the amount of isolation that Vitality has available within the comp. Not only do they have it available, but they've put it to full use every single round. We haven't seen a round where opponents, I mean, the side of KPI have been able to get angles coming in twice. They've always been, we can only have them give one because we have a wall set up to block off the other.
Yeah. I mean, with so many walls in the game, both from Shaq's walls kind of participating in all of this as well. It's kind of a triple wall game. It's kind of wacky the way that some of these rounds have been going. But it looks like a lean towards A once again from Vitality. This cascade through Tube does feel like the crux of the way Harbor's working in the composition.
Usually a lot of people talking about mid control being the full focus when you play attacks out on Breeze. This time around, it's been Tube, and it is once again. The slow comes through. No kill to follow, as I say that Bisk finally able to find the first in there.
Yeah, Destrian trying to use that space that he bought with the Cascade, but doesn't work out for him. Bisk getting the first pick for KPI, and I feel like it's important to finally get that online in a round, have that advantage to start a round off. But it is going to be the commit onto this A side. You can see the Yoru alone at the back. Kurz does end up going down to Molesey. As now the rest of the team needs to try and reinforce, needs to try and go for the retake, but bit of a trade. Bone Cold and Bisk both going down.
3v3. Plant this down, and now Twistin trying to find the opening of Spot Check while reloading. Perfect timing on that one there too, and with two opponents left, both sat up towards Tube, up towards the door.
Yeah.
They have to try and make a play, but with the Viper's pit being down, time's running out.
Yeah, really smart play from Twistin there. Waits for the reload, right? As soon as that spray's done, knows that the player's very likely reloading, goes for the peak. Jumper trying to move in here, but finds himself alone on the side. The shorties come out once again. I think Jumper's in trouble. Twistin steps out, though, and just takes a bullet to the face. Molesey finishing the round off, and Vitality 6 on the board already. This is a brutal start.
Very, very convincing beginning here for Vitality. It hasn't been that full-on A push every round. They've been over on B as well. The few times they've opted to go for mid-control, all they really have had to do is send the Cascade from Destrain up towards, and really isolating B-Link, and well, it's like we don't need mid-control because we know you don't have it either.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the decision-making therein has been fantastic so far from Vitality. And rightly so. You know, Bone Cold is your IGL, literal world champion, so you expect that decision-making to be good. As the High Tide comes out on towards this A site again. Or is that... I guess that's blocking Tube?
Yeah. There you go. It is.
I'm not an expert on Harbor, I have to admit. I don't know all the lineups. I'm not sure anyone does at this point, to be honest.
Yeah.
Aside from maybe Destrian.
Doesn't block off double doors, but does indeed block off tubes. Now it's gone, though. What did they gain from it? What info did they obtain? I love the fact that Bisk is playing double doors. Not aggressively necessarily, but up close this time around. Again, the mid-control. They haven't really had it prior. They haven't needed it much either, but this time around they do, and Twistin goes down as a result of it.
And it's Bisk again to find that first pick. Fantastic in the previous round. Again, gets that man advantage for his team. But on the attacking side, you can still find your own advantage. And I think that knife didn't quite catch him, just ducking out to the side there. Bone Cold narrowly avoiding it.
You can see on the map on the top left side that Yoru has set up a teleport opportunity down towards B. Now the clone is coming through as well. If they opt to make a play on this, there might just be a backstep coming through. That Yoru ain't really moving the way that he wanted it to, so not going to go for the shot already now, though. Here comes the Vitality push on through.
Oh, it's going to be a Hunter's Fury to try and slow this push, but you ain't slowing anything there. The triple peak onto Jumbo. You got Destrian. That's all he'll get on that one. Now 3v5, the retake. 3v2, sorry. Shaq and Bisk. They try and make this happen. Bone Cold looking through. Whoa, what? He was looking at the wrong angle, but just flicks it on over and takes out Shaq anyway. And now the tour de force has to mean everything. Bisk has been the highlight for KPI so far. But can he make this happen, this clutch moment? And in such an important round in the game as well. It's not going to happen. Decides he needs the rifle. Decides to back away.
Yeah, they're simply sat in too tight on the side. He has very limited to no info to go off of with the wall having been up for as long as it had. And it's just not worth the risk, really. Especially looking at the economy that they had coming into it. You really want to keep that Vandal into the next round.
Speaking of economy as well, look at the players from Vitality. Like, both Sender and Molesey. 8,000 credits moving into the next round. That's before, you know, the stuff you get in between rounds as well. Like, this is a terrifying situation. At least Bisk gets one bonus onto Bone Cold at the end of things, but my goodness, you know, a lot of people coming into the tournament weren't necessarily sure on where Vitality sat in the power rankings, and especially once the bracket came out, we saw Na'Vi on the same side. There were criticisms there, but look, if Vitality are going to go up against Na'Vi later in this bracket, they need a good performance, and right now they're showing us exactly that.
And they're doing it with a comp that we haven't really seen utilized before either, and I think that's another thing to add to it, because if you see Vitality come out with, you know, your typical setup, people go, great, I mean, they know what they're doing, but now they're coming into it with a lineup that really no one has seen before, so maybe it's one of those where will Vitality be the team that teams are going to go to try and set up some of these comps too?
That's going to be one of the questions Does everyone else now start looking towards? I mean, it makes sense that Harbour would be on Breeze. They are on the seaside. There's access to water.
Lot of all that too, but also just there's a lot of open areas, a lot of areas that you can easily log off. But now, let's see here, 1:15 still on the clock. Push slowly.
One interesting interaction I saw there as well, just want to quickly mention. Insider got the KO knife while the high tide was coming on through, and it meant that the high tide just goes in a straight line, right? You can't actually direct it from that point. So one bit of counterplay available there. Molsey with the 0 point looking to get in onto this side, but the high tide comes in, the cascade comes in, Twistin finds one onto Shaq, and now the chance to move on in, but Sender finding Bisk, finishing him off. Sender on that flank through tube, finds a second as well, and Sender absolutely sending it in this round.
I'm loving the fact that they held back for a little while longer. They wanted to wait for Viper to get that kill from inside tube. Now Sender able to find one more. This should be on complete lockdown unless if maybe Curse has something to say about it. Does he go for the gun? Nah, not even, because Bone Call's there to find him.
Bocol knows exactly where he is, finishes the job. Nicely done there. And well, what a half. What a half from Vitality. Still 3 rounds left in it, and 8-1 scoreline. And now the question is, you know, first series of the day, we saw Giants getting to these kinds of scorelines and then stalling out, struggling to finish games off. I'm not feeling like we're going to see the same thing from Vitality here.
No,
this feels like a team that is just unstoppable.
And they went back to a play that we've seen them do both in the pistol round and the rounds to follow, both with the Cascade and the high tide, kind of isolate the right side of A. Now with the, I was going to say with the ult up, I was just going to say with the ult up for Viper, which will say, I think the counterplay is just instantly pop it and deny them that access from Cave.
Yep. So A site, not going to be an option. Fair enough. Molsey taken down as well in the middle of the map. But actually with 2 defenders there, and you can see Yoru being a bit of a trickster over on the B site. You do always have to be a little bit cautious. I feel like Yoru is one of those agents that there are very few teams that are automatically prepped for Yoru.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Yoru is one of those wacky agents that everyone plays a little bit differently.
Yeah, it's also because he's been played so little.
Yeah.
It's one of those, you try and plan out how is the opposing team with the Yoru on their team planning on using him, what are we going to do against it? And so far, it's been I don't want to say passive Curse we've seen over towards B, but it's been a more like he's been waiting for the push to come through. The times we've seen him try and set up the TP down towards the backside of B main, it's been the setups, but the plays have never come through from Vitality that allows him to utilize those setups the way that he would have wanted to.
Yeah. Look at this, the double wall onto B once again, but actually a rotation towards A. Trying to get this Viper out of her pit, but it's not going to happen. Shaq staying very strong there, alongside Bisk, who's playing all the way the back towards defender's spawn here. Shaq just waiting. Not willing to give this up. The shorty out for Twistin. Does he know? Yes, he does. Twistin finding, I think, his second shorty kill of the game, maybe more than that. Ooh. Bisk does find one. This could be the defense that they require. Spike did go down. It's 4v2, and Destrian, in fact, finds himself in a 4v1. It's not looking good for him, but maybe we can be surprised. Cascade comes back off a cooldown.
Ankle isolated, at least for now. Can't cover all of them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Destrian able to find one more, but not going to find anything else in the end. Solid play coming from Curse. Not sure if that was intentional, that the top of the Cascade would be up on the pyramid there, but regardless, valiant effort, taken down to just 2.
I do, of course, mean High Tide, not Cascade. Got them mixed up. It is the new agent, in my defense. But yeah, it goes all the way over all of the terrain, covering absolutely everything. But KPI, they get themselves a second round on the board. Much needed, obviously. The economy for Vitality, not going to be too worried at this point. Like, you can still see multiple players with almost 5,000 credits after a loss.
And we talked about Bisk's aggressive play towards mid, right? He finds 2 of those kills early on in the round. That is really what sets them up for success. Finds the first on the re-entry towards A as well. So, while it's looking difficult for them at a 2-8 so far, if anyone can do it, Bisk maybe can bring them back into this one.
Yeah, Bisk has been good. Bisk has definitely been a highlight player, that's for sure. Shaq, last round, very aggressively, or I guess defensively, but proactively using that Viper's pit. But now Vitality, kind of a slow round as Jomba sneaking on through the case. Bisk again, finding a pick. And it does really feel like Bisk. Obviously, as the operator player, you expect him to be trying to find these picks, but doing such a good job to find ways into rounds for KPI.
Very active hunting almost for these players that are sitting and waiting for the science jumper, joining him in cave to find the second. Not only do they take down Twist him, but they get the info on Spike too. Could only imagine that there's going to be some sort of follow-up, but now, with the high tide coming through, they're going to isolate the angle, they're going to try and reclaim the Spike. And that really is as well where, I mean, where your wall's going to help you out, because as your opposing team, you don't know what's waiting on you the other side. So whether it's a bait like we saw last round or this time around, them using it just to get the Spike back.
Yeah, pushing enemy players away. And now this should be Molzy able to grab that Spike for himself. See Sender moving through mid, regrouping with the rest of the team here. The Cove used just to buy space and to buy time, but oh no, Bisk goes wide on the shot. That was such a crucial pick as well, but makes up for it onto Destrian here. And Molzy and Sender just desperate to get that Spike down if they can, but I don't think it's going to happen.
No, 2v5, 5 seconds to work with. Not going to happen at all. Do we see the Euro TV come through? I don't think so. Could be interesting. And now Sender's stuck on side wheel pull. And of course to who? To Bisk finds the third of the round. Solid game once again here for the Chamber.
Last round
Bisk
before the
absolutely dominating here, 12 and 8. Almost top fragger in the entire service. Just Molzy beating him out right now. And a tactical pause comes on through. Final round of the half. It will be obviously a full buy side of Vitality, as you'd expect. Maybe ever so slightly shy on Sender, but since you got 7,000,
I mean,
I reckon they'll figure it out.
Yeah, I was going to say, they'll buy for him, worst case. He'll kindly ask for a gun, and they will provide. This is going to be an interesting one coming into the final. We've seen a lot of attempts. I mean, now the second time around it fails over towards A, so wouldn't be surprised to see an attempt at a B push again. I feel like the times we've seen Vitality rush to the sides is when they've come up more victorious, whether it be the Cascade and High Tide kind of combo in over towards A or the play over towards B. We haven't really seen them go back to B to the same extent that we've seen them collapse onto A. It was like every time you get a round or two where things don't work the way that you would want it to, even if they come up victorious, if the push didn't come through, they fall back on the default A push with the Cascade, with the Viper Wall set up, and they isolate. At least they get the plant guaranteed, and then they win the duels afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. 3 to 8, final round of the half here. It's looking like an A lean once again, although Spike not actually left the spawn just yet. And I'll quickly mention KPI and like who these players are for anyone that doesn't know. This is a team that previously was a full Spanish roster, then swapped out, went to a full Russian roster, and then, you know, after the CIS VRL shut down, they kind of went into this hybrid roster so that these Russian players could still play, but in the Spanish VRL, but you've got to have at least 2 Spanish players there. So it feels like this is just the beginning of this team. They might have to change their roster again to continue playing in the Spanish VRL, but it's kind of exciting to see what potential there is here. Again, very slow rounds from Vitality on the attack, though.
And Curse spots 4 outside of Cave, and you can see instantly he starts his rotation. So you're going, yeah, there's quite a few people over in this direction. Maybe we should fortify. So Bisk ain't sat over here alone. Of course, Bisk alone has proven to be lethal, and now we're seeing once again the standard lineup comes through. Cascade Viper Wall. Instant to follow. Headshot though from Bisk. Through the Cascade finds one.
Okay, the Hunter's Fury trying to shut down Bisk. Everything required to just shut down Bisk. Every ultimate in the game being blasted at him, but surviving at the back of the site. Has the tour de force. Found one already, but obviously Molzy able to just be picked up by the rest of his team.
And now the entire team is here as well, so bought all the time that he needed to. Viper Wall is going to be annoying. He wants to peek over the stairs, but with just 9 HP to work with, it's not exactly something you do freely.
Just hit by a shock bolt coming out from Bone Cold, but Kurz gets in, finds Bone Cold. And now getting onto this site, trying to find a way in. Flash on through the wall. Taking space here. 3 players remain from Vitality, but the defuse is just going to come on through. It's stuck and it's defused. Vitality will get some kills, but they don't matter. It's the end of the half.
I mean, again, the amount of layers that you have to walk through in order to penetrate that side. Wall after wall after wall. It's just one angle at the time. And in the end, I feel like this case here, the walls were playing against Vitality. Because once you're set all people down towards Cave and you have 3-4 walls going at the same time, there's nothing you can do to gain any info of where your opponent's coming in from.
Absolutely, I completely agree. Like, it's one of those things where all of that utility can end up working against this kill. My favourite the entire game, obviously. Twisted just being very, very cheeky with it, but a great half still from Vitality at the end of the day. 8-4 scoreline. Faltered a little towards the end of that half as we take a look at our little sloth sniper buddy.
I would lean towards the Vitality has us locked in the bank already if it wasn't because what we saw from Bisk. His ability to find good off-angle positions and get kills. He can do it in defense. Curse, see if he can do it on attack too, Twisted. Catches the clone, knowing now that Curse is right around the corner. Finds him instantly there after 2.
Nice one there from Twisted. You know, Curse is a player I'm looking towards in this second half. I want to see this Yoru. I want to see what kind of shenanigans can come out on that attacking side. Obviously not this round, but we'll keep our eyes on that. Vitality still playing spread. It's just mostly alone on the A site. Little does he know there's an entire team just in those caves.
Yeah, KPI off to a great start here. They lost Kirsch early, but they found 2 in return, and now Bisk, all they pushed on side, has Insider there with him as well, able to find the second.
Yeah. Surgical precision there from Insider. Takes out his opposite man. Destrian and Twistin have to go for a 2v4 retake, but Twistin gets the first. Certainly a good start. It's a good little flick from Destrian, but not enough. An Insider shows him how a flick is done. Twistin, there's no point in saving. There's nothing to save here, so you expect him to move in and try and make this round happen. There are a couple of low health bars. He can find that first headshot onto Bisk, but it's not going to happen. And Bisk, again, taking out his opposite man.
Yep, finds the double in this round too. So momentum carries over into the second half as KPI wins the pistol. And what you can only imagine would be the second round here as well, potentially. Yep. No guarantees. I've learned very early on that you cannot guarantee anything in a game of Valorant, but it is looking likely.
Yeah, and with the fact that Vitality aren't going to go for one of these like stinger rounds or anything crazy like that, we are just going to see just Bone Cold with his classic Sheriff, you know, as you'd expect. Although, looks like maybe going up to a Marshall instead.
Yeah.
Little bit of a commitment.
A little bit of a buy coming into this one. We'll see what he can find as he sits over towards A. A 4-man stack towards A on the side of Vitality. It's just Twistin going for info, but he's going to run straight into a position right around the corner here. Fortunately, able to not only get away, but get away without any damage done.
How did nobody take any damage?
I don't know.
Nobody took a single bullet there. So Marshall comes out, Bone Cold up top mid. Won't find a shot for the time being. A Shack somewhere found a wall bang headshot onto Sender. Jumper now wants to find his way in. Twistin, though, with the classic up close. You know that you can always win those kinds of fights, and now has an SMG to work with, but it looks like it is going to be B-side.
Gun obtained, and with the light buy coming in from Bone Cold as well. It might just be a world where they turn this one around. Still no full commits come through just yet. Twistin gonna run into a surprise. Comes around the corner, will find the first, though, as we make it a 3v3.
I didn't even think he'd got it then, but yeah, manages to find the 1-for-1.
Right there.
But still 2 defenders over towards A site, so you should expect this to go down. Destrian waiting, but Gatecrash doesn't come on through. Bisk backing up here, it just gets a headshot, but Insider trades it. 2v2 Spike needs to get down onto the site at this point. In comes Molesy, trying to make his way on. Bone Cold looking for the wall bangs, but this splash going to force him away for a split second. Kurz hoping to find these players, using that shoulder peek, but Molesy in behind him, jumping up to try and get these shots. The flash comes on in. Insider, caught in a corner here in a 2v1, but has the Bulldog to work with. Reload underneath the rock here. Molesy moves forward, but gets his head cut in half.
For a player who struggled to really get going in the first half, we see him get kills in the pistol now here as well. His ability to quickly understand where are these two players coming in from and then isolate the angles to force it, instead of being a 1v2, make it a 1v1 followed by another 1v1. Very hits to play off of being fully flashed as well there. Great play from Insider.
The one issue I have to mention, though, as we come into the third round of this half is that was KPI. On the second round, after winning the pistol, that should have been more one-sided. The fact that they lose 4 of their weapons there, it's really painful because now Vitality obviously coming in with a full bar.
Yep, they will have the superiority, as I say that. Now, of course, weaponry on the side of Vitality to deal with a full committed push over towards B early on. That's going to grant them at least the plant for free as they find Multi as well.
Yep, so plant already down. Very fast push in here from KPI. But Vitality, 4 players to try and make this retake happen. They would have loved to be able to get Molesy out of that fight and go for the full 5-man, but you can only work with what you've got. Trademark does get spotted out, but obviously still gives away that information. Bone Cold about to peek there.
A lot of things to worry about here to try to push further forward. Jumper will fall down. Bokold again. I mean, every angle, there could be a trap, there could be a TP waiting to be utilized. They have to play this so slow. Issue is the plan is already down. Twistin will find one, but as the clock runs out, you feel like you can't commit to this one at this point.
Yeah, and just looking for exit frags, right? Yeah. Looking to try and do damage to the economy. Twistin, waiting for anyone. The knife, not going to reveal him. The round will end. Okay, KPI, another one. So that is 3 on the board this half for KPI. This is a really strong start on the attacking side.
Finally getting things going here. And again, I mean, when you're on the side of Vitality, it's almost as if you're running through a minefield, trying to avoid traps, trying to spot out if Yoru is coming, where do we have the TP? We saw it instantly from Destrian in the pistol round. Once that TP comes through, instantly pings it. It's over here. If he's coming right in behind me. So, so really smart reaction play and forcing Vitality to play it slow. And in the end here, too slow, really.
Yeah. But now the scoreline, I mean, let's just quickly mention the fact that it was 8-1 in the attacking half. It was 8-1 to Vitality. It's 6 rounds on the trot for KPI. This is a comeback and a half right here. And Vitality, the team that should be a heavy favorite coming into this one, getting picked apart. And once again, Bisq starting around.
We say heavy favorite, and I agree with you as an overall team, but we also have a situation where KPI has a 90% win rate on Breeze. If there's one map they're supposed to be able to battle some of these tough contenders, you'd have to imagine that that's the game where they've literally won 90% of their matches.
Yeah, I mean, this is their map pick. You would hope that they can find it. Obviously, was Vitality picking which side they wanted to go on. They picked that attacking side to start the game off. And now KPI on their own attacks. Having a fantastic start to the half. Can they keep it up? 4 rifles still in play for Vitality. It's definitely a winnable round. And you can see just the 4 stack on the defense here. Oh, sorry, 3 stack. With just your Sentinel over on B.
Time is ticking, just 30 seconds left now. They have to commit. It's now exactly when they do. Bisq first one to fall, but the Viper's Pit is there to follow. Flash is coming through as well as Curse finds one in return.
Sender trying to get into an aggressive position, but Molesy at least finding some kind of answer. And now 3v3, this is feeling possible. Jomba, sorry. I assumed it was Bisq by default because I saw an operator. Goes down to Molesy in the end. Destrian moving on to the site as well. Kurz, 20 HP and now suppressed as well. Both players spotted out. Kurz gets one, but Destrian answers it. And suddenly Shaq has to make something incredible happen here. Drops out, but actually the molly bounced back off the enemy player towards him there. Shaq finding another gun to try and spam through the smoke, but the defuse goes through anyway. Both players 1 HP at the end of that, thanks to the Viper's Pit.
That was a mess. Oh wow, that is. I mean, that's just.
Was that the cove? I couldn't really see. It must have been the cove,
It must have blocked it off. Yeah, exactly. That was. Whew. That is unfortunate. But yet again, I mean, a route where Harbor becomes a massive factor, and the fact that he didn't use his high tide, his utility early on, not only do they come in really late onto site, but it means that once the plan wants to try and back off, all of a sudden all those walls that were working against you before when you were on the defending side, when you're on, like, it just becomes impossible because they can spend so much time isolating that potential defuse.
Yeah. So, Vitality, importantly, they halt this march of KPI of getting, 6 rounds on the trot. And now Vitality, they're the ones with a stronger buy. You can see Insider only with that Sheriff. No armor whatsoever on Bisq. So when he's going for these more aggressive peaks that we've seen all game long, it does make it a little bit more risky for him.
Well, with the way that he's been hitting headshots, you have to imagine with the Guardian, he should be able to do it too. Now, let's see. Ult committed to. As Curse sprints in on to B site. Is there any follow-up instantly? No, he's going for information.
Dimensional drift. Is he going to pop out? Here we go. Goes for the fake out, but can't quite find his headshot on the initial play. Now suppressed. Now flashed up. Curse stuck at the back of this pit, and they know exactly where he is, so they can play around that back. Twistin finds his shot. Finds a headhunter as well to follow it up. Twistin on the scene. Jomba gets one at least, but I don't know, you're going to need more than that if you want to win this attack, because Vitality are on top of it.
I was going to say, I love the fact that Insider commits to try and help out his teammate up towards the backside of B. Once he doesn't get the initial shot, as he comes out of Dimensional Drift, he goes, oh my god, he's now caught behind enemy lines. I got to come up and try and help him out. But Twistin just there, ready to deal with both of them.
Twistin's like, oh, there's 2 of you? No worries, I've got 2 bullets. I can deal with that. Jomba does get one onto Destrian. Evens things up just a little bit.
10 seconds left.
And it's a bit of a Viper on Viper situation here. Shaq up against Sender. Shaq wants to get this plant down. 2 seconds. Is it going to be quick enough? Just about. And actually finds the 1v1. I was so sure Sender had that, but whiffs the shot. And now suddenly, things actually look pretty good for KPI. Jomba's in such a good spot. He is in such a good spot. Molesy knows, though! Molesy with his 6th sense finds Jomba. And now they should be able to just trade this. Look at Shaq's HP. 5 HP and Bone Cold knows it. Sender will have given that information. The defuse gonna come on through.
Molesy runs on through and holds that angle for much longer than I think anyone else would have. You could see, I mean, I love the idea of Jumba sitting back, letting the first one come through, saying, great, I'll give them another couple of steps, because then obviously they would have both turned around.
Yeah.
But Molesy not giving up on it, and that's really what won them the round there.
Yeah, and holding off on the defuse until Bone Cold can find that operator. They knew there was an operator somewhere. Just searching the B site there with his metal detector out. Finally gets it in the end. 10-7 then. And Vitality 3 away from clinching this first map. And remember, this is KPI's map pick. So for Vitality, if they can get this one, they're looking really good to take the series.
Yeah, they need this. They need this if you're KPI. Need to bring this one home. They need to turn it around somehow. We'll see now. We haven't seen a whole lot of attention up towards Smith this time around. The Euro TP has been put on forward, but no commitment to it just yet. Spikes over towards Cannon in the hands of Insiders. And no early commitment. They get the AWP. They get the bait on through all of it. They do. Molesy falls down.
Molesy, very aggressive peek there. Just goes for that. Gets traded. Oh, it doesn't even get traded. Sorry, just gets taken down in the 2v1. And it does mean that once again, KPI have the advantage. And I feel like so many of the rounds in this game have started with KPI finding an advantage.
And usually it's been Bisc on the backside of those. Now, more walls to follow.
I feel like we're kind of alternating between it being either Bisc making a solid play or someone from Vitality not necessarily respecting their opponent.
Yep.
Bisc and Insider both find a kill for themselves, and Twisted and Sender, I mean, at this point, do you just save weapons?
I mean, Insider has really risen in the second half of this one. Very impressive plays coming through. And that time around to find the off angle peak as well. And now, as you were saying, I mean, 2v5 with, well, you got some utility to work with an AWP in hand. With the Vandal there as well. Not looking at the greatest economy coming into the next round.
Yeah.
You might as well just want to save this.
And KPI have had such a better half.
Oh, yeah.
Here, like managing to, like I said, have that winning streak. Now getting another one here in round 18. And I just want to quickly mention SLK, the coach of KPI, actually working with Fnatic a bit at Istanbul as well to help them make their run at Champions. Feels like you can see a lot of that strategic depth coming out here.
Oh, definitely.
And bringing out the Yoru, trying to play a little wacky. And even up against this Harbor, with a different strategy coming out from Vitality, feeling comfortable to take these rounds.
Maybe that's what both the teams were thinking. Oh my god, these guys didn't know us way too well. We both have to, like, we have to come up with something they haven't seen before. One side picks the Euro, and the other side picks the Harbor. That could just be the case.
It's an off-season tournament, right? So if you're looking, especially for Vitality, you know, partner team looking towards next year, looking to big things, right? You want to try things out in the off-season. You want to use these games as your own, especially game number 1 in a best of 3. Like, you lose this game, it's not the end of the series, you can still come back. So this is definitely the moment to be doing that.
Oh, for sure. And also,
it's funky in here. My God, is it funky in here.
Good jams being put on. As, well, I don't see anyone actually playing instruments, but I do suppose
that's the power technology, my friend.
That's
that
what it
keyboard
is.
can do it all on its own.
The press of a button, and all of a sudden it'll be jamming all day. No, I like the idea of them bringing on Harbor here, because again, everyone's been talking Harbor. How is he viable? Are there other agents that could do what he does but better? Where is he going to find his footing? And I think many teams wouldn't want, I don't say dare, but don't want to be that first team to try him out. I think many teams are going to wait to see other teams test a new agent and then go, great, now we know how it functions. We're going to try to incorporate that into our own playstyle. Yeah. The first movers on this have to come up with a playstyle that evolves around that agent, and I feel like they've, so far, been using Harbor on the side of Vitality, similar, really just a buff to Viper, so to speak.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Let's take a look at ultimates here, because we do have the Hunter's Fury for Jomba. Got the Tour de Force, got the Reckoning, 1 point away from Sender having that Viper's Pit as well. But Vitality don't really have that much weaponry. An Operator, a Vandal, and then a Stinger and 2 Sheriffs. It's a winnable round, but it's certainly not ideal for them.
Push comes through. plant committed to. They will get the plant as well, but instantly the walls to follow on the side of Destrian.
Curse just stuck here, but finds a 1v1 and manages to get out with the gate crash as well. Twiston at least finding Bisc. It's one. It's a pick. Bone Cold with his Deagle finds a kill for himself, but can't turn it into a second jumper. Does answer it and gets the trade. Twiston now moving into the site. Knows he's going to try and make something happen. Insider in the caves. Going to be able to spot out the players. Knows someone's close, but Twiston doesn't care. That ain't a sniper, that's a shotgun. Shaq does find the answer. 2v1 now. Jumper buying time. Shaq finding heads.
For a moment there, I was thinking, does Vitality even realize the plant's been, the spike's been planted? Because they were all over. We were seeing fights in mid, we were seeing fights in the backside of Cave, and in the end, little to nothing that Multi could really do back on side alone.
I mean, it's one of those rounds where the spike went down so fast that you kind of underestimate quite how little time you have to get everyone across the map and to get back onto the sites of Vitality. Kind of getting caught. And now, 9-10, and we're in basically a full buy round. This is getting really tight. This has become a very, very close game.
And all of a sudden, we talked like economy favoring Vitality. It's looking the complete opposite right now.
Yeah.
So this round, should KPI be able to bring it home, that might just be map over.
Certainly could be. This round is critical, and Twiston once again has that shorty in pocket. Obviously, we'll use the tour de force as well in this round. And it feels tense, right? Much slower push. Curse going to be going for that one, but Twiston finds the first shot off the round. Hunter's Fury not really doing as much as they would have liked. Sender gets one. Shaq answers it. 4v2 though, and Jumper and Bisc just getting picked apart here. It's a tough one.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. Bisc trying to wrap around. Forced to go back. Jumper now try to go a little bit of aggressive, but instantly found by Twiston, and now it's just Bisc left alive. It does find Bone Cold, but limited time. Doesn't have the spike either. There you go. Multi will deal with him too. So 11-9, finally rounds going in the favor of Vitality. And as we were saying, a very needed round for them to work out as well.
Really was. Really, really was. And Twiston stepping up in specific there. Getting a good amount of kills for himself. So now, Vitality, 2 away. They've got enough to go for that full buy once again. A little bit more difficult on the side of KPI, but they've got the tour de force, so they don't need to full buy on every single player. They can use that ultimate, and a little bit of light armor coming on through, but that's not down to money even. That's just a decision. They know how many Vandals are on the other side. They know they're up against that operator, deciding to save that bit of cash.
You want to play? Let's play.
Are they going to get him the orb for the dimensional drift to come through? They're going forward. But with Sender there, with his ult already popped, there's nothing keeping him from trying to spray on through. Finds Curse. Now in return, here comes the shotgun. As Bisc finds one, finds the second as well, and that's all of A-side cleared.
Yeah, Bisc absolutely tearing this round up. We were saying how Twiston loves a shorty. Well, Bisc does too. The tour de force in play as well. 2 so far. Vitality need to get this one. They need to keep the ball rolling, but I don't think KPI are going to let them. 4 rifles in play. Bisc obviously with the tour de force, but taken out by Bone Cold. Good little headshot across the side there. Bone Cold looking for more through the Viper's pit. But the spike is already down. They've got to get moving if they want to be able to win this round.
Time is ticking. As Jumper backs off again. It's these constant small battles of going out, peek, apply some pressure, then back off when he realized they're running off to Twiston. Tries to commit to the run on through, but met by the melee Vandal from Shaq. He will be found in return, but time again taking, and now the ult coming through. That should just be complete denial of any really access here.
Yeah, Bone Cold doesn't have the time to get the spike. It's a 10th round for KPI, and yes, they lost a lot of weaponry, but so did Vitality, losing everybody. Jumper and Insider will take a rifle into the next one. 10-11, and this is the closest game we've had the entire tournament on stream so far.
And again, I mean, if there is a place for KPI to be able to bring that one home, you'd have to imagine that it is in this particular situation with them playing up against Vitality and well, sat at a 90% win rate.
Now, I've got a little bit of bad news for KPI fans at home that are watching right now, because in their first series against Bratan Mix, they played Breeze in the first game. They went to overtime in the first game, and they ended up losing out 13-15 to Bratan Mix. I'd be really worried that we could see a repeat history here if they can get to overtime once more. Vitality still need another round though, so maybe KPI could just string these together. They have been doing a good job of finding these streaks.
And we do still have money on this side of KPI. So even if we go into a 12-10 scenario, they would have money at least for one more round. Destrin. All straight into the face of Curse as he's forced to back off, at least for now. Now the wall falls down, though, spots him, though. And that's Curse taken out.
It swings around. Curse falls. Man advantage for Vitality. KPI still undecided on which side, but it's looking like an alien. It's looking like they probably will commit here, but with Sender finding another pick onto Biss, they are still going to go for it, looking to get that spike down. Sender with one. KPI, though, turn it around with Insider. 2 headshots on the scene here. Wants to find more. 3v2. And now Destrian looking to deny the plant. He's in an awkward spot, but can't quite find the pick. It's Twisted instead that walks on forward. Spike's still not down. Insider knows exactly where he is. Finds a third one. This would be 5 if he can turn this round around.
The fact that he's staying alive, despite the Reckoning being used, then the opposing team constantly getting in for his position. Impressive to say the least. 10 seconds, though.
10 seconds on the clock. 2 players to deal with 3 kills in the bank already. He's running out of time. He's just got to get it down, but Twiston finds him. It could have been the miracle round there for Insider, but not quite enough.
Not quite enough. And now, match point, as we just heard, full Vitality. A tricky one for KPI. One where, I mean, I've liked their A pushes up until this point, but this one a little out of sync, so to speak. The peaks didn't come through at the same time. As you're saying, despite them being at almost loss, almost brought back home by Insider.
And so much of this game in particular has been about the entry.
Yeah.
Which team gets that first kill? And I'd say the vast majority of those have been converted into rounds. But here we go. Fast play towards B here. Because gets suppressed. That knife from KO. Kind of ruining everything there, to be honest, for KPI.
You already have the Viper wall from Vitality over towards B, and you have Harbor set there ready and waiting too, so they knew, or at least anticipated, that the focus was going to be on B this time around. Viper able to push further forward, so is Bone Cold. They're getting so much info off of KPI not opting to aggress on this.
Yeah, I mean, difficult to aggress with Molsey using that ultimate. Twistin playing up close and personal. It's a fake. Dodges the flash, turns around and gets himself a kill. The shorty not enough there. Molsey with one as well. And that might be everything. Need something special here from KPI. 3 people still staying towards B, not opting to change things. But look at where Sender is right now. Sneaking all the way around from behind. He's spotted Insider. Will just go for the shot. That's the spike down as well, and he knows it. Now peeking through window with a second, and it's Sender to send it here. Biss gets one, but Molsey trades it. And Vitality take their first map.
What a game, and what an end to it as well. The Lurks got to keep on lurking. Tricky situation to bring home, an important one for Vitality to take out of the hands, out of the grasp for KPI.
Yeah, but once again, this is twice today that we've seen one of these big partner teams that you expect to be really strong start really, really fast and then really struggle to actually finish things out, really struggle to actually convert the leads into wins.
It got incredibly close, and arguably way too close for comfort for the sake of Vitality. But again, KPI's map pick, a map they are phenomenal on, so I don't think they were expecting there to be no competition in it.
Absolutely not. And we had a Yoru, we had a Harbor in that one on Breeze. It was an exciting one. I want to hear what the analysts have to make of that one, because there was a lot to break down.
It is actually, it started actually very interesting, because the Harbor on attack was very functional and very effective, right, Hyper?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of variations, some actually cool setups. Obviously, the initial take towards Tube. Problem being, I think, in the first half, it felt like KPI took so long to feel comfortable about challenging that cascading tube. And then actually at that point, I mean, Vitality, they showed a little bit of variance to some of the utility. Then, it's a whole new set of learning, right? It took KPI so long. It's not even really conditioning. It's just, I guess, fear to really challenge those sorts of setups.
You know what's... Remind me to ask in the interview if Vitality actually played Harbor in the pracs against them, right? Because they should have known about it, right?
Maybe this is one of the surprises. We know that they played in scrims, but that doesn't mean that it was last week. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And definitely this decision of playing the Harbor is not something that we've seen a lot of teams doing, and definitely we can understand why. It's a risky pick, as you guys were saying, in the attack. many things can be done. I think that the cascade, like the ability to cascade the abilities itself, this skill. Name a more iconic duo.
Yeah.
Twistin and a Shorty.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the age and he's playing it. I wanted to see something explosive coming from him, and I think that is a player that we're going to keep talking about for a very, very long time. But as I was saying, Harbor on the defense, he did have a lot of pressure onto mid at the beginning of the round. On the other side, I have to say, even though this is the composition that KPI have been running, Lothar, I think you're going to agree with me on this one.
Yeah, what were your thoughts?
I was not really sold by the Euro. I saw a lot of first deaths without that much risk. What are your thoughts on the Euro?
Look, I'm a host today, so...
I don't care.
I wasn't impressed, let's say like that.
Okay. I can maybe help you out here then.
Okay, I don't think there was a lot of flexibility. What about you, Hypo?
Yes, there wasn't a lot of depth to what we saw. And the problem being is, when you're going to run something like the Euro, whether or not this is something that I guess Vitality had figured out in scrims, right? And they felt as if they had to completely switch up the way in which they were trying to kind of apply the Euro. Didn't see enough of it on the defense. They're just, again, almost just relying on kind of rotating, right? But they weren't making any sort of moves based on that kind of 30-second period. There wasn't any progress made on either side of the map. It was almost just waiting for contact. And that's in the rounds where Vitality were able to wait that out. They didn't lose the advantage of just playing a Yoru on the rotate. Coming back to the first deaths as well, there was never a second man behind the Yoru.
Yeah,
so
but you expect him to be along, just like, making the play, and you can understand that he wants to do something risky, that he can TP back, but we were missing the fakes, we were missing a little bit of the misinformation for the other team. And I have to say also, especially on the defense, that we were talking about Vitality maybe being a little bit playing just because of the Harbor. There were so many instances when we're talking about retakes, when we're talking about, moving forward to the second instant, that everybody was a little bit lost, but I guess it just happens.
And the other thing just to note as well, and we had this conversation earlier on today about Yoru being kind of unique in the way that you can really pressure the backline, right? And actually force an adjustment on the side of the other team, particularly on the attacking half. But we just didn't see that. There weren't many TPs to the backline. There wasn't really anything. There was no paranoia around some of that utility.
Yeah, and also the ultimate was mostly like a glorified Savadron, essentially, in this game without much impact.
Yeah.
That's one of the issues.
Missing stingers, right?
Yeah, I mean, that was a thing in the last round, but unfortunately that was a necessity rather than a choice. But look at the scoreboard, because let's talk a little bit about Twistin. This guy was being, let's say...
youngster.
Yeah, in the last season of VCT, I think he was picking up a lot of steam in big, and here comes him 7 first bloods on Chamber. I mean, it's not that
With
tough.
1 first death. I mean, so...
Oh, you have the stats for that?
Yeah,
nice.
I have it here.
Okay, nice. And how many on Euros, by the way?
It was 3 and 4. It wasn't
See,
as
it's not
bad.
that bad. Yeah, 4 is like... Yeah.
It definitely felt worse watching as that, I think. And the problem comes from, I think, the first deaths on attack, where, like I said, we couldn't really see the game plan from the start of the round. Spawn barrier drops, and he's kind of probing towards mid, and a couple of times you're thinking, well, if you're going to go for this, maybe try and bait a little bit of pressure. Where'd you get out of jail free card? And the TP's not down in the first 20 seconds of the round. Just little things like that.
Again, it also, I think it relies on the fact that it is not something that you can do every round. It's something that works sometimes, and especially if your opponent knows it.
Especially against an opponent that is familiar with the way you play.
That's where, the flexibility of this agent comes in, and you need to have a very deep
the unknown
play.
People are not you, Lothar, okay? Right?
It's not about me. It's not about me. But let's talk about... I want to sum up that map, because it was the first time we have seen Harbor on the mainstream.
Yep.
And I feel like it was a viable pick for Vitality. And I just want to know the final thoughts of you guys about Harbor.
I mean, like I said, I was more impressed with the first half, but the good thing to see here is actually the way in which they're using it around being the second controller, right? And you can see the number of times that actually, even just off that default Viper wall, they were able to fast hit B, and it was almost catching the rest of KPI kind of off guard completely. The other thing being is how much freedom you get to kind of have 2 different sites in terms of a controller, 2 different sites being kind of pressured with utility. I think that's absolutely key on Breeze, because sometimes it can be very one-dimensional.
I think it still needs polishing, because I saw a couple of rounds where they just went onto site, especially on that first half, and by, let's say that 40 seconds into the round, all the utility had been burned. They had nothing to go off for the rest of it. So I do think that it can work, but we'll see more of that. I wanted to see some more variations on the defense, but just because of what KPI was doing, didn't think that they had to adapt.
Didn't warrant it, yeah.
So you were saying that he needs more polish, and that you think Molsey should play him then?
And you're so funny. People are not gonna get it, but Molsey's Polish. Okay.
Oh, thank you, Kakuka.
Just in case,
Wait, you're Polish as well, right?
I am
Crazy.
very polished.
Wow. I think I get it now.
All right, next map, right? We have, what was the next map?
Fracture.
Fracture,
Yep.
yes! Fracture is one of my favorite maps when it comes to like the design of it, because it's so unique when you compare it to the other maps that we have in Valorant. Hypok, when it comes to the expectations now after the first map, do you maybe think we're gonna see Harbor being used again? You know, PRX comes to the mind, right?
No, I think with the example we saw actually from Fracture, it's one that you can kind of categorically lean away from. Again, if there's an option for you know, some teams to mess around with a double controller composition, yeah, sure. But I think from the examples we've seen, Fracture's sightlines are very different to the way that Breeze is laid out, right? So it's not as applicable here. Typically, obviously, with Fracture, it's kind of like 2 choke points on opposite sides, on obviously the north and south side of the map. It's, again, if you're going to run something that requires that big line of sight blockage, the Viper and the double controller composition is just much better.
Look, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't like really paying that much attention to such a small detail on some Breeze, but I would imagine that Mosi was trying to combo his flashes with the amount of walls and smokes that they have, right? But it's so hard to take almost the value, and there's too many smokes on the map, and we have seen like so many walls everywhere, right? And it can be very similar on Fracture as well, because there's also more angles on the map. But Kakuka, what are your thoughts about Fracture when it comes to this matchup?
When it comes to this matchup, I think that we're most likely going to be seeing the Neon versus Neon. I think that this is a map that Vitality feels a lot of comfort in. I think it's a map where Mosi is supposed to be shining a lot, because he is going to be going on that Neon. On the other side, probably Kirth. So we'll see how that, you know, head-to-head goes. I think it's going to be very interesting. We expect also to see KPI playing with the KO and the Breach. There's a lot of support coming in from Neon. We'll see. I think it's about the first duels again. I'm
actually interested with the way the Breeze kind of played out, and I'll be honest, some frustrating rounds, right, to watch back in terms of two teams that were face value saying know each other very well from scrims. Fracture's one that actually, if the precedent gets set pretty early and KPI are able to really dictate some of the early rounds, I'm interested to see how that kind of pans out, because it felt like a slower start for them, right? I mean, we were staring down the barrel of a 10-2,
right?
But yeah, it was getting closer and closer to like a likely 10-2 outcome in the first half. So I guess with the first map out of the way, whether or not KPI can get off to a good start here on Fracture, that's something I'm excited to see.
I was saying that I talked to Jumba earlier. They knew that this is something that was going to be coming, that they were going to be picking the Fracture. They didn't feel extremely comfortable in it. Of course, the composition are going to clash a lot, but the dedication that Vitality has put into this map is going to be on a different level. So I am concerned that this is going to be another 2-0.
Did Jonba say anything about the agents maybe for Fracture? Okay, so he didn't spill anything.
No secrets, no.
Okay, well, what you're saying, you are predicting 2 Neons being used on this.
Yes, yes. But the smokes are going to work differently as well, because I think the KPI is going to be more on the Brimstone side, which I'm not a huge fan of. I know that the ultimate's pretty good.
Makes sense with
you have
Neon, right?
you have a lot of stopping power also. So the other side, the Astra, to me, it just looks better in general.
I think with the Brimstone, the argument just lies with that kind of heavy emphasis on fast committed hits, right? Where Brimstone does actually shine if you can get in, get that clean plant, get away. Obviously, the ultimate and the molly in the post plant. But again, in terms of mid-rounding, if you're going to run the Neon, you need to find that value in the early rounds. If you don't find it, sure, you've got another kind of set of problems to worry about. Brimstone, in my eyes, with the stim, being able to actually close the gap of the rest of the teammates behind that Neon as well is super useful.
Honestly, the biggest thing about the Neo, at least for me, when it comes to the defense, is having a very articulated retake perspective into how you're going to get back. You know, we know that the entrances are going to be easy when you're attacking, but how are you going to retake that space now when it's you defending the site?
Well, can you tell me something about like how Neon impacts rotations on the defense? Because Fracture's already like very defense orientated for the mid location. Right?
I mean, for me, again, actually we'll touch on the Brimstone on the defense as well, but Neon's obviously very useful in terms of the early round timings on defense as well, to get that information much deeper, much earlier, and actually, even if Neon's not the one to utilize that speed in terms of rotating, at least flanking, coming through, particularly on the north side, right, on the back side of Dish, which is now a real area of concern for the defenders. But just coming back to the Brimstone, it then feels more uncomfortable to then have committed smokes, right? Because you're then taking away from that retake utility.
And it's not only that. You have the Neon, as we were saying, of course, is very fast. You can just be running around. But if you know and you interpret and you find any kind of patterns on the other team, with 1 star, you can do so much damage. Just with a star and a Neon, and the Neon can be back in literally 5 seconds. Nothing has happened, and the investment is almost not there.
A little better damage control, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the utility, if you would swap out, well, don't even want to say an Omen, but an Astra is the perfect example.
Now when I'm thinking about it, like both Astra and Neon actually really benefit from the dish change, right? Because now it's a very small, narrow exit or
tunnel,
or like in general, like the way you want to attack dish can now be stopped with one stun, right? Or the peak can be stopped with one stun from the Neon, something that wasn't possible with the old dish. So, but that would require the Neon to go from the south side of the map, for example, right?
Yeah. But it's not only that. Is you have the KO, you have expected, right? To see the KO, to see the fade. That is also going to give a lot of freedom again, and it's not something that is going to be just seen on the attack. I think that is very versatile on the defense.
Okay. Well, we were still waiting for one player to just go into the lobby and log in because there was a crash.
Who's late? I want to know.
No, it's not late. Just crashing, you know. It happens. Yeah, here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, so never mind. We're not going to be seeing the Neon from the side of KPI. They decided to go for the Raze, and of course this is going to be changing things around. I actually would not mind it if we would have implemented the Astra as well. I would be happy to see this.
Don't you think that will be a little bit overkill of that utility?
No.
Because we still have Breach.
No, because
right?
but Jumba was the one supposed to be on the Breach, and Insider was supposed to be on the KO, so they're going to have a little bit, you know, different perspective on how to structure this fracture.
Hypok, do you think that this Fade Raze Breach combo now puts a wrench in the plan for Vitality with this Neon?
To an extent. I mean, it really relies on the value that Insider and Jumba can find in terms of pinning down Molesy if he's just going to burst onto site. Obviously, we know how good that combination is at clearing early round space. Whether or not actually Vitality just sit a little deeper, maybe a deeper default, spread a little thin and wait out that utility. Because obviously, what I hate seeing is that default stun. Obviously outside their main, and it's like, what's the value behind that? Because Molesy can just outweigh that, and before you know it, that gap's completely closed.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we saw also with Giants earlier today that the stopping power from the utility was enough to separate both the squad in 2 parts, and definitely isolating the duels a little bit more, and you know, kind of changing the pace of the utility.
And if I'm not mistaken, I'm not saying it's a fact, but I think Molesy on Neon is able to dodge all the stuns from A main to be on first contact before even Fade and Raze can do anything impactful, right? So
that can get ahead of that C's.
Yep.
Yeah. So, we'll see how that goes. It's going to be an interesting matchup. A different map than Breeze, completely different design. And we're going to jump straight back to the casters, to the new duo, Munch and Toby. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lothar. And of course, I keep on getting your name wrong because there's a guy on my Discord server called Ketka, and it's just completely messing up in my head. Yeah, we're ready to jump into our second game here. Neon coming out on Fracture, as you would expect, but then a Raze on the other side.
Yeah.
Should be an interesting one.
I was just going to say, usually when we see the Neon, I just think speed. Instant rushes on towards the side, but then you got the Breach Rage combo on the other side, which this was talking about too. I'm curious who's going to be bringing the most speed onto those pushes, because we did see Vitality, once they committed to a side, they were there instantly. And with this team comp, should be just as fast in Fracture as it was on Breeze.
Yeah, we'll see how it's going to pan out as, you know, Vitality, their map select, you would expect them to be coming in looking good, looking drilled, looking strong here. But KPI, I mean, I expected a stronger showing from Vitality in the first map. So I'm still ready to be surprised by KPI after what we saw there on Breeze.
I mean, Vitality did start off 8-1.
They did.
So, while maybe not a strong showing all the way through, a strong start at least is what they got. This time around, though, I'm needing a stronger start from KPI in order to make this a fair game.
I have to see 4 people spotted on the knife, but it's not going to stop the push. Good little flash there from Twiston, holding position in that tower. It's B site to start things off. And another peek from Twiston. He's not scared, that's for sure.
One thing is he's not scared. Also, it's one of those where you'd think that they would have backed off once they realized your entire team is coming in this direction. The push comes through, but Vitality is there instantly to shut it down. Just one left alive, and well, I was going to pass it to you, but I didn't have the time to because the round is already over.
I mean, I guess that's why Twiston wasn't scared, right? When you could just hold sites like that. Why would you be? Very clean stuff. 2 kills for Twiston. on the back of that one as well. So, KPI just lapping up against Vitality here like waves on a beach. And Vitality, that's a lot of sand.
I like the idea that they stuck around. Because again, when you see that knife come through, you know you just have 4 people suppressed. That's one of those where now they got to go elsewhere, right? Now they got to leave. Now they got to do something else. We completely caught them off in their full committed push towards B. But no, they stuck around, unfortunately. So did Twistin.
Yeah. Tough one there for KPI. Not the end of the world. You know, it's only the pistol. Plenty of time. And Sender going to start the second round as they mean to go on as well. As you expect, Vitality going to come in with a heavy advantage in this one. And I have to say, I've been impressed by Vitality on their good rounds across the course of today. Like the first half of game number 1, or like the first 8 rounds, basically, or first 9 rounds. Really, really impressive stuff. It doesn't quite feel consistent, though, and I think that's what we need to look towards across the course of this map.
Malsey taking full advantage of the new drop over towards A. Jumps up, finds the double. Perfect angle here. Should Malsey up, should inside up to peek on forward. That should be round, done, and dusted. Does have the spike. Caught in the open the second time around as well, and Malsey finds the 3-piece 2-0 again, as expected.
Not bad.
Vitality coming out victorious.
Yeah. Good stuff there from Vitality. And now it gets interesting. Light armor across the board here for KPI, but should be able to get at least a reasonable amount of utility. It's not really a full buy, but, you know, you're against a bonus, so you'll take that.
I'm seeing KO Twistin sit with a judge over towards B. Curious to see which angle, where he's going to post up and wait for a position to come in his direction. Send up, not updating to really. 5-1 to this one, of course, has the headhunter available. So we'll make great use of that. Push over towards Disc as KPI heads towards B. A
bot comes on through, yeah. Kurz, can he make this raise pick work out? Forces Sender away at very least, so small advantage there. A is the site. It's just going to be the single player Bone Cold here, trying to defend. Gravity Well, not enough. Kurz gets the first kill. And Bisc answers on to Sender as well. 2 kills here for KPI. And now Destrian, Twistin, Malsey have to try and go for a 3v5 retake.
Now we're hitting that fun time where Twistin, I mean, shotguns in general are amazing when people are pushing your angle, but when you're the one that has to make the aggressive play, they don't always work out the same. Curse spotted as Twistin does fall down. The second time around push comes through, and there you have the kills to follow.
Yeah, Kurz rightly picking the target that isn't Neon, that isn't flying around the room at the time. Gets that one first and then transfers the spray, helps his teammate out. So, 2-1. KPI get themselves that rifle round. Now Vitality go for a full buy, and now we get to see this game really kick off. And I'm curious to see what KPI have up their sleeves. This is Vitality's map pick, but it's KPI picking the attacking side.
Vandals across the board, but light armor to follow. Plenty of utility to work with as well on this side of KPI. Nowhere near any ults to play this round, so it's going to be a rifle battle. Sender spots the boom bop, doesn't want to go with more of it either.
Bisc inching forwards, looking for a head. One pops out, and it's Malsey to find the first head here. The Neon just sneaking on out, sees a few players retreating as well. Go. As the smokes come on through, and instantly enters high gear, looking to just charge through mid to make sure that he's there if the rotation does come on through, and it looks like it will from KPI.
Love the timing. Malsey and Destrian and that peek over towards A main. One prowl is all that's needed to bait the attention away, and all of a sudden you're standing at 5v4, but here comes Malsey full speed forward. Finds the first, finds the second as well.
Malsey on fire right now, looks for another. That's 4, let's make it 5. Ooh. No, Insider ruins it and gets 3 of his own. That's just looking for his own, but it's not going to happen. Sender takes him out there. And Malsey, he's on the A site, gets one headshot, they rotate to B, and suddenly Malsey's there and takes the heads off again.
The power of Neon. All of a sudden, you see him on one side, all of a sudden she's on the other. I like what Insight brought into this one too, although it is, I mean, not exit frags, but frags in a round that is most likely going against you. He finds the 2 instantly, turns around, almost finds the 3rd as well. That was incredibly close.
Look at Malsey's score. 8 kills in 4 rounds. The next highest in the entire game is half of his current kills. Already has that overdrive online as well, so you can expect that kill count to just keep on racking up. It looks like a B hit here from KPI.
Yeah, there's an ult available on the side of Insider as well. Maybe. Oh, speaking of, here we go, full speed forward. They come. Curse caught with a knife in hand, able to stay alive though.
Just about 3 HP here, but Destrian's the first one to fall. Just absolute spam from both sides through the smoke. Into tower, Twistin trying to hold on, but Shaq takes control of the situation. Bone Cold dropping down one of his stars. Trying to just slow things down for the time being. Will get one, looks to the second as well. It's 3 kills already for Bone Cold, holding this site down. Sender moving over as fast as he can, but he's not there just yet.
I was just going to say, even if Bolcone doesn't get the kills there the third time around, he's buying so much time, and now Sender is already here. The jump comes through, but shoulder peek ain't going to matter. Inside of Falls, and now the 1v1 Spike still not down. Peek comes through, baits the attention, second time around. Now the showstopper head pops off, and Sender able to bring it home. And I think that is all off of Bone Cold, buying the time needed for Sender to get there. Because had he gone down early, had they got the plant down, post-plant crossfire position, that could have been a whole other round.
And not just buying time either, but taking 3 people
kills
with him. Like, you're not only delaying and just stalling everything, but then when they do push in, managing to get serious value there. 4-1 on the scoreboard. Just take a look at that. And then that one, the shoulder peek from inside of the jump peek, sorry. And Sender does not need a split second. Just managed to find that shot. Now the tour de force to come on out. We'll see what Bisk can do.
Yep, Prowler duel. Ends out with no casualties. Let's just slow things down at least for a little bit. 2 pushing it over towards Desk, over towards A. Remaining 2. Shaq and Bisk over towards B, now joined by Jumper towards the arcade.
It is looking like that B hit. Destrian actually moving over towards A, being suspicious there. You know, playing in mid, so can rotate, but actually fully committing now. And that Neon obviously can always move. Molesey can always make it on over as Sender and Molesey scouting out the attacker spawn here. A lot of information of where the players must be.
And I mean, they haven't seen anything, but actually you're saying of where they must be, right? Because they're almost fully committing. Now we're seeing Sender starting to fall back. Like, this is taking too long. Where are they? Going back towards A. But little does he know the full push is here inside up. First one to fall, though, as Twistin finds one.
Destrian answers in as well. And you got the rendezvous coming out from Sender to try and get here through mid as fast as possible. Haunt going to come on out. Jumper should be able to shoot that one before it spots, but I don't think it matters. Twistin with 3. And now the tour de force isn't enough. No, it's not, because Molesey holding a really odd angle, very up close and personal. And always on the scene. 5-1 now. Vitality just kind of running away with things.
It's interesting that KPI opts. I mean, not interesting that they take the time they do to push, but then once the first knock comes through, once the fight starts, it's weird to me that that's where they, I don't want to say decide to take the fight, but it is one of those choke points where it's always going to favor the defending team sitting on the other side. Once the first knock, once the first kill comes through, there's no follow-up. Very little damage being done from the side of KPI, because they were just like, once you're in that one lane, limited with angles you can work with, you're just running straight into, well, death really.
Certainly are. Boombot going to be used. Sender just immediate rendezvous. Does not want to mess about with that as Molesey there alongside him. But the full rotation here from KPI back towards attacker spawn. Now leaning towards A. Couple of stars in play there that could be used, but obviously Bone Cold does not have information that they're there just yet. And realistically, using them when the players aren't nearby is not actually useful.
Utility available. We have double ults available on the side of KPI as well. Now they peek. Now the info is fed across. Showstopper instantly used, but not finding the kill. Nice escape from Sender.
Sender gets the rendezvous out last possible second there, but it's enough. 34 HP on Kurz, but onto the site. And now the plant comes on through. Destrian, though, starts turning things around. Sender waiting for these smokes to finish off. The Seize comes in. The stun comes in onto Bisk as well, but no actual follow-up here. Molly not quite in the corner.
Shaq able to find Bone Cold as well. There was the potential flank, the lurk that could have dealt with him from behind, but not to be. Twistin able to take that one. The follow-through from Molesey, not going to find anything either. Twistin is there to trade it, though. There's more damage to come through, but it's all in favor of Vitality.
And it feels like so many of these fights, KPI the ones that have the drop, but then it's turned around. Destrian alone. Shaq here, as he manages to get one with a molly, but Destrian with a Sheriff in hand finishes that one. Nicely done there, but I don't think can get the fuse here, so it will be KPI at least grabbing around. They lose all of their weapons, but at the end of the day, the points on the board, and that's what matters.
They know they have to find Shaq in order to win the round, seeing that the ult is available, and the fact that he opts to set up as far away as possible from the side while still be within ult distance means that, yes, you can come find me, but you're also going to be spending at least 10 seconds getting back to the side again. So if I buy just enough time, which would be half what you would have otherwise, that's round over. So smart play, great by him to opt to stay away for as long as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like you said, buying time. Stalling out for his team. KPI with 2 on the board. And now, full rifles, you can see light armor. Most of their utility, missing a couple of little pieces. They don't have the stim beacon, don't have the boombot, but generally speaking, a lot to work with here. And it looks like a bit of a lean towards A once again. You can see Satellite very much in control of KPI.
Yeah, a lot of aggression coming out from Vitality down towards A main, wanting to really isolate, force them to go elsewhere. And well, indeed they have. 3 up towards Disc, now the push to follow, but instantly met by Nightfall.
Yeah, and immediately pushed back on Sat as well. So only 3 players actually pushing in for the time being. As you can see, Bisc and Jomba still hanging around on attacker spawn, not willing to push forward, and rightly so, because Sender is laying in wait. With that tour de force, we've already seen Sender have absolutely mental rounds, but not this time as Bisc finds his forehead and takes him out of the equation. 4v5 now is the push in from KPI. They're desperate to get onto this side as fast as possible. Destrian as well has been really on point in this game so far. Bisc getting yet another one onto Molzy, trading it out. Keeping that advantage for KPI, but they're yet to get the spike down as Destrian happily just peeking and re-peeking there, but Insider finds him.
Nice up-close angle as he finds Destrian. Loving the fact that they got this side, everything considered. Twistin will trade, but again, kills massively. Gone in favor of KPI now, a 1v3. Twistin, what do you have up your sleeve to bring this one home?
Twistin has been very much a highlight player in this game. A few rounds where he's really the one starting things off for his team. Gets himself a Vandal. But there's just no time. You've got to be quick on this one, and there's 3 players to go into. The Molly comes out and finds himself a 1v1. But you've got to be cautious of the trade. Looks for Kurz. Doesn't find his head. Kurz turns it around. KPI get another round. That's 3.
I love the fact that they brought that one home too, because they invested so much utility into the initial push from Disc, but the Nightfall forces them all back. I mean, second time around where they're coming in, they have no utility at all on Shaq, that is. Insider wasn't there with them either, so they're essentially relying on Curse to do all the damage and give them all the room needed in order to maneuver forward, and still they managed to just force back Twist and force back all the opposition.
And we kind of have to go back to a conversation we brought up earlier on in the day where, you know, Vitality, this is a partner team, this is a roster with a lot of talent on. I mean, you've got world champion Bone Cold there, Sender, who's an absolute beast. Twistin has been showing up today. I mean, Mosley and Destrian as well, joining back in that old duo. Coming over from London United. But the question is, can they actually convert all of that talent, all of that star power, all of that budget into wins? And, you know, we saw a really, really solid start in their first map, stalling out later on. Again, a really, really solid first few rounds, but now KPI getting a couple together. I like the tactical pause, though, because it's an opportunity to reset and go, okay, here's the game plan, here's how we're going to attack this.
One thing's for sure, if you look at how they played yesterday, starting off in a 13-1 unbind, you go, okay, this is what we were expecting from this caliber team. Now, I mean, again, KPI putting up a great fight in the end of it over on Breeze, but here as well, as much as they're getting rounds, it's more like the rounds that are going against them. They seem somewhat disjointed.
Yeah. Doesn't necessarily feel like they've got absolutely everything figured out. This is their map pick as well.
Can only imagine that they will come out victorious here again. Once again, we're seeing the push through. Okay, it hasn't really been working out for them thus far, but Curse is now but met by Twistin with the judge.
Yeah, you have been judged and you have been found wanting, sorry. Jomba does get one onto Twistin there. 2v3 now, Vitality. Finally around where they have the advantage. Jomba waiting for that peek. Sender has that operator and knows how to use it as well. Gonna peek alongside Destrian. Bone Cold waiting there as well. Sender, that headshot is right there for Jomba, but won't go for it. Cosmic Divide, and just before it goes up, Sender finds his mark. Shaq now desperate just to get the spike down. We'll be able to do so, but I mean,
Spike planted.
if he can hold on against these 3 players, it will be something special.
Yeah, it's a interesting stat being put out here by Vitality. They play back, they wait it out, they know they're looking for kills since they hadn't planted just yet. Then they put up the wall, which effectively isolates themselves, but using it as a beta now. Shaq, well, he saw what Twistin could do with a Judge, wanting to do the exact same thing. Can't find anything though, and he is in a tough position here.
Yeah.
No utility to use, and in the end, it's Sender with the classic to bring home round number 9.
4 HP as he wins that fight as well. That is literally millimeters of difference. Destrian given the defuse there just to be able to get that extra point. So there we go. Another round for Vitality, and much needed to kind of halt the roll from KPI. It did feel like they were starting to get going for themselves. 6-3. Still 3 rounds in the half. Vitality certainly in a good position economically. Can't really say the same for KPI, but luckily they do have that tour de force online, so at least 4 players will have weapons.
Yeah, not looking too bad for them tour de force, I should say, in hand of Bisk, and we've seen what he's been able. Like, once the rounds have gone against them, it's usually been Bisk that's been turning the tide, that's been turning things around with the initial frags, and we'll see now. He could potentially come out here and find some too. He's sat up alone on the top side of Arcade, but as you can see here, Kirsch slowly pushing through, should be reuniting with him momentarily.
Certainly should. Bone Cold going to be holding down on the B site here. Tour de force from Bisk. And Bisk really has been on point today. Bisk has had so many great moments. Twistin. I think Twistin wanted to go for the peak there, but thought better of it. Saw the boom bot, popped that one instead. Decides against the peak, and rightly so. There we go. Knifes come out. Or in fact, that's his ultimate, Twistin. Yeah. Just going to pop that null command immediately. Try and deny the push. Tower taken, though, as Twistin had to back away. 2 players staying on A for Vitality. They don't want to commit yet.
Shot comes through. Twistin falls down. Shotguns galore are what's being used in the tower. And now Bisk trying to see what more we can find with it. A lot of utility being committed to try and make space here. But again, I mean, we're not seeing the spike be moved further up now. Finally, B-main is being pushed.
Yep, the smoke's not down just yet, and it does mean that the spike can come on in. The relay bolt, the fast lane used to try and get on in. And Molsey, oh boy, has he got in. Now up towards tower. It's Molsey. We saw it earlier on in the game, but Jomba wants a bit of a highlight reel of his own here. Stepping forwards, Smoke hiding Jomba there, but Molsey knows where he was previously. Sender moving into 2v3 here. Oh, and it's a leg. Molsey survives. It's a good shot from Bisk, but not quite good enough.
No.
And Molsey decides it's time to leg it. Sender's going to join him.
Leg shot comes through. You know that Shaq has the ult available as well. We saw how much time he was able to buy for his team with that last time around too.
This game just isn't realistic, is it? Molsey literally just got a 50 caliber shot to the leg and then sprints across the map. It's just not realistic.
How can you argue that Valorant isn't realistic? I don't know what you're on about here.
The funniest thing to me in Valorant is that there are abilities that stun. Clearly stuns exist in this universe, and that you can get dinked in the head by a bullet and not be stunned whatsoever, still just find your headshot back.
We should have encumbrance in this game to the extent where the more abilities you have available, the slower you move, because you're carrying more things, right?
That would suck. That would be the worst change ever. KPI, though, good stuff there, getting themselves a 4th round. And again, I've been impressed by KPI here. And, you know, this is a team that has a lot of potential on it, has a lot of solid players here. Bisk, especially today, been really impressive.
Indeed, he has. We'll see if he can find the early impact kills needed to bring home more of these rounds. Once again, we're seeing the early aggression from Vitality. They want to lock down at least the A main side of things. They're pretty much intentionally leaving the drop open. But what we've seen before is Destrian has that one on lockdown too. And now, with, well, really both sides locked up, that means one thing and one thing alone. They have to be making their way over towards B.
They certainly are. You can see 3 players, though, in transition. I'm keeping my eyes on Molsey once again. I feel like I'm always talking about Molsey because he's on the flank here, but Bisk, hiding off in the corner, might be able to get the drop. No, Bisk moves forward just as Molsey arrives. It's a disaster. Twistin gets one because turns it around, gets 2 of his own, one with the paint shells and one with that Vandal. 3v3 now as they push on in. Horn, don't know if that spotted Molsey or not. I'd assume it did. Up in tower, but Apparently not, because Jumper definitely didn't know. And Mosley just peeking out, taking them all down. Shaq finally stops that in its tracks, but I think the damage is already done.
Yeah, you say that, but 30 seconds. 1v2 has the ult available as well, and the spike, so it ain't gonna be easy, no doubt about that. Not over just yet. Has the molly available. No smokes, though, to work with, but time keeps on running, and Sender catches him on the ropes.
Yeah, and I feel like that, I could see it pictured in my mind. That's the moment in solo queue where the Brimstone goes and gets the plant, finds their lineup, mollies it, drops the ult, denies the defuse, and just wins through sheer cheese.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen. Sender finds him out.
That was a yet again an interesting round. We saw previous attack rounds from KPI where this same sort of thing happened, where they opt to play slow, which I'm all for. They don't like what they see over towards A, but because they don't have someone playing contain, they don't have a lurk of their own. That means the more time they're spending playing it this slow, the more terrain is being taken over by Vitality. And when you have Multi, like we're seeing right here, play as aggressive as he is, you're just making it easier for Vitality to win the round by playing it passive.
Here we go. In goes Kurz. Won't be able to find his shot, though. Bisk the one to start this round off. Twistin going down, and Mulsi answers onto Bisk. 7-4. Spike will go down, though. It's a good start, but overdrive out here from Mulsi. But not really able to push in with that overdrive for the time being. It's a bit of a slow one. Sender sneaking on around. Ooh. Gets a shot onto Kurz, I believe, there, but doesn't finish the kill off. Inside, in the meantime, just turns around and takes out Molesy, but Sender's there. And Bone Cold as well. And Sid here, and Bone Cold with a second. Shaq, once again, finds himself in this clutch situation. This time does not have the ult, does not have the incendiary, just has to find those headshots. Ooh. There's one through the wall. Destrian pushes him away, commits to the defuse here, and finds the kill as well. Didn't get half of the defuse. It's close. I think he's got it. I think he's got it. Oh,
he does.
0.65 seconds.
Third round now, where I like the idea of them pushing up into tower. They get the kill on Twistin in tower as well, but it's as if they aren't quite sure where to go from there. Like, they get it on lockdown. They even have the site down some of the times, but because just with site alone doesn't mean you've cleared cafeteria, doesn't mean you've cleared spawn, doesn't mean maybe even that you've cleared B main, because Multi could be down there. So even with site in their hands, it's like, but where do we go from there? Because we will just get locked down in tower, which we've seen now for the third time.
And so, we're into the second half of the game on the exact same score that we had on Breeze. Vitality on 8 points, KPI on 4. This time, though, it was a bit more back and forth. Last time, it was very much Vitality for the first bit, and then KPI a little bit at the end. This time around, less one-sided, I would say. But now, we'll have to see what KPI can do on the defense. Remember, this is Vitality's map pick. They've got that neon. They can rotate very effectively.
They sure can. You get the orb early. Want to get the overdrive available as soon as possible. But just like we saw the aggressive plays coming through from Vitality towards A main, KPI will do the same.
That felt a lot like when I hold angles. The bullets just don't connect.
Shooting
it's just not happening. Here we go. Onto the A site here. Bisk, though. Good little headshot there, answered by Sender in the end, and Mulsi gets Shaq as well. 3v3.
You say A side, I love this audible because they knew they had players out inside A main. They say we can get, like, if we can get away from them, if we can isolate the angle faster, we might be off to a good one here. But now, Sender spotted. Jumper instantly there with the return.
Yeah, Spike gonna go down. Twisted. 2v1. Jomba very low on HP. If the headshots are found, Twisted very much could win this one. Look at this, moving all the way through. Not even staying in tower, just going for the flank, but Jomba's just going to defuse. Twistin, it's not quick enough. He's just realized what's going on, and it's too little too late. Twistin allows the defuse to go down. It gets a headshot, but, I mean, those 2 kills needed to be earlier.
Damage already done. I mean, I'm not going to try and put myself on the head of a pro player and say that I know better, because I do not. But you'd imagine that when there are 2 players pushing side together, and you hear the spike being committed to, the one is covering, the other one diffusing.
Yeah. Quite often, though, you do just see that initial tap, see if someone peeks, and then go for it, right? So
easy.
Obviously, just expecting that.
So easy for us with the hindsight knowledge.
There's a little bit of information there that Twistin's missing. That's that pros don't fake. It's always true. It's always true, unless it's not.
It is 50% of the time, it's true every time.
Okay, Bisk with the Guardian here, and we know he's been good with the headshots. He's up against just pistols. Should be able to have a good round for himself. Still got that rendezvous in play, should he need it. But I'm kind of curious. Vitality really spread out in this round, like all over the map.
Yeah, trying to find early aggression, and well, there it was. Twiston, unfortunately, the one at the receiving end of it. Shaq jumping for info, seeing a little more than what he liked, and Bisc again able to find some of these kills, catching people caught in the open.
Yeah, Shaq with the shoulder peaks. It's nice stuff. Just going to molly to make sure nobody can be too aggressive, and Bisc finds a third one as well. We've seen eco bashes before, but Bisc is writing the book on it, apparently. Just absolutely decimating Vitality.
Not usually the gun that you see used on these slaughters either, but Guardian working out perfectly for Bisc as he continues a bit of a battle on ropes going on here. As I don't think Sender wants to let Shaq get out of this one alive, and indeed he won't. The classic comes out victorious.
Yeah, I mean, at least he got something. Bisc with 4 in the end. Then Jumper finds the last one. 8-6 then, as KPI enter the bonus round. You'd hope, for Vitality's sake, that this is the round where they get into the half, right? Because against this kind of buy, you really need to make the third one stick.
We're looking at a tie, if it wouldn't be the case. And again, for Vitality, I mean, we see them play pretty much head-to-head on Breeze, which we know is the strong map of KPI. Now, when we're seeing a head-to-head on the map that was definitely a massive favor for Vitality. KPI only 50% win rate on Fracture, but they're playing it good right now.
Honestly, this is an incredibly close series between the two teams.
Yeah.
Vitality being tested here. SLK being tested as well. Out Fnatic back in Istanbul, but now needs to figure out how KPI are approaching this one. Just spraying away. Won't be able to find anyone. Bone Cold will, though. Just finds 2 people over towards 8 by himself. There's 2 more players pinching him. Bone Cold against everybody here, and Insider finds him. But wait a second. The whole squad is moving on in. The cavalry's arriving, swinging into the action Indiana Jones style. But they won't find anyone.
No, it's quiet once more. I'm loving the way that they set this play up. They've been so quiet on their initial pushes over towards Arcade. This time around, they're sprinting, they're making noise, because Bone Cold knows if we start pushing towards Arcade, they're going to be coming through a main. Finds the initial 2. Now, despite him going down, it's still a 4v3.
And I think Bisc and Shaq just realized what's going on, because they both were searching around Arcade, and then suddenly you see them both let go of the shift key and start running towards the other side, because now Molsey's here, up on top of the situation. And we'll see if they can hold on to this one. Spike going to be going down here. Destrian the one to place that. Oh, it's so close to his head. Bisc doesn't even know how close he was there.
That was terrifying. Second time around, though, the double headshot through the wall deals with Molsey in an instant.
Bisc is an absolute monster, but Sender is as well. Bisc pushing on forwards. 2 players that have to try and make this happen. Destrian alone on the site there and taken out. Twiston holding the angle, looking towards this side. He's alone, but finds one headshot, looks for Insider, but Insider gets the 3K, and I think he's got time for the defuse as well. KPI shut down the first buy.
So much utility available for Twiston there, but just not in a position where he really could make use of it. I think them having Molsey up on Heaven, that was the play they were waiting to set up for. Get the flashes and they have him peek from up above. But, well, with Bisc getting the shots he was hitting, he made it look easy.
He certainly did. 8-7 now, and KPI looking for an upset. And you know, I think most people say Vitality were a favorite coming in here, but I think KPI showing that they were not a heavy favorite. Like, this is a much closer matchup than I certainly was expecting here. And now the question has to be, is this going to be the first 3-game series that we get on stream? We've only had 2-0s on stream so far. This could be it.
It could just be far from sure, as we said in round 16, but with the way that's been playing out so far, I would not imagine this one going down where both teams aren't at least in the double digits.
Yeah. I hope so. I hope you're right on
truly
that one.
Hope so
Imagine
too.
if one team just rolls now from this point on. That would be so disappointing. You can see everyone sliding on over towards the north side of A.
And once again, I mean, Bone Cold is set here, anticipating the push. And you can see Curse is like, we tried last round and it didn't really work. So how about if no?
You don't push Bone Cold when he's on attacker spawn, apparently. That's what we want.
You saw him.
Sender?
Oh, the timing of the push, and it's Shaq's own smoke 2% that was already holding the angle. An inch, a small sliver of a pixel is all he saw, and he took the shot off of it.
That's all he needed, apparently. Bisk does get one onto Molesy here, but Sender already with a second one. Advantage for Vitality. Spike going down. 2 defenders trying to retake, and Bisk does find Sender. Jumper with one on Twiston as well. Suddenly it's even, and I can't believe KPI are actually doing this retake. Destrian, 1 HP. Holding on the back of the site, peeking on out, and it's Bone Cold to find ahead. Bisk, 1 HP in a dream. Oh, but the reload comes out. Bone Cold has to make it happen for his team, and he finds the shot in the end. It couldn't have been closer, but Vitality in the clutch situation is Bone Cold to come up big.
The brawl of unlikeliness. Bisk has been hitting shot after shot. He's sitting at 20-13. You'll give him 2 chances in 1 go there, and he whiffs on both. That was wild.
Yeah. 2013. Great year. Great year. Actually, I have no idea if it was a good year. I can't
What did we
remember
do
that
in
long ago.
2013? Yeah, let's not go down
That's
that
almost
path.
a decade ago. 2013
Don't
is
say
almost
that.
a decade
Don't say
ago.
that. Don't
Good
say that.
God, time marches on. 97. Vitality. 4 rounds away from a win here, but KPI with some of these rounds, you gotta believe that they've got it in them to take this map.
I was just gonna say, I mean, finally they muster around on attacker's side, but that was as far from clean. I mean, write that up 10 times, 9 out of 10, Bisk wins that final 1v1, and that would have been a round going in the favor of KPI as well. So yes, Vitality gets around, but it was not pretty.
No, definitely not. And the pause coming out here, and I think part of that just from KPI figuring out how to...
Oh no, he did. There's no way he saw it.
He was just
that
blind.
Was
he just knew where to shoot. And this, the fact that it was the last couple of bullets for Bone Cold, they both missed their first shot, but Bone Cold has a second. And now the decision coming through from KPI, how much are they going to commit to this round? And apparently it is the full, well, as much as they can, basically. A little bit of utility to be desired there from Shaq. Will go for the combat stim, deciding not to go for the molly, at least for the time being.
Yeah. Have the tour de force available on the side of Bisk as well, so we'll see how much damage he's going to be able to fight with. I could only imagine he's going to push down towards A main, and indeed he is. Met by not vision, but audio from almost the entire team. Has to back off now. Timing great as well, as he gets suppressed on the push on through.
Yeah, pushed away. Sender goes down as well in the meantime.
There.
It's KPI fully rotating towards the B site here. They figured this out. They know exactly what's going on. The Prowler into the site. Bone Cold looking for duels and finding duels. Bone Cold has warmed up. Bone Cold is on fire. Never mind warmed up.
Access denied as attackers and defenders essentially swapped sides. That's what Fracture can do to you. Swapping sides in the matter of the first 10 seconds of the round. And Bone Cold, well, he's good outside of A main, but he's good outside of Arcade as well.
He's good wherever you put him at this point. Bisk turns around the wrong way. 4 kills. Doesn't know that the final player is behind him, though. Jumba playing.
The 1v4 retake.
Yeah, he's in Arcade just about. I don't think it's going to happen.
For it,
He's
bro.
looking for exit frags. And Bone Cold just turns around. I mean, who else? Who else to do that?
I think Jumbo missed that shot on purpose because he knew it was him coming and kind of wanted to give him that ace. No, that was phenomenal. Phenomenal play from Bone Cold. Again, in a situation where you can't even fault Bisk for getting caught with his back turned because they literally swapped sides. You had all of the defenders playing in from attacker's side, and all of Vitality sat deeply inside B and just holding up. And look at this, the traits coming through. Not even traits, just Bone Cold doing Bone Cold things.
And obviously, you know, KPI not having full weaponry in this round, but Bone Cold just find those heads really beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
They did have a half buy, right?
It was
they
a half
had
buy,
a couple of
yeah.
rifles and had a bit of armor. Bone Cold making it happen, getting himself that ace. Now Bisk trying to defend through satellite here, but he reloads and Sender knows it. Pushing forwards now onto the site.
I love the commitment for him to keep on walking too. Despite all the shots ringing through, he says, you know what, I'm going to get the off angle. Just about 3, 2, 1, and there you have it.
Yeah, listens for that reload. Molesy, the one to push in and try and peek, but gets blinded and bumps into his teammate there. Sender finds Jumper though, and Destrian just taking him apart. This is brutal. You know, you are against very much a force here. If force at best, to be honest, mostly eco, really. Shaq with a shotgun. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do much.
The Bucky 1v5 retake. If there's something for a highlight reel somewhere, it starts right here.
The Bucky in hand, the Winter Soldier, if you will.
How much can we hype this? I'm not sure because he's dead.
Yeah, well. Let's be honest, it was never going to happen. But
no. It would have been good, though. It would have been great, but yeah, no, not going to happen.
Oh, now that bookie available to be stolen by Vitality.
Oh, it didn't have me.
Maybe not.
No.
Okay, 11 rounds on the board for Vitality. It's 7-11. We went there earlier today.
Closest at 9.
Yeah, rifle. Yeah, what the hell is that about? It's meant to be 7 till 11. The 7-11 here closes at 9 p.m. That doesn't make any sense. Anyway, yeah, rifles across the board. 2 ults on either side here. This feels like the final hurrah.
I was just going to say a must-win for KPI. They've got the ults I feel like they need to win this one out. Shaq hasn't been a massive impact player on defense so far, but with ult available on Brim now, there might just be something to do for him. Multi jumps for info early, doesn't see anything, but even despite that, they don't opt to fully commit. There's a 3-stack, very deep sat inside of A. They're potentially right now running over to a very open and available B, should they opt to commit further forward.
Yeah, Molsey there alongside Bone Cold, setting up their smokes, getting ready to make the attack. Cosmic Divide available as well, if they want to get that used. It's only 2 defenders towards the B site, and they are far away from that B site as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Nightfall available on Destrian as well. I'm thinking that's why they're waiting. You can see now the Fate joining the team, and there you go, the wall up. The Nightfall as well, not going to hit anything. Unknown to them, but the side is theirs for the taking, and now, as you said, a much-needed 5v5 retake situation that KPI has to win.
Yeah, they were so tentative getting onto the side. There was no one there. Checking every corner using utility. Nobody to be found. Does mean KPI have that 5v5 retake available. Molsey gets one. The Rocket doesn't find it. Twist and Jumper both chiming in with a kill of their own. As Bisq moves forward, he's desperate to find players here. 3v3. Vitality playing it slow, as they should. They're the ones on defense now. Molsey peeking out. Destrian gets one. Molsey chimes in. And there we have Vitality with 12 and KPI backs against the ropes.
You get the instant use of the Brim ult into tower with the Cosmic Divide still up. So little info to go off of that finds nothing. Showstopper finds nothing either. And now, at 12-7, I don't want to say a bad buy for KPI, but light Kevlar, they do get Vandals galore. But as you can see in Bisq as well, limited utility to work with. This is a backs against the wall situation for KPI, and they need 5 in a row.
Yeah, and they did it. They did it in the previous game. They certainly got big streaks of rounds together. But it is a tall order. Rifles, light armor, some utility. Not quite everything, but a lot. Certainly possible, but Vitality, when it matters the most, have proven that they can find these rounds. Twisted starting it off onto Kurz, and Molsey not letting Jumper escape. 2 picks to start the round, 2 picks to open this map up for Vitality. And now B-side looks like the target.
I'm loving that re-peek from Molsey as well. They realize there's 2-1, tries to back off, and he goes, yep, you ain't going nowhere, buddy. Comes peeking around the corner, takes him out now inside of Falls as well.
Yep.
5v2. Write it up in the books. I think this is KPI out of this one.
It's devastating as well. KPI have had so many incredible rounds. They've had so many great moments. They had such an insane map 1. But Vitality at the end of the day... Oh!
Okay, time out.
Finding their moments. Okay, there it is. Vitality, 1 kill away. They shut down the player that was stopping everything. 3v1 now. They want to move forward to the semi-finals here.
If there's one to do it. If there is one to keep the hopes and dreams alive for KPI, it would be Bisq, but it ain't to be. Multi finds him 13-7. Vitality.
Vitality take it in the end, and Bisq, just like the biscuit he's named after, crumbles in the final moment. That feels a bit mean. Bisq actually had an insane series. But Vitality take it in the end. I will say, not as convincing as I think a lot of people at home would have been hoping for.
KPI definitely put up a fight, and it goes to show, I mean, they are a great team, and also just for the Valorant scene as a whole, there are so many players that with the game still being a somewhat new esports title in comparison to many others, there are so many up-and-comers who via tournaments such as this one get their proving ground, get to show that they are worthy of playing at the top level, and they were here as well.
Yeah, tournaments like this in off-season are your moment to prove yourselves, and KPI certainly showing some great rounds for us, but it's Vitality to move forward to our semi-finals. And that said, we're going to go to a break, but then we're going to jump into our first semi-final of the tournament as well. Do not touch that browser.
Satisfying, isn't it? What if we make it more rewarding? Let's add this, and maybe highlight that. Ah yeah, that's more like it. Learn more today on how to get the most out of your gaming at gloot.com.
Every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
it could have been a 2-0 for Vitality, and even though it wasn't as easy as we predicted it would have been. Right? It was actually, there were moments where we've seen, like, this is going to map 3, right, Hypok?
Yeah, and there's a degree of kind of put down to whether or not, you know, KPR are really winning rounds or Vitality where we're slipping up in certain regards. Again, we've got to question that kind of familiarity between the teams. One thing I will say for map 2, there was, I mean, very, very big contrast between the defensive sides. What Vitality was able to achieve of some of this proactivity and clearing space, and I guess the knock-on effect of that towards the late round. I was just a little shout as well. I know Joe mentioned it at the end, but Bisc actually had overall a really impressive series for me.
Oh yeah, completely. And I think the change in the composition that we saw coming in from KPI definitely was a deciding factor for them, because we could see maybe some of the players not being completely adjusted to how to react to certain situations where they had to be, or what their role was supposed to be in certain moments of the round. And I think the casters nailed it, especially on this last map. We expected something a little bit more dominant coming in from the side of Vitality.
Well, you know, just wanted to talk about this guy, because we spoke in the pre-match about Von Cold and, you know, how mechanically he was gifted for an IGL, right? Wow. And here in this match, he kind of like won just 2 rounds by himself for the team, right? First
back
one
to
to
back,
Clad,
right?
back to back, and then the 3K, which then translated into an ace. So what's the impression of Bonko right now in this team?
Oh, I think it's good. I think that, you know, it's still taking a little time to adjust, but I think that everything is on a good way. I think that Bonko feels comfortable, definitely in the roles that he's playing and directing the team.
Yeah, I think that comfort translates across to what the expectation, and actually even the previous kind of assessment, which is he's very mechanically talented, right? Not necessarily one of the front players for Ascend. He was usually anchoring, or you know, saw him last up alive trying to clutch with a Sheriff, God knows how many times, but I'm expecting this to be the bone cold we see within Vitality.
Yeah, and it's going to be actually an interesting progress for the team, because, you know, so far, look at the actual scoreboard, and you can see there's a lot of players that are mechanically gifted in this team, right? And there's not a single player that just stands out because they play different roles. Mosi has the Neon on this map, so different. Sorry, let me rephrase. Mosi has such a different role from the previous map that he played on KO, and now he understands the difference when he's playing this agent, right? And Mosi on Neon was actually a beast.
He has always been a very flexible player. I love the fact that he can go on the Neon field as comfortable as he looked. Same goes for Twiston. Like, maybe for some people it would make more sense to just have Twiston just go crazy, knowing also what he can do with the shorty. But I think this works because, you know, with KO you can also play for yourself. Same goes for Sender.
Yeah, I think as well, a big tick in the box for me is kind of seeing some switch ups of roles. People aren't kind of dedicated to, you know, being either the Oppa that then translates across to being hard locked on the chamber. So even seeing Twiston here flex across to the KO is something that whether or not actually within the map pool there's any other experimentation that we're going to see potentially this weekend or in the future. Yeah, with Twiston we have seen play, for example, Raze on this map in the previous team, right? So there's vast change in the responsibilities for those players, and fortunately we're going to have an interview with Salah from Vitality to ask questions about that, and we have him already here. Hello Salah, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Hey Salah.
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Awesome. We're doing good, I guess. So first, congrats on the win, but my question will be actually different, because I heard from some little birdies that you guys are already in Berlin in the offices and you're playing together from one location. Is that true?
Yeah, we're in the Vitality Berlin office. We've been here, I want to say 2 weeks.
Okay, awesome. Tell me a little bit more about then the team, how it's, you know, is it working? Can you spill some beans about some details, like who's taking what responsibilities? How do you feel like is the team progressing now with this new lineup?
I think, like, right now on the team is really, really good. I think when we were building the roster, when we were making the roster, we went for something very specific in terms of, like, I wanted the team to be, you know, and we wanted the team to be very similar in the way they think, similar in the way they approach problems, similar in the way they get angry, similar in the way they get happy, right? And because I thought it was a really big thing. I think it is a really big thing in teams. So you can see in the nationalities and cultures, it's similar, you know, half by design, half by luck, of course. It's more important how good a player is rather than where he's from, of course. But I think right now it's really, really good. We have kind of we don't really have, you know, someone who is emotionally taking more responsibility than the other, or someone who's doing more than the other. I think we're really even right now. I think we've got a really good mix of people, and it's going really, really good right now in terms of that.
Kakuka has a question for you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask because we've also had Vlad and you know, and other people answering this question, especially looking towards 2023, since this roster, you know, some of the pieces are new, fitting together. What is your pecking order? What are your priorities right now, focusing in the off season, looking towards 2023?
I mean, for us, yeah, of course, you know, it's easy to say, yeah, we want to win everything, right? It's obvious. I think for us, we want to make sure we are competing with the very best at all times. We are the team, I've said this many times, and whenever anyone asks me this question, but I want to be the team that people are afraid of, that they don't want to get in a bracket, that they don't want to play a game against, they never want to, you know, they don't want to prep against. I want to be that team. And, you know, with that kind of consistency, I think will come results. So yeah, I think that's like consistency at the top level, basically.
Awesome. And I know that Hypok has a question about a specific agent that was being played today.
Yeah, obviously on Breeze we saw the Harbor employed. Obviously in a double controller composition this time around. The benefit being, obviously we did see Paperworks, the Indian Invitational, flex that as kind of the solo control. I guess the best way to phrase this is, can we look forward to maybe some more quirky comps, or is that something you kind of just worked on and honed in on Breeze? And I guess your general thoughts on Harbor in the current meta where he stands?
I don't want to comment too much on how good I think he is, or, you know, I think we'll maybe see him, maybe won't. Who knows? But I think
Come on, give us
I think with everything right now, we're practicing, right? We are so early in the team in terms of development. Like, this isn't even, I think, 15% of what we hope to be in even 4 months. So I think we're trying a lot of things, and I think that Harbor, you know, right now he's a bit of a coach's dream and a player's nightmare. Like, no one really likes him. Yeah, I think he could have potential. I think depending on what you do, depending on how you play it, depending on the maps you do it on and how you do it, it's really, really important. I think he's a bit niche right now. I think maybe with changes he could change up a little bit, but I think he has his place right now.
I have a question about that, because we know that you guys scrimed against KPI in the past. Did you use Harbor against them in scrims on Breeze?
So I heard this on the desk, like, that I think they said that we scrim a lot. To be honest with you, because we've been going for like 2 months now, I don't remember scrimming them that much. I do remember a few scrims, not on Breeze specifically. So no, I don't think we would have scrimmed them with that Harbor. No. Okay. But it wasn't. Yeah, I don't really think it was like a pick just to surprise them, or just, you know, a niche pick. I think it wasn't something like that. But yeah, we scrimmed them on other maps, and they're a very, very good team of scrims. I know that one of the reasons I think they did, you know, maybe better than people expected is because they're a little bit underrated, right? They're one of the teams that go into practices, unlike a lot who actually practice and actually try to do something in practice, and it shows in the way they play. Like, they actually play very well, in my opinion. They're actually quite a good team.
Okay, awesome. I have a question about the IGLing style that in your team. Like, how does it look right now? How would you characterize it?
I think, like, Bone Cold's IGLing, I have a way of saying this. Can I swear?
Wait, just be.
We're not going to tell you.
You can go. So I think I have a categorization of IGLs where it's like calls from the ass, right? And there's like the graph there. Yeah, there's the graph there of IGLs who call from the ass and IGLs who don't, right? And, you know, IGLs who call from purely structure, and I'll let you guys decide who's where. But I think Bone Cold has this really good thing where he can do the calls from the ass. And when I say that, it's not necessarily he's just int calling or he's calling bad things. It's he has these intuition calls where it's just, you know, I would never have thought of it, but it's such an amazing call, right? So he's really, really good at that. I think, and of course, you could see it in the way Ascend played last year when they were dominant, right? Like, it was so unpredictable, it was so explosive, it was so, you know, just hard to deal with. And I think he has a lot of that quality as an IGL. I think, so he has that style, and I come with a little bit more of a structured, slow, you know, methodical style, and I think we're trying really hard to mix them, right, and get the best out of both worlds, if that makes sense. So I think Bone Cold's IGLing is just crazy. It's an IGL, kind of IGLing I haven't had before, where it's just explosive. It's stuff where you would never think of it, but it's a really good call, actually. Like, it's a lot of that.
I have another question for you, because yesterday we had Zippen on the interview, and of course he was talking about how Zenit was adapting to Na'Vi. You were talking about Ascend, and the thing that Zippen said is, like, you know, Zenit's coming from Ascend, so they did not have, or they did not know how to work around structure. Do you think that maybe he was getting that feeling because, you know, like, before and after Bone Cold?
I think both of us had those like tribulations almost where we had completely, not polar opposite, but we had very conflicting styles in the way we see the game and the way we've played the game for the past 2 years, right? So I think there was a little bit of like teething issues at the start, but I think mostly it's meshed quite well. I think with that kind of stuff, it's about, you know, of course, respecting each other and respecting each other's opinion, but also being able to find a middle ground, right? Like, it's not always going to be the case that I'm right. It's not always going to be the case that he's right. It's being able to realize, okay, he's right, I'm wrong, or you're wrong, I'm right, right? And I think, yeah, like, we've had some of those tribulations, but it hasn't really been that big of an issue. And more recently, it's becoming even more better, I'd say.
Okay, awesome. That was actually a very interesting interview. Thank you, Sarah. Any more questions from you, Hypo?
No, nothing for me. Just thanks for your time, obviously.
All right, awesome. So thank you much for joining us here on the desk and bringing us a lot of insight, which I always value because there's not many opportunities when someone can be, you know, as honest as you on the desk. So thank you so much, and I'm wishing you good luck in your next matches.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too.
Awesome. Really loving those interviews, you know, because it's always something new that we learn. We learned a little bit about Bonkolt IGLing from the bottom of his heart, you know, it's like when it comes to making the calls.
Mitch, if he's watching, I'll be so happy to hear about things like that. I know he loves that sort of thing, playing from the heart, pulling strats out your ass, apparently. It works for some people.
It comes
so.
right from deep within, you know?
Yeah. That's just intuition, you know, like he's reading the map, he's reading the map control correctly, and then he makes assumptions from it, you know? That's assumptions, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I got it. It's another one of those.
Cool.
Yeah. Another polish
What
joke.
time is it?
It's pretty late. But we still have one more game to go. But let's take a look at the bracket. The auto match, I think, is still ongoing.
Listen, it's a 1-1 Navi versus Fireflex. I think it was Haven, that first map that Fireflex got, and I was literally just asking production, being like, do we have an update on how that is going? Because we might have Navi leaving the tournament and us not being there to see it. But of course, Vitality is waiting on the other end. We just have to wait and see if it's going to be Fireflex or Navi.
Interesting enough, map 2 was actually Pearl.
We missed that.
What did Shao play?
Well, actually, look at the composition. Shao was on the Astra. So, again, they had Sugetsu on the Killjoy, Angel over on the Sova, which isn't one you see every day.
I don't think I ever seen Angel.
I don't think I've ever seen him on the Sova. Nope.
That is very...
He's really tested it.
I have one nugget. Gold nugget. Okay?
Okay.
Let's hear
Angel's playing Sova.
See?
How many first deaths did he have?
Don't go. 0.
Okay. Hypo?
I know the answer, so I'm not.
Why would you do? I saw you glance. Why would you do that?
Well, because I already had it up on the screen. Of course, I'm going to glance.
Well, it's 6. But that's pretty
on attack
a lot.
or defense? Can we separate?
You can separate. It's
it's
3 on both.
No!
Anyway, but a very interesting match for sure. But we're gonna have a third match for us here on the mainstream, and there's gonna be Giants again, right? So we're gonna see maybe a little bit of progress of what they showed from the previous match to this one, and we can draw conclusions and see the context as well. But for the first time, we're gonna see Paula Esports as well on our stream. Now we're gonna take a short commercial break, and that short commercial break is gonna be around 20 minutes or so. So
it's a dinner break.
Yeah, you can
stretch your legs.
Make yourself a tea or something, or a coffee, and we're gonna be back for the third map, and we're gonna see how Nuki and his friends in the new lineup of Giants we're gonna be doing against Paula Esports.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Hey, chat.
every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
Teleport's ready. Here. This is too fun!
Last player standing.
Shadows traveling, blinding.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. Thrifty. Spike down A. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Blinding!
One enemy remaining.
Face your fear! Spike carrier down.
Spike down A.
We'll catch them. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Bomb buddy out.
Cover going out. Blinding.
Grenade! Satchel out.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining. Thrifty. Last round before the switch.
You want to play? Let's play.
Cover going out.
Here goes the party!
Poison orb emitting. Don't get in my way!
Let's go!
30 seconds left.
Sight.
One enemy remaining.
This is everything I wanted. Wasn't it?
Switching sides.
They found my trap.
Where are you? Spike down B.
I'm too far.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Excusez-moi. Out of charges.
I'll find you.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Spike drop.
Spike planted. Team Ace.
Your gaming needs purpose, and with G-Loot, we amplify your gaming. G-Loot adds a battle pass on top of your in-game battle pass. Let me show you. That's 2 battle passes, baby. Same progress, double the rewards. So visit gloot.com now and join the next generation of esports players.
When I want, they are jealous. I'm crazy,
One more to go.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back to G-Loot Valorant Clash, brought to you by Cold Drink and Clean Drink and also HyperX. It's $50,000 on the line for the teams that are playing in the single elimination bracket. And, well, we're still on the desk with Hypok and Kakuka. We have the third match starting pretty soon.
Yep.
Kakuka, you were talking about a little bit about Na'Vi when we were during the break.
I was keeping an eye on that one because I just heard production telling me that it was a 7-7 at the moment. So we do not know if it's going to be Na'Vi or Fireflux for tomorrow for the other semifinal. But, you know, we'll have to wait and see. We'll keep you guys updated. But now we have another semifinal that we need to talk about.
Let's actually look at the bracket, how it looks right now. As you said, Na'Vi versus Fireflux is currently 1-1.
8-8?
Underway.
Okay, thank you, production.
And it's 8-8. Okay.
It feels like that series has gone on for so long as well.
It's been like we've been doing the 2 matches and then Na'Vi has been playing the entire day and being like, oh my god, this is tiring.
Yeah, but when you look at the bracket now, we're going to be doing the match number 13, which is Parla Esports versus Giants. Now, Giants, we already spoke a lot about Giants today.
Yes.
We've went in depth when it comes to the players, when it comes to the experience, the way they played the game. But when it comes to Parla Esports, we didn't talk yet about them. It's a Turkish team coming in with a core of players from Surreal Esports. 3 of the players in the lineup are actually coming together from that team. And then we have Loras, who joined in from Fireflux as well, actually. Ruxic is the one that has the least experience in the professional teams and is joining this lineup. And in general, from what I've seen in the past, Parla Esports actually did beat Foot Esports twice this month already, Hype.
Yeah, it was. It's kind of crazy actually to see how the top half of this bracket would have laid out if actually for esports would have come back to a team that had defeated them. I think most recently it was 2-1, if I'm not mistaken. That was only a couple of weeks ago. But yeah, luckily, I mean, escaped that by Divinity being the ones to come out on top, but then Parlay chanced in them as well. And actually rolled Divinity, it felt like.
Yeah. I think that is so surprising because obviously we're put the bigger focus in the 5 teams that we had in the competition that are going into partnership next year. But Parla is a team that we haven't seen yet on the mainstream, and I think that this opportunity for them is going to be massive.
I mean, it's a big test as well, especially with what we've seen so far from Giants, and again the form I think as well. This it already feels fairly established, and obviously we had the benefit earlier of the interview with Rhyme, giving us a bit of insight about how people are kind of dedicating themselves to roles now and really starting to explore the agents within those roles. Giants, at least on paper, what it looked like was that they felt pretty solidified already.
It's a big difference if we think about Parla being more established in the sense that they know each other pretty well. They know how they play, how they want to face things. For Giants, this tournament has been like the first test, let's call it like that. So especially if we go back to what Ryan said, that we have to work in fundamentals, there's still things that they need to discover about maps and how they want to go around them. Of course, for Parla, most of those questions are going to already have an answer.
Yeah, and it's going to be, as you said, a big task for Parla Esports to take over Giants in the single elimination bracket. But at the same time, I don't think any player of the Giants will have to double take. But from my very superficial scouting, I don't think that any of the Giants players actually played against Parla Esports players in the past, which is also a very big unknown. You come into a Turkish team, right?
Yeah, well, you talk about the unknown, right? The worst thing is you never want to tempt fate when there's a hot Turkish team, right? A team that's causing upsets or building a little bit of momentum. That's one of those kind of curveball spanner in the works that can catch a lot of the higher tier teams off guard.
Yeah, I think that we're seeing the same with Firefox already with Navi. They know that they can be the huge upset. We have so many stars coming in from the Turkish region that nobody would actually think it's a surprise to have another upcoming team. Yeah, exactly.
They're breathing around
exactly.
It's a cloning ground. I remember seeing that no one knew who he is, and then suddenly he's just
look at Alpha.
Yeah.
It's so many. They're everywhere.
But let's talk about the maps, because we already have the pick and bans. Hypoc, anything stands out for you already?
I mean, Fracture being banned again. We've seen a couple of teams leaning towards, I don't want to say perma bans, but the more expected bans. Again, with Fracture being one of those maps that you can lean towards things slipping into a bit of chaos. I mean, that's one you want to avoid against a team like Parla.
Yeah.
Yeah, banning Pearl for the side of Giants, especially when we're talking. Yeah, no surprises, especially as we said, new iteration of the team. So of course, you want something different, and Parla is going to go for the pick onto Haven. Haven is a map that we saw Giants play yesterday, and we were talking about how that defense was not polished enough and was definitely not ready. Parla saw a weakness there and decided to go for it. So I think it's going to be interesting. And Giants decides to go for the bind.
Yeah, actually their last recorded, it was a stomping. It was a 13-1 previously versus Galatasaray. And interesting enough, the one where we saw, well, we didn't see it, but Nuki actually flexed onto the sky and having a fantastic performance, it looked like.
See if we can do it again.
Well, yeah, hopefully, yeah. And actually still employing the double controller with Astra and Viper on bind.
Yeah, well, not really surprised, as they really like to play off each other when it comes to Giants. Like, as you said before, during the previous match, I feel like the team really wants to focus on synergy between the players rather than just a pure firepower. And the decider is going to be Ascent, so the Turkish playground, I would say, right?
Yeah, exactly. So many Turkish teams have been so good. In general, I really like this map pick, is because I think they're maps with the teams are really familiarized with. They're easy to understand if you have a plan. For the side of Giants, again, I'm still a little bit worried or concerned, let's call it like that, for Haven. But if they watch the VOD of what happened yesterday and they're already aware of their mistakes, I do not want to underestimate parlays.
I'll tell you, Parla come off a 13-5 versus Team Divinity as well. Obviously, that's even serious.
I mean, there's a reason, when they decided to.
I'm a little bit surprised that Giants actually banned Icebox in this case, because they did look pretty solid on Icebox in the first match today. Like the triple flank was pretty nicely done by them, right?
Maybe they did not get the same feel. Maybe they want to get reps into something else. Maybe they were too scared. it didn't look maybe on their side that they were comfortable enough. As we said, it's a composition that, of course, from the side of G2, they're very used to, but maybe they want to think a little bit outside the box.
If we're in that experimental phase again, getting reps on other maps, maybe they want to stretch the map pool a little bit and just get something down on paper, at least have some
And
experience.
Icebox is a very good map for Parla. Like, are you really going to do it?
Exactly, yeah. So maybe also a little element of a targeted veto to an extent.
All right, awesome. Let's now take a look for the picks on Haven. All right, well, we have a double initiator on Parla Esports, actually, with Fade and Breach and the race combo, Hypok.
Yeah, again, we've actually seen a couple of teams leaning towards the Jet a couple of times. We're going to see Fortinho pick that up for Giants, but obviously the only other real switch-up being obviously the Killjoy to come in for Hoodie once again.
Yeah, I think that this is what they played yesterday, as we were saying. Now they're going to start on the defense. That is a big, definitely like fist on the table. We're gonna call it like that because that is the side that represented the bigger weakness for yesterday for them. And now they're deciding, listen, we know what we did wrong. Let's try to look at it in a different way.
Question comes back once again, though, is what we're so used to seeing on Haven is actually where's going to be the value in terms of following up on some of this early round utility, particularly on the defensive side for Giants. So we'll see if they make any sort of adjustment on that front. Again, the battle for A lobby is always that focal point.
Yes, I'm still blown away each time that I see Hoodie and I see the Killjoy. But you know,
it kind of suits him. It kind of suits him.
Well, it's still the old school combo of the Astra for the ultimate on retakes and so on, although it barely works nowadays because of the breach inclusion in so many teams. So there's a little bit of dissonance when it comes to like building a composition against Parla here, but we're gonna see how it actually will be looking in the game with our casters, and this time we're going back to our initial duo, and it's gonna be Munch and Lyric.
That's right. Thank you very much. Specifically, Kakuka this time. I'm not going to make that mistake again. I'm joined by Lyric once more as we head into our first semi-final. It's Giants up against Parla. I've got a feeling this is going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, especially Parla, kind of been a team that's come under the radar. And if you look at what they've been doing, like recently in other Turkish events, I mean, they've taken down Foot twice. They've beaten Fireflux. They've beaten Galatasaray. Like, again, just a team that is kind of quietly making the rounds. And, I mean, heck, that's why they're here in a semi-final.
And they've beaten Fireflux, a team that is currently in match 3 against Na'Vi, pushing them right to the very edge. I don't have an updated score on that one. I've had to peel my eyes away from that game to come and cast this semi-final between Giants and Parla. But I have to say, if you weren't already impressed by the Turkish Valorant community, then you should be by the end of this tournament, because my God, are they making a showing.
Yeah, now we're going to see what Parla are able to do here against one of the teams going into partnership next year. Obviously, Giants looking pretty solid. The desk was hitting on how, you know, their defense side on this map yesterday, you know, had some problems, could have been worked on a little bit, but now going to have a chance to test themselves against Parla, who so far taking things pretty slow, haven't tried to look for any control towards A long with something like the fault line, which is something like very typical with the breach. So far just sitting in spawn, and Giants waiting for any type of proactive play to come out. Had 3 members stacking towards C, but with the haunt now, it's going to give a bit of info over, but honestly was just a bit of a bait coming out from Parla as they make their way towards C.
Yeah, and I have to say, you know, you and I, when we were practicing for this event, getting ready, we watched quite a bit of Parla. This is one of the teams that there was a lot of accessible VODs for us to practice on, and I mean, this was not a slow team. This is a team that likes to go fast and furious, and Rhyme has spotted the fact that that's happening right now. He's going to get taken down by JJ. Straight onto the site. 4 players remain for Giants to try and make this retake happen, but Parla just flawless on the site.
Yeah, right now in Garage, we're going to see if contact comes through. Nookie already taken pretty low.
Mason gets a bonus, one for Tinio, the one to go down here as Everon peeks through window. Mason gets a second though, but Nookie answers in kind. 2v3 as they try and get back into things here. Jailers taken down by Hoodie, pushing forward, health bars low him. JJ and Ruxick, but together they take that kill. Nookie, 1 bullet would make this happen against Ruxick. Can he find that retake? 1v1 on this scene, and he's done it. He's out-breached Ruxick and gets the defuse.
I mean, great coming out from Nookie, 4K on the breach. And honestly, I thought things were looking pretty good for Parla.
Yeah.
They found their way onto C after throwing out that haunt into sewers on A, kind of baited Giants' attention towards that part of the site. Flash comes out, they get an initial pick. Garage controls there after Masick finds those 2 kills, but still Giants, I mean, Nookie showing up.
Yeah, I feel like you're absolutely right. Everything did look good from Parla, and then Nookie happened. It's not the first game where that sentence has been said, and it won't be the last. Giants, I think, sweating off the back of that round. I don't think anyone was watching this expecting for the first round to be done in 30 seconds and Nookie to have a 4K and it go down to just a single player.
But still, Parla actually won a challenge, buying up on the second round, so they're going to look for control Nailong.
Coutinho pushed back. But it is going to be a little bit slower, once again, playing for information.
Yeah, we're going to see what they're able to do. Giants actually pushing up pretty aggressively. Walk 2 members into Parla. And, I mean, that's it, right? This control of sewers down. Still a smoke on A, leading right into sight on Long, is going to prevent any type of like hard push to come through from the members of Parla. They're playing it slow. They're playing it respectfully. And for the side of Giants, seems like they're going to rely a lot on this flank coming out from Killjoy.
JJ is having a round and a half here. 3 kills already, Ryan. One answer, but I think Giants just going to be forced to back away. And this is great from Parla, right? Forcing in the second round here, but straight away making that work for themselves. Fast, aggressive play. They did it on C. Now they've done it on A. Oh, Hoodie is here. Rhyme is here, and Hoodie finding the first one of the round. That's a good little start. Rhyme chimes in with one of his own. 2v2, all of a sudden, things looking good. Hoodie pushes in, gets another one, looks for the third, and Hoodie's done it.
2 rounds in a row. Parla gets on side, it's looking good, but the clutch factor coming out from Giants, I think it was so crucial that Hoodie was able to get that initial pick in sewers on JJ.
So I've just had a little update from production here. I'm going to step away from this game for a second. Na'Vi have officially won their match up against Fireflux. It was 13-9. In the end. So Na'Vi, despite being pushed right to the very ropes there, do make it on into our semifinals.
Super important update as well, right? Because now going to go up against Vitality. Yeah. Winner of that series going to face the winner of Giants and Parla here. Yeah. And that will be our final play tomorrow. So, I mean, heck, so far in this game, Giants off to a good start to make sure that they're the team that does get onto that. And heck, with the fact that Parla just forced, now going to have no guns to play with, this should be expected for Giants to do well. Yeah. And we've seen Hoodie's Killjoy utility constantly set up towards Garage. So Parla going to walk right into Hoodie's wide open waiting arms.
And I have to say, Hoodie has been really impressive on this Killjoy. Like, you know, a lot of people weren't really sure about Hoodie being the Sentinel player. He said in the interview earlier, or we heard in the interview earlier, that Hoodie he stepped into this role intentionally. He chose to make this swap, and he's looking really comfortable on the Killjoy. That is for sure.
That's something I thought was really interesting that Rhyme said, that, like, you know, before going into partnership next year, like, that was just a warm-up for what's about to come. We're going to pick our roles. We're going to figure out what we want to do. They've been doing that, and now we're going to see if they can stop this push coming out from Parla with the gun difference, able to find the kill, but still nice trade coming out from Parla.
Yeah, 1-for-1. You'll take that, honestly. Loris, very low on HP, and will dodge away from the aftershock. 3 players remain for Parla. Cloud down on the side of Giants. But Coutinho has got himself a nice little flank. He's going to fight all 3 players. Him and Ryan take 1 each, and then Ryan finishes off the 3rd. Very nicely done.
Using the lockdown to push them into A link. 2 members of Giants waiting, both Coutinho and Rhyme, ready to capitalize and get those kills. So Giants extend their lead to 3. And I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Looking at like what adaptations could have been made when those first 2 rounds were so close coming in. And now, once again, probably going to get a chance to show and maybe pick up a round. You kind of look at what the buy is coming out from Giants sitting on 3 Bulldogs. I mean, when you have them on players like Cloud, Coutinho, Rhyme, you know they can definitely make something happen here, especially when we have the Rolling Thunder out for Nookie.
Yeah, absolutely. The Rolling Thunder. It's one of those ultimates as well that quite often I think is underestimated in a round, but especially when you've got teammates there ready to pop some heads as they're knocked out from behind cover, can certainly be a complete game changer. Rhyme, 1 away from the Cosmic Divide too.
And once again, kind of looking to find some early information into Garage. At the very least, bait out the utility from Killjoy. I think can do a lot later on when you are trying to, you know, get onto a side or looking to play a retake. So gonna bait that one out and once again make their way towards B, which, I mean, Giants past 2 rounds haven't really been putting anyone on, right? They've had the alarm bot there trying to catch people out and just having people playing on those links if the push does come through.
Coutinho can use that cloud burst to get across. Nice to see him just wait a second, wait for that initial spray to come through, then dips across. JJ waiting just around the corner. Cloud does have a Prowler, but he's against 2 players. And Sees a Prowler of the enemy there, but Patino there to help his teammate out, and Cloud will survive the interchange.
Yeah, that was huge, right? Patino being there for the cover. It didn't matter if the Prowler came out.
Patino sneaking on around here. He's going to look for heads. Will be spotted out, but Ruxic was flashed. And it means he can't answer the play. But out of bullets here, the Aftershock forces him back. And Patino, 4 kills in the round. Fantastic stuff here from Giants. 4-0.
I mean, just huge, right? And a different member picking up a 4K. Pretty uniform performance coming out from the Giants members in terms of their fragging ability.
Yeah.
And, I mean, right, it started to seem that Giants have found their groove. Even if those first 2 rounds were close, these last few have been very one-sided. Parla, playing it slow, which, like you said, kind of leading up to this, seeing some of their games in other tournaments in Turkey, they typically were a much faster-paced team.
Watching here.
Not here so far.
Well, you say that. There are... Oh, no! He's got this on lock. Ryan gets one as well. And the round's over before it ever began. It's just J-List alone at the bottom of C, and it just ain't going to happen for him. And it has to be said, Giants, 5 in a row now. Great little start, but we got to mention what happened earlier on in our first series of today on the stream. Giants consistently finding really great starts to games, but struggling to finish maps out. Now, I want to take a look at the composition here from Giants. With this Killjoy, typically a more defensive agent, how do you see them approaching that attacking side to make sure that they actually can convert a lead into a win?
Yeah, I mean, when that comes down, it's going to come a lot down to Nuki and Fatino in my mind. Nuki setting up the plays with all the utility coming out from Breach, and Fatino able to capitalize and really find those picks. For now, I mean, as long as they can keep holding Parla down, things are going to go according to plan. Going into, the next round, we at least do have 3 ultimates up for the side of Parla. It's matched by Giants, so definitely some solid utility there. And I mean, heck, even when you look at Parla, only needing 1 orb for both Loris and Ruxic to get those online.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you can get the Rolling Thunder, you have things like the Nightfall sets up for Loris to go in with the Showstopper.
Yeah.
And it really feels like that would be the impactful way to guarantee a site hit. But, I mean, still, Giants having some tools to try to capitalize or punish, cut a site in half with the Cosmic Divide and really make it awkward for Parla to get the plant that they want.
We'll see. Parla, after this timeout, we'll see which site they opt to go for, how they want to approach this round, because they've tried playing it a little bit slowly, but they've not really default for long, have they? They've kind of probed and then just gone for a play.
Yeah, and we've seen them attempt pretty much everywhere on the map, right? We've seen them kind of probe around Garage. We've seen it be hit last round. See, I mean, they didn't have guns, so I think very hard to judge.
Yeah.
And this time around, they're going to go for it once again, but with both Astra Stars down, even if they did want to commit for any type of fast hit, it feels like Giants would be able to buy a lot of time. Just look at the minimap. I mean, C, Garage, B, just having so much utility down to get the information that they want on where Parla's going to go, pretty much relying on Fatino single-handedly to be able to find what is going down on A. With Prowler coming out, he knows something's up.
Yeah, does have his dash queued up, ready to be used. The Horn denied and just shoots a shot out. Does hit Jailus, but not significant damage there. We'll have to just back away. It's going to need reinforcements from the team. Prowler goes down through link, but not going to find a target here. Nightfall going to be used, but the Rolling Thunder is massive. Patino pushed back, stunned up, but still alive for now.
Yeah, looks like we'll be able to get away. And Basic also going down, trying to find a lurk into B. Rhyme was ready and waiting, and now they have to commit to the hit on A.
Thought he was going to get the transfer there, but it's Ruxic stepping in. Cloud with another one. Cloud with 2 more. And this fade finally coming online. JLS, the last one to fall 6-0. I mean, Lyric, this is just brutal.
And, I mean, honestly, great to see from Giants. Like we said, going into partnership, changing roles around, making things work. You still have people fragging out of their minds. Parla, we kind of set them up as a bit of an unknown and dark horse. But, making it to the semifinals with Giants so far, making it look easy. And especially with how slow they're playing a lot of these rounds, it feels like they're giving Giants a lot of times to adapt. We kind of hit that Giants composition definitely feels like it is better on this defensive side. They have a lot of tools to stall out these pushes and make sure that nothing does go through.
And it's like you say, right? This is one of our VCT partner teams. This is a team that you should be expecting big things from. And with some of the games that we've seen, we have seen rounds where you do see those big things. Then we've also seen rounds where it doesn't quite work out. They're up against either Vitality or Na'Vi in the final. So they certainly want to be looking good. Ruxic goes down to Coutinho, continuing to look good there. Hoodie up against it as everyone tries to push in, looking for headshots, and will find one just before he goes down. I think he was full blind there as well. Nuki finding a second as they trade on out, and Parla once again pushed out of it.
Yeah, we're going to see what Jailers can do going behind Garage.
Okay.
Actually going to make his way into B, but might walk straight into Cloud.
Oh, Cloud's ready. He's waiting. It's going to be checked. No, it's not even checked. Jailers walks back forward there. And that, you know, we saw the pickup from Loris. I was like, okay, it's evening up. And then Jailers going down. I'm not sure it's ever happening. Loris not to be found just yet. He's over on the A site. I don't think Coutinho knows, but turns around, watching and waiting. This corner is where Loris has to come from. Slowly but surely checking the angles, and Coutinho, patient player, waits for the moment and takes it.
And I mean, right, we saw once again Giants' great setup. I feel like both C and C, B, Garage, like that whole side of the map feels incredibly secure with what they have down. Those Astra Stars, the Killjoy utility. It feels like A theoretically should have been their best chance, you know, thinking back to earlier rounds. But even Coutinho just able to hold them off pretty much single-handedly. Just for Parla. Still trying to create an opening, and now, I mean, having the showstopper online, but not having guns to really complement it. And I mean, right, when we're on one of these eco rounds, you would kind of think they'd want to go for a faster set play and then really try to just catch Giants off guard. It's such a big map. Those rotations do take a long time to come out.
I think one of the issues is they have tried to be a bit quick, and it's really not caught Giants off guard at all. Giants came in fully ready for that style of play. With Coutinho going down, that's an op on the floor. Masik with the one to get the headshot there, but when you're looking at a force buy like this, picking up an op halfway through the round is certainly going to be valuable.
And we're going to see what they can do, and this time around, it's Jailers the one waiting in Garage, but it looks like Nuki knows. Yep, 100%.
Pings him. Waiting for the team to move on over. Cloud is flanking. All Nuki has to do is keep him there, but he legs it, manages to make it out. JJ replaces him and takes the bullet for him.
Now it's going to be about what Masik's able to get done with this op, able to find the initial pick, but still lockdown coming out.
Oh, Ruxic gets another one, and it's going to be a blast out from Loris to trade it. Cloud alone, 1v3. I don't think he can even go for this one. I think this might be Parla finally getting onto the map.
Still, though, I mean, even thinking about today where we've talked about teams have had some pretty dominant early rounds. Yeah. I mean, making their way all the way up to 7-0. Parla finally going to pick one up.
Much needed.
Yeah.
Much needed. And that puts us to a 7-1 scoreline. It's like watching Brazilian football right now. Terrible reference.
What?
Look, the World Cup is on, so I think we're allowed a couple of old school World Cup references.
You know, again, considering I'm from America, we don't really care about sports that we didn't invent, and we're the only ones that play, therefore we can just by default be the best at.
You guys are really good at winning the World Series, I have to say. No one else in the world ever winning that.
Exactly.
It's really impressive.
Pretty disappointing on all you other go.
Yeah, true. Every time England, 0 people managing to get wins. Disaster. Oh. Okay, here we go. Full gun round.
Smoke coming out from Jailers, making sure that the aggressive peek with the op can't come through, and buys him a lot of space on a long. Trying to also make a lurk work through mid. Still, though, you would assume Loris should know that the alarm bot's been placed here pretty much every round. So information would be given over if he committed.
I'm trying to check it off the back of that bot line, but we'll find a mark. We see a very slow round here. This is what you asked for from Parla. A bit slower, try and get utility out, try and find information, maybe find a pick, and then turn that into something more.
And we've already seen a bit of utility used, especially looking at Cloud. No Prowlers on board. No Aftershock for Nuki as well. Just trying to find their opening. Looks like they might finally commit towards B.
You can see now starting to find players. Nuki waiting there in mid, gets to. Flashed up, and JJ punishes, but at the end of the day, he's done his job. 2 players down. Coutinho. I mean, you know he's going to hit that shot. He hits that shot every single time. Ruxic's found Rhyme, but Rhyme's found Ruxic in the end. Masik has that up from the previous round. Needs to make magic happen with it, but Hoodie takes him out.
And I mean, Giants just aren't missing their shots today, right?
No.
We've seen time and time again, pretty much any duel that comes out, Giants have been on the favorable end of. And Parla, I mean, we've seen them get on sites, we've seen them struggle to get on sites. It's kind of been a little bit of everything, but Giants just so prepared. What a difference from, again, the last time we saw them on defense on Haven and what they were trying to make work, because this has just been absolutely dominant.
I will say, Giants did get to 8-1 earlier on today. In one of the games that ended up being extremely close. Off the top of my head, I want to say it was on Breeze, but I could be totally wrong there.
Well, let's also remember that this is Parla's map pick. I mean,
true.
Next game we get to move over to Bind. Giants are going to feel more comfortable. So this is really where you'd want to see them excel.
Well, I think it was Icebox. I think it was Icebox that they got 8-1 on, but I'm just trying to reach out of my memory here, so I'm going to move on. But you're right, Parla. A team that we've been impressed by, like looking at the qualifiers, looking at other tournaments, Parla have been firing on all cylinders and then looking really good in their games so far in this tournament. And they come up against Giants, and Giants have just shown up big time.
And we've seen Giants haven't really needed to look for any type of like aggressive pushes, like out from defense. They've been pretty much just playing stock and standard, having people rotate very quickly. Once again, Cloud gonna go in, find the opening pick, try to spot out any more information with the Prowler, but the site coming out.
Oh, Rhyme steps up with 2. Nuki gets one as well. Amasic once again, the last player standing, once again with the operator, and once again trying to survive. Just desperate to take this 5K weapon into the next round, but he's penned in. You can see Hoodie flanking. It's going to be difficult to get this weapon out of the round.
And I mean, Nuki even ready, looks like with the fault line to throw out to try to get the concuss and set up for something to come through. But I mean, Giants playing this very reserved. I mean, even just thinking about this round and what we've seen so far, right? Looking at Rhyme with how quickly those stars turn into smokes, turn into gravity wells when these pushes comes through. It really just sets up for Giants to do well. And yep, Masic, nowhere he was able to go.
Yeah. I mean, you got to make the try, right? But Fatinho, just on point today, just absolutely on point. And
Who isn't on point?
Right, exactly. The whole team just firing on all cylinders. It does feel good after, this is somewhat of a reunion team, right? Fatinho, obviously, the franchise player here for Giants, but, with Hoodie rejoining the roster, with Pipson coming back in over from G2 as well. Like, it just feels good to see Giants really vibing, really gelling and meshing together.
I mean, let's remember, again, like Rhyme coming in, becoming the IGL. That's a bit of a change as well, something you have to get used to. But, I mean, so far, they just look incredibly comfortable. And even in the interview we got earlier, saying like, hey, we just got together. It's going to take time. We're going to need practice. Like, by the time the season starts, we'll be in much better form.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying, like, the rest of what we've done is a warm-up. This is the real deal now, right? This is, we're becoming a real team, not just messing about anymore. I'm going to have to back away here. The Rolling Thunder sets up for Hoodie to get that headshot and complete control of Garage taken now. Parla, they've lost the spike and they've lost control of the round.
Yeah, I'm going to try and make something happen. Are able to get one pick down, but, I mean, just look at the economy on Giants. I mean, I was going to say, they're really not hurting if they lose, even a handful of guns.
No. Hoodie just spraying off the map down through those doors.
Last round before the
10-1. My God, this is easily the most one-sided game we have seen all tournament. We're in the semi-finals. This is our first semi-final. I literally said, as we came into this one, I've got a feeling it's going to be a banger. I've ruined everything.
You have. Giant. I mean, good on Giants. Now we get to see, though, how mentally strong Parla are.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know if it matters compared to, like, how... I don't know if, AIM would be, like, physically strong and how, mechanically skilled Giants have shown us. And even just their reads have been on point, right? They played incredibly patient. They played as, like, a 5-man unit, not overcommitting any plays. But Rolling Thunder finally coming out.
Ooh, Loris. Nice movement. Gets on top of the box, but nobody on site to use that off-angle for. Proxy will find the plant. Last round of the half here, so no ultimates to be saved. This is all or nothing. Blade Storm, Nightfall, both available.
Yeah, Smoke's just timing out as well, coming out from the side of Parla. Smoke hasn't respawned yet for Jailers either, so, I mean, we're going to see if Giants can make an aggressive push happen. You look at what they have available. Nightfall?
There we go, Fatinho. After the Aftershock pushes the player away, but Fatinho then ends up going down to Loris. Cloud chimes in, looking for more, but Loris is on point here. Nuki trying to retake the C site, but taken out in the end by Jailers. Nicely done, Parla. You know, it's only a second round. It's not, you know, it's not everything, but it's something. They get on the board.
And I mean, now we're going to see what Giants can do on this attacking side, right? They made the Killjoy work. Hoodie right now sitting on top of the kill board as well. And I mean, for Giants, right, having some aggressive options, we talked about when they swap over to sides. I feel like a lot's going to be on Nookie kind of setting up with things like the fault lines and the flashes coming out, and then Fatinho able to capitalize. But for Parla, it's about what they can make work. You know, what can you deny with the smokes coming out from Jailers? And I feel like Mesa just, you know, when you have a chamber, if you're able to use that Headhunter, find an opening pick, give your team like a 5v4, and hopefully convert that into a bit of a win for yourself.
Yeah. And now Giants with this Killjoy on attack, see what they can do. The attack sides do seem to be where Giants have struggled to finish things off. Whether or not that continues to be the case, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, Cloudburst came out to smoke out the members of Parla on A long. It did allow Rhyme to sneak into sewers. The rest of the members going on B, though. This actually might set up for a really good flank coming out from Rhyme.
Fatinho in the back of the site. It's looking like this should just be a plant straight away. Fatinho there, and they just cut down in the streets. 2 for Fatinho, 1 for Cloud. JJ at least got 1 trade, but I mean, I don't think 1's enough in this situation.
They didn't even need the flank coming out. And again, they set that up so well. Cloudburst, he sneaks through, but Fatinho able to find all those kills. They get the plant down, and now...
Yeah. I mean, I feel like they defended against a full retake before the full retake happened. You know, they hadn't even dropped the spike just yet. JLS around the corner. We'll get 1. So at least there's something there, but the spike is down. It would need to be... I don't know. I don't even know what it would need to be for this round to be winnable for the side of Parla, but all the way at the other side of the map, over towards the A site, JLS sneaking around.
You know, I feel like Giants right now, they've hit the rhythm. They've hit the state of mojo.
Oh, you're really going to drop mojo. This is the game, is it? Giants, they're certainly feeling it. They're feeling the rhythm. They're feeling the rhyme. They better get on up because it's bobsleigh time.
I don't know the reference. I don't know.
You've never seen Cool Runnings?
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my God, incredible film. Incredible film. I mean, Giants have kissed their lucky egg. That is for sure. Stingers coming on through, or a Stinger coming on through.
And I mean, right, I mean, as Parla, you got to force, you got to hope you can make something work, but coming out from Giants, I feel like that setup in that last round was just so nice to see. With Alarm Bot on C, you would expect them to look towards A like they're doing right now, also working mid, just overall really nice default coming through. But Giants seem like they're comfortable to play this one slow.
And rightly so. You know, you've got such an advantage. You're in such an incredible position here. Parla, desperate to find something. And you know, when you're in this kind of position, you can expect your opponent to perhaps play a little riskier, try and make something happen, try and find an opportunity where you wouldn't be expecting it. So I can understand a slow play.
Yeah, and you know, even just thinking more big picture, right? Maybe getting ahead of ourselves because it's only the first map. But I mean, if Giants can take this one, then getting to go against either Vitality or Na'Vi in the final. Again, just 2 teams people are looking very favorably on going into the next year. That'd be a great test.
And on top of that as well, like, Giants have struggled to finish the games out. Morris charges on, Cloud trades it. Morris making his way forward, hits another headshot, and Ruxic finishes off the trade as well. 3 versus 2 is Nookie on the scene, but spotted out from the side. Now Spike on the floor, Hoodie
30 seconds left.
on his own with a Bulldog trying to make his way onto the site and actually gets the headshot, despite the fact he was stunned. But here are the reinforcements. Jailers finishes it. 3 rounds now for Parla.
And that time around, I mean, the trades coming out from Parla, able to open that one up. Really nice read heading on towards A. So at least this time around, Parla going to be able to start picking up more rounds under their belt. And I mean, heck, for Giants, it seems like they're comfortable just continuously look to make these pushes towards A, whether it's something like a full commit coming out like we saw in the last round, or even towards A, kind of setting up a bit of a trap and denying information with things like the Cloudburst or the Astral Stars coming out and sneaking someone in.
Interesting that Giants, they're not going to save this one. They're not going to try and get full rifles next round. They're trying to just finish this game off. Horn comes on through. Some spray through the smoke. That Cloudburst getting the sight in. And the whole team is just going to charge here. Fatinho on point. Does get stunned up. Has the dash available and gets to the middle of the site. Going to look for some headshots, but good retreat here from Parla, playing it slow and steady.
Yeah, and I mean, even the stars coming out from Rhyme, forcing the members of Parla off site. They have to back off, and now getting the plant down.
Paint Shells comes in. Time for the retake from Parla. Cloud gets one, but Ruxic answers. There's Loris as well. Suddenly 2 players left, but Nuki with a nice little headshot evens things up just a little bit. Loris trying to chase him down. But the Diffuser's going to come through here. Rhyme gets one. Needs to find the taps, but JJ shuts it down. It was only 11 HP to work with. Parla, 4 on the board. You know, Giants, they have struggled to finish games earlier today. Parla is starting to link some rounds together.
Things are looking out better, and that's what we hit on, right? The defensive side for Giants was definitely going to want to be where they make up the meat of their lead. And you said it, last round, Giants bot. So Giants not going to be able to have guns coming into this one. You would assume Parla should be able to string this into 5. And, you know, I feel like Giants were able to convert a lot of like what happened in those early rounds into momentum. Parla looked like they just really couldn't figure it out. If Parla can start getting more rounds together, maybe they'll be able to do the same.
Maybe. I mean, I credited that slow round in round 14 to the fact that Giants were ahead and, you know, they don't want to lose momentum like they did earlier today. And then the force buy in the immediate following round, I feel like kind of proved the opposite. That they were really wanting to finish this game ASAP, get on into the next map before it runs away from them. But Parla, good punishes here. Rifles across the board, plenty of utility to work with.
Yeah, and then when we look at the opposing side for Giants, not too much, right? Again, not really having the money online. Still, though, we are going to be in a pause right now, so we'll see what they end up rounding out with once we do go through. And, I mean, heck, though, we haven't been on the attack side that long. As I'm reminded how many times I say this word by Hypak, who is... there he is.
Heck, you do say it a lot.
You know, we've always seen Giants really make their way and try to make those plays towards NA site, so I still think a lot of room to work with in terms of, like, strategic depth if they want to try and... like, look for some kind of push into garage, use those prowlers, try and make a hit onto C or anything else. Probably not going to, you know, see that coming through this round, or at least not to its utmost effectiveness.
Yeah.
Certainly don't have that money online, but...
You know, we're looking for strategic depth here from Giants. We're looking for emotional depth on the side of Parla. This is a team that have been pushed to the limit in this game. 10-2 at half-time. But now in the second half, they're 2-1. That's a positive scoreline. It's a monumental path ahead of them if they want to win, but it's never over until it's over here in Valorant.
And this is the same play they went for earlier, right? Cloudburst comes out, sneaking Rhyme right into sewers and angling up towards this B side. Already able to get some nice damage out onto Masic.
Here we go. Smoke's coming on through. Coutinho has that dash to try and get into the back of this side. Cloud with a good headshot to start this one off onto Ruxic. They're onto the B site. Can they get the spike down is the question. I think they will be able to. A rifle in the hands of Coutinho is always going to be something to talk about. Cloud does it again. That's 2 headshots in this round. Starting things off just beautifully, and the Terror Trails come in. Coutinho turns it into another. How is this a round that they win? All of the rounds where they had everything on their side, they couldn't win. But this one, with just the Sheriffs, they somehow pull it off.
It's the same play from earlier as well. And once again, they didn't exactly need a Rhyme for the play. Able to get a bit done at the end by helping make sure that Jailers goes down, but making their way over towards B, not even having that much utility to work with. And to the opposite side, Parla's still pretty much at everything online, and we're just getting picked off before really anything was able to come out.
12-4. Let's see what Parla have got left in the tank. Last chance here to make something happen. There's still obviously the next map as well, but certainly on Haven, this is going to be the challenge.
I like that they even commit the early Cloudburst once again, just to kind of like put it in Parla's mind that like, hey, once again, maybe this lurk could be coming through from A, but Parla actually going to aggressively push up, so going to get a decent bit of information here, knowing that Giants are angling towards the opposite side of the map.
Coutinho moving in. It's going to be the C site. Rolling Thunder comes on through to try and knock those defenders to the side. Coutinho going to drop all kinds of smokes there as Hoodie gets the first kill. Hoodie gets the second kill, but traded out by Loris. Jailers moving into the scene. They've got to hold on if they want to stay in this map. Rhyme with a headshot through the wall onto Ruxic as well. But it's 2v3 for the retake. Jailers and Loris have to make everything happen for their team if Parla's to stay in this game. Tremor comes out. But Loris gets another one. Suddenly it's Rhyme alone. We heard from him earlier. He was feeling good about the team, but is he feeling good about this round? The explosion comes on through, 50 HP to work with. Needs to find the headshot. The defuse just comes on through though, and Loris with a 4K, keeping Parla going.
I mean, Loris absolutely popping off. he was honestly the player to watch on this Parla squad to their run up to this moment, whether it was in the qualifiers and what they were able to do, or again in some of those other tournaments that they are playing in Turkey right now, able to hold on for dear life. Still, though, Giants going to pick up some nice ultimates, right? Having things like the lockdown to try to push members of Parla off-site, guarantee that plant coming through.
Yeah.
And I mean, heck, even, looking over at the side of Parla, I mean, some light shields, you still have a pretty good buy, but Spectre, Guardian coming out on JJ as well, not having the most to work with, to where you have full rifles on Giants, Vitinho with an op in hand.
Yeah. And, from the perspective of just like the bigger picture of this tournament, it's good to see Parla getting some rounds together on their map pick, right? They chose Haven here. This is a map that they should be showing up on, so good to see them at least get something towards the end of this game. But Giants just need a single round. Like you say, they've got the rifles, they've got the ultimates online. Hoodie having that Killjoy ultimate is just so devastating to try and play into, but Jaylust, great shot there with the Phantom, shuts Vitinho down.
I mean, heck, you even look at where Parla are right now, pretty much heavily stacked over towards the side of the map. Only JJ on the opposing side. Doesn't look like Giants should really be able to gain any ground either with some of the utility coming out. And Cloud's already forced down so low.
Yeah, this is a full defensive rotation to see, though, so maybe a chance to move over to the other side of the map. Then again, Spike fell to the floor, so not sure if it'll happen. Hoodie, though, has been a highlight player across the course today, and he's lurking there in B, waiting for someone to rotate.
Still, though, we saw, I mean, Giants kind of stack up into C Cubby. Things like the paint shells, the Aftershock were able to do, get them so low. And I mean, having 3 members against 5, not impossible, but with how low Cloud is and not too much utility left open, would be a tough ask.
Prowler comes in, Hoodie clears it. Fault line comes on through as well. Hoodie close here, has a player to trade with, but it's Loris to get 3. 2 rounds in a row here. Loris absolutely taking over the game, and the Vandal, too valuable here. Ruxic gets the defuse, and it will be Parla with a 6th, and I feel like we're really starting to see Parla come alive, and it's these early picks in the round that are so impressive.
100%, and heck, they were the ones coming in, like we said, having some light shields, having some players with things like the Guardian, like a Spectre, but still able to pull it through. Giants, though, I mean, they're still doing fine economy-wise, and you're kind of just stacking up even more ultimates to try to find your way onto a site. So with the fact that they only need 1 round, I still think they're in a fine position, and I wonder if they're going to angle over to once again kind of deny some information over towards A, throw out something like that Cloudburst, maybe get a fault line going down, as even committing a star as well.
Yep, Boombot going to go on through to buy Loris space. It really has been the Loris show for the last couple of rounds.
And he knows it. I mean, look how aggressively he's making his way towards attack spawn.
Too right. And when you're playing like this, you got to be confident. You got to go for it. Ray's the perfect agent for the situation. Vitinho gets 1, but now spotted out by that Prowler. To be pulled in by the Seas. Vitinho takes him down. And that's not a good sign for Parla when your star player is taken out of the equation when you're down in numbers as well.
And I mean, right, they were the ones to, go for the play. They were proactively looking for this. Still, you're so far down, like, you got to look for something. You got to change it up to be able to string these rounds together.
Yeah.
But Giants now should be able to do fine. Still a lot of utility on Rhyme. I mean, heck, ball line now back up. Is trade going to come out? Should guarantee the A site over towards Giants.
Yeah.
And everything is going to be up to Ruxic and JJ.
And I get it from Jaylust, right? You're in a really rough round at this point. Try and make some kind of insane play. Even if the odds of it aren't great. Try and do something. Nanoswarm comes out. JJ hanging around. The Killjoy ult is destroyed. JJ finds 1 headshot, but Nuki answers it. And there we have it. Giants 13-6. They dismantle Parla on their first map here of Haven, on Parla's map pick no less.
Yeah, and right, Parla brought it back to 6, but it felt like a way more dominant map than that. Giants, especially on that defensive side, were just completely unbreakable. And we saw Parla pretty much trying to hit every site. They tried to go through these places to the garage, tried to hit B. They went slow, they went fast, but just never really able to break down this wall that was Giants.
Yeah, it slowed down towards the end. Giants didn't quite finish it maybe as fast as a lot of people would have expected, but at the end of the day, still a dominant scoreline, still a dominant game from Giants. Going to kick it over to Lothar and the gang once more to break that one down.
that the first half kind of looked like clean, you know, like clean.
Nice.
Okay,
Right?
this one we'll take. Okay.
Right, the first half was actually very
I
dominant,
give it
right, Hypok? But what happened during the second one? What happened that they slowed down so much?
I don't know. I mean, we had the conversation about potentially a little bit of complacency earlier with Giants and the inability to close some rounds out or actually closing maps out in general. But I got to be honest, even with just this first map, honestly, I come away with just more questions about FUT Esports. Honestly, with what we've seen here from Parla, again, completely outclassed for the first, 13 rounds, it felt like, at least.
Yes.
Very few positives to take away. Almost felt where, second half Giants are just, okay, let's start sheriffing, let's start, random purchasing, see what we can get done.
They force a round that didn't make sense,
literally
right?
dragging it across the line. So it was kind of uncomfortable viewing for the first half. No surprise to see it close down the way it did in the second.
Yeah, Kakoko, what about you?
So the thing is that I think Giants wanted to make a statement when we talk about that first half. We talked about they decided to go on the defense, which is where they had been more lackluster. The performances that we saw, they understood way more the composition that they were playing. They understood the little combos that they wanted to portray. On the side of Parla, I remember we were talking in the green room, and it's round after round. You know that you're not achieving what you want. You're not saving guns ever, which was making me very nervous. It's like, it's a 2v5. It's not going to happen. Why do you go on the duel? Just go on the next one. But no, it was over and over again, falling onto silly mistakes that are not going to help you in the long run.
Yeah, and also seemed some of the fakes that were being tried to be done were very obvious and very weirdly timed, where Giants were just literally just standing on the map and just watching it unfold.
There was a point where Rhyme just put a smoke on A long, and that completely. They still committed some utility to try and sell the fake, but then it's like that was the only real indicator that Parla got. And that caused the full rotation, and almost like it's like, well, yeah, okay, we are going to have to commit to faking this because we've been here for 45 seconds, haven't achieved anything, we haven't forced the operator any deeper, we still know Fatinho is going to be posted up, and then they hit another site with no util. It's off cooldown.
So many mistakes we were just seeing there on AIM. Rhyme had been putting the same star over and over again for the moment that they decided to go in. So many utility that was not being used, so many dry picks into operators, just mistakes all over the board. And to me, this is concerning. I mean, it's very good for Giants, but we're talking about a semi-final here.
Yeah.
Like, whoever wins this gets to the final.
Well, what's even more concerning is actually we go towards Bayern. The Giants have got 13-1 in very recent records against the Turkish team. So, I don't know. Coming away from that, Parla are going to have to pull off miracles on Bayern to force a third.
Watch out, because we were seeing also Giants that had the same problem with closing out the map.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
was actually, that thrifty that they got, and they started, getting a little bit more comfortable. But after a 10-2, I know it's hard to keep your head in the game because you're like, okay, this has to be easy. But Parla was not under the same impression. They fought for every round, and that is when Giants was like, okay, maybe we actually need to think about how the attack is going and what we can do about it.
There was 7 strats, for the second half. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the Killjoy pick, and how it affected the way the Giants were playing. We have seen a little bit of combos with the Astra and the Breach. And what were your initial impressions?
There was actually a beautiful round with that the lockdown retake on B, right? With
round 3.
With the gravity well just outside A-Link as well.
Yeah.
It really well coordinated on the fly as well. And it's things like that there's always the possibility. So it's always nice to actually see that value so evidently in what looked almost rehearsed, right? It looked as if actually they're happy to give that away and just wait for an opportunity when that hit comes through on B with the lockdown being available.
And that's also easily more achieved on maps that are confined spaces, like the links between the sites, So I was actually pretty impressed with the way that Killjoy was being utilized, and it also...
Hey, it suits Hoodie, man, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And it's very different from a chamber because... that's something that you said, Hypok, about Cypher, that you think Cypher is one of the strongest picks. Cypher is strongest map is Haven, right?
Yeah.
I utility combos here are very similarly, right?
Yeah. I think so. And again, it's leaning back on Cypher, almost feeling like one of those hard counters towards a Jet, right? And if we do see Jet appear a little more often on Haven, I think that maybe there's an argument you can make for Cypher making a return in some very specific circumstances.
I don't know, with the combos that we've seen, I'm kind of sold on this Hoodie on Killjoy.
Why do you hate Cypher so much, man?
I don't hate Cypher, but to me, I just want to see...
The best ult in the game
when
just
I
got
see
buffed.
Cypher, I want to see Nats. I know it's the best ultimate in the game, especially now that...
Nats made me a believer. I'm still clinging to hope.
Okay, we can take that. I don't know. I'm really liking the way that they're, discovering by themselves what they can do with this composition. To me, I still prefer the Killjoy here.
All right. Well, next map is gonna be Bind though, and that's gonna be picked from Giants. If I remember correctly, Hyperq, you were talking about Sky on Nuki. On this map before. Was that Kakuka?
I mentioned it just in passing. It looked as if on paper he had an absolutely insane performance. It was like 5 first bloods or something. He went like plus 15. And again, even looking at some of the round breakdowns, even when it came down to him putting a clutch position on an initiator, being able to deliver results.
I have a question actually about Sky, because not in this patch, and in previous patches, we have seen Sky being a little bit changed, right? That was the same pattern when Reina got changed. And how did that affect it? How do you think that affects the pro play when you can't destroy the flash?
Yeah, I think it wasn't very common that you saw that be an issue, right? It was actually removing that, I guess, self-sufficiency is all the time you come back to. With some initiators, KO still has that with the underhand and whatnot. I think the bigger change was obviously when Sky had moved away from being able to pop flash herself so effectively. Obviously, still an argument for maps where, a Viper is played or you have the ability to obviously set teammates up for success. I still think definitely has a place on Bind in particular. It's still nice to see as well the possibilities with the Trailblazers, with the TP. There's a number of different things that still, with those changes taken into account, have great value.
Yeah, it's definitely the fact that I want to see how Giants is going to perform with Nuki on this agent specifically, because he most likely is either not playing for himself, call it like that, or he is doing a perfect timing on the flashes that he's been studying to flash from himself and still get the full effect.
Well, the other thing as well, a player like Nuki as well, as a late round piece with no utility available, just because he's so mechanically talented, that's absolutely fine. If he's there setting up the rest of the round and it comes down to it, he's last man standing, nothing in the back pocket. Nuki back against the wall is one of the toughest opponents to overcome.
I mean, if I think of some Seekers that I want to see, if there's only one player standing and he's like, there's 3. But, the Seekers, they'll be scared. I think I can isolate 2. Yeah, this is said and done. And
from the other picks of the agents that I'm seeing here, Cloud was on Fade. We have seen Vitinho on Raze, so that combo, the classic combo now, being still used there, and Astra Viper, right? So that Astra and Viper combo in general on defense on this map puts a huge wrench into the plans of the attackers. Now, we know how Hell attack on Haven. Do you think this might be even a bigger issue now on Bind because of the amount of utility that Giants will have?
Yeah, I feel like again, one of the biggest issues we saw was Parla's inability to recover from kind of early rounds, like early rounds that didn't go their way. The problem with that composition or facing off against that composition is the mid round is just so strong, right? Again, with the utility usage early on, you've always got that Viper to fall back on. You can actually over-invest on the Astra and a couple of other layers to potentially a Fade or a Raze setup. So yeah, that's going to be really, really problematic. And the other thing being, it's difficult to dig Rhyme out of positions, right? He's very good at not showing his hand too early in the round.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that one of the things that we liked from Giants a lot earlier today was the ability that they were having to separate, and timings are so important, especially when you're going with the double controller. If you force the other team to make the slightest mistake, the big separation that you can create between one player and the rest is massive, and you break and you completely transform everything into a late-minute decision, and that usually goes in Giants' way.
We're still waiting for some of the Perla players to connect into the lobby, so let's talk a little bit more about Bind. And like when we have the double controller set up, the Astra Viper, do you think is there any let's say merit to think about even changing sometimes your composition to like be more flashed focused because you want to punish the amount of smokes that your opponents have, or like the ability to gain a little bit more space with mobility instead of the flashes?
I mean, it definitely, there are opportunities there. I think you probably kind of have to take very specific examples of how a team wants to approach that. It's very difficult to punish it when the double controller is on defense, though, right? Again, you can allow them to take the space and look to re-clear or re-hit certain areas of the map. But it just feels so uneasy if you don't know what's behind that and there's no real indicators of any utility being shown behind some of these smokes. It takes a lot to just roll the dice, pick an area, and try and commit to that opening engagement.
And knowing that you can just work it out in waves, that you have some utility that is going to come back to you, that the recurring information is going to keep going back. It's very complicated to work against, but for this one, and thinking a little bit of how Parla can just, bring it back, Giants had a very good performance yesterday on this map, as we say, a 13-1. But part of that is usually on the losing end on this map. Now, from victories, you don't learn much. From defeats, though, on the other side, there's many things that you can pick out and just try and understand what is the other composition that is doing. You cannot go through it and try and work on it.
You know what's funny is that Giants Gaming on Bind, when they played against Galatasaray Esports, literally didn't show a single full buy on attack. So there's no tape for the attack on what's the plan, how they're going to use the composition, what are the flashes from the sky, where they pop.
Oh, but I'm telling you, Vitinho's going to have the time of his life.
Why? Why? Explain to me.
I mean, obviously, because you have Nuki potentially flashing for you. You have Cloud, Cloud working as a fade for you, and the rest. And Rhyme giving the calls and also putting the pulls. We saw a lot of pieces with Hoodie, as we said, on Haven. So Vitinho's just going to be flying around. He's been learning that mobility for years now.
I was going to say, next to a team like Na'Vi, I'd say it's probably got to feel like one of the most comfortable spots to be in. You have Cloud and Nuki being your second and third layer in some of these executes.
It kind of makes me sad that we're not going to see Nuki on Raze, because do you remember?
Everybody remembers. I mean, I'm kind of sad, but on the other hand, I love the commitment that Nuki is having to be in that. Nope, I'm a support player now. You know, and Vitinho definitely, if he wants to fit within the team, they have to adjust to that.
All right, let's talk a little bit about the map itself and how maybe important will be for the teams to control the orbs on this map. Since, you know, we have a lot of changes in the ult economy as well, specifically now with Fade being an 8-orb ultimate, right? Do you think that now controlling orbs matters less or more when Fade is now nerfed as well? If you play, of course, the Fade in the first place, right?
The biggest one is the one in showers, right? Because it's like is the earliest control that you want to take for B long is usually more on the side of the defenders, and it's something that you have to work towards. But in shower, people are usually more frontal, and you know, and just trying to get it. Especially when we see in the race, maybe the teams want to go and fight for that.
Yeah, and the thing is, we have a recurring utility. On like when we look at the lineup from Giants, we have Nuki with the flash that is a recurring, right? So they can be a little more defaulty because of that. We have Cloud with the eye as well, so they can like divide their attention towards specific lanes on attack and benefit from something that I feel like a lot of Turkish teams have issues with, regaining space. Do you think that might be an impact? Will that have impact in this match?
I mean, potentially yes. Parlo, I believe, in recent times scrapped the chamber and leant back on the Fade, so not actually playing a traditional Sentinel, opting for double controller. So the thing is, with that composition, it does lean back to more enabling, you know, taking engagements while still feeling comfortable about utility coverage in terms of running a Brimstone and a Viper. I don't know if that's one that maybe it's just pure speculation. It's going to come down to, again, comfort levels, whether or not we're at a massive round deficit. But again, they barely even get off the ground on Haven in terms of economy and establishing themselves with some kind of bankroll to be able to justify that sort of play, right?
Yeah, things are going to get really complicated if Parla do not try and fix those mistakes early, because especially on a map like Bind, where literally just a hero Vandal could win you the round just because of how good executes can be with just pure utility and identify what your opponent is doing, especially when we talk about showers and how that's going to work around an ult, especially when you're playing with the Brimstone, which is what we expect from Parla, can enable a lot on the attack. And your question about the space, there's not that much space on Bind, because obviously we do not have mid, so they can allow themselves to be more frontal in the duels that they want to pick.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to take a look until the agents actually being picked by the players. From what I hear, they are now in the lobby. Here we go. So,
no surprises.
Take us through the picks right now.
Yeah, I mean, as expected with Parla, like I said, it was. I think they've only had one, maybe two occurrences of flexing off that chamber recently in favor of the Fade. So again, these almost feel like as close to mirror as possible. Obviously, the difference being we already identified that strength with Astra being able to maybe edge out, have the advantage in the mid round in terms of that utility.
Yeah, and obviously the two differences, as we were saying, Brimstone and Astra, the ultimate is completely different. Of course, the Brimstone one can allow you to do many crazy things, maybe even playing for the postman if you were to lose your Viper, but it enables a lot on the entrance.
Yeah, the extra lane being that Brimstone has kind of two factors to his postline, right? Obviously, Astra still having that... Exactly, and the stimmy. Astra still having that gravity well, but certainly from that front, the postline feels a little more comfortable with that Brimstone, but it is more committed in the early
Now that you have the C's, it could be a little bit redundant, you know, know, to have the Astra, but there's still so many things that you can do, especially when you know that the combos are going to be working and going on your favor. As we said, this is looking scary for Parla just because of the result that we saw from Giants.
And we have also seen a lot of just 1v1 duels on the Haven that weren't going into Parla's way. And hopefully they will just lean towards more like, you know, trading, traditional trading.
I mean, we even credited Giants for that earlier, right? Their ability to just stack up Deathball and feeling super comfortable in terms of just taking raw gunfights.
I'm checking the last map that Parla played on this bind. It was against Supermassive Blade, and I'm kind of scared because I'm seeing that Loris on the attack had 4 first kills and 1 first death. So he's going to be, you know, just going in forward, definitely something that we, you know, he definitely uses the Steamy. That is something that we can, and probably going to be taking care of that Showers.
All right, we're going to jump to the casters. I want to just hear, before you guys start casting the match, what is your prediction for this second map?
Ooh, predictions. I mean, I think I'm probably leaning towards Giants, let's be honest.
You know,
after that first one.
Before game 1, I would have wanted to go with Parla because it'd be spicy, but after map 1, how could you?
I mean, this is Giants' map pick.
How could you?
I'm definitely looking towards Loris as well, though, especially after the end of that map 1. Like, we saw a lot of aggression from Loris. We saw like 2 or 3 rounds in a row where Loris was the hero, keeping things alive for Parla. So I'm excited. If this is a good map for Loris, then I'm locked in and ready.
I think especially like the desk was saying, right, when you're running like this Brimstone composition, it's a lot more committal. You only have 3 smokes, so they don't respawn, they go down instantly. Having something like the Stim Beacon to entry in, everyone follow up and start finding those kills early on. So we're definitely going to want to see that aggression coming out from their side, but they will be starting on defense, so we're going to see what Giants are able to do here, and Kakuka was hitting a lot on Showers control. And I mean, just look at Vitinho already getting right in there.
Well, we were promised aggression, and aggression we have. Vitinho, though, the one to do it rather than Loris. Showers the target, moving on towards A here, but Loris pushes on in, as does Jay Lurst. Cloud forced back here, 3v5. And Showers being collapsed upon here. Nuki gets the trade. Basic gets onto Nuki, though.
Down A.
That's the spike taken out of their hands. Vitinho has to start things off with a huge round if it's going to happen.
Paint Shells not going to be able to find anything as Vitinho makes it work still.
That didn't even look like a hit.
You know, you need to get your eyes checked, but you are...
Oh, no, he's flanked, though. He's flanked, though. He doesn't know it.
Still in a 1v2. I mean, should be able to make his way towards the spike, but I mean, he has no info on where they're coming from, right? So he's playing it so cautiously, checking all of his corners, making sure nothing's going out. But for now, both Loris and Ruxic just going to be hanging out in U-Haul. Not overcommitting, you know, running in 1-by-1, potentially giving him those duels that he's able to win. Are just going to try and play a bit of time here. And I mean, heck, now with 25 seconds, really know where he can go. Has to either commit to, has to just commit to a plant.
Vitinho, see what he's got up his sleeves here. Does he have an ace in the hole? Going to go for the plant, and immediately the double of Loris and Ruxic move on in. There's a hit. Oh, Vitinho! What is that?
That was absolutely insane. I mean, he was originally left in the 1v3, right? Able to pull it through. And I mean, that was another thing, right? Hitting on about how comfortable Vitinho is going to be on this Giants team, the long-standing player, able to make it work. And I thought going into the round, like, Parla made it work. They saw that Giants were the ones to get control of Showers, so they instantly pushed to get control of Short, were able to make it work. But I guess it just doesn't matter when you're going up against Vitinho.
Cool, calm and collected there. Easy headshots. That was literally 1v3 as well. Pulls that one off in the pistol and sets Giants off to a fantastic start. Boombot towards Hookah here, trying to clear some space. And once again, Giants playing this one a little bit slower, going for a bit of a default. You know, first round, pretty much just charging at A.
Yeah, this time around, Giants, like you said, playing more traditionally, kind of looking out for all lanes. Parla, though, expecting a hit to come out on A with the slight utility that has been used so far. But, I mean, heck, for the side of Giants, you still have pretty much everything on board, right? Haunt will be available for Cloud for them to try and get some information over towards B side, as now they're finally making their way towards Long.
Yeah. Parla pretty much just going to be gutted here, aren't they? They're going to be awfully disappointed that it's a B hit, because they were really hoping this would come towards A. Everybody stacked up there with the Sheriffs, with the Shorties. It's not going to happen. Vitinho getting himself in position, clearing everything out. And
30 seconds
you know,
left.
Parla will now be aware that that's happening. You can see them all moving on forward, but Vitinho's here with an SMG. If they go on in, but he's blinded. The blast pack doesn't do enough. Rhyme, though, does. 3 kills for Rhyme, 2 for Cloud. Straight on into the firing range.
They get onto site. I mean, Parla try to read a hit onto B. They throw out the utility. No one's there. They're able to get those Astro Stars down. And doesn't matter that Parla were a little bit cheeky with how they entered the site and caught Giants off guard. Because like you said, Rhyme and Cloud ready and waiting. Now, though, Parla, we're going to see what they're able to do. Again, round 1, before the crazy play from Vitinho came out, I mean, it was looking good, got themselves in a 3v1 position. But let's remember last map, I mean, those early rounds were close, but since Giants kept edging their way forward, Parla were just never able to get their economy into wraps and really get things going to even build off of.
And I feel like the clutch factor on this Giants roster is just so insane, isn't it? Like, when you look at these names individually, I mean, Nuki, obviously everyone knows, but Hoodie has stepped up massively in this tournament. We've seen some massive plays coming out from him. Vitinho as well, having huge rounds. And even Cloud and Rhyme occasionally showing us a clutch, showing us that they can step up when the moment is right. So it just feels like this Giants roster is so intimidating. And Parla, a team that have relied on individual strength. And when you're up against a team that's aiming as crisp as this Giants roster, it's tough.
And I think it's especially more impressive when, again, we go back to the fact that Giants swapping players' roles around and still looking very comfortable. Parla, I mean, they've had a pretty set lineup, pretty set roles for a while now. Masick being the only one coming in is a stand-in, so they have been playing quite a bit together, but still, right, not that longevity that I guess you could hope for.
And I mean, that's impressive in of itself, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they've got a stand-in and they're in the semi-finals of the whole tournament.
Still, though, we need to see it converted to something, as, you know, have been on tactical timeout for a little bit now. Parla wanting to try to figure something out. For now, looks like they are expecting something to happen towards that A site once we do get on through. And you already hit on it, right? The member you're kind of looking at least from our last round performance, would be Loris coming out, having a good performance, but still Masick being the one on the raise. I mean, if Giants commit over towards we saw how much utility and like aggression went towards the shower push earlier on from Giants, so you got to counteract things like that. But for now, looks like Giants not even thinking about that. No. But I guess to be fair, we don't know what they're thinking about.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We're not mind readers as much as we'd long to be. Actually, I don't want to be a mind reader. Can you imagine the anxiety knowing what other people are thinking all the time? Nightmare. Absolute nightmare.
I guess it would be if you could, like, choose, okay, I'm just going to read this one person's mind, or if it's like all thoughts going.
That would be overwhelming to say. Imagine trying to be in a crowd. Good God. I feel like there's like an X-Men episode or something. It's got to be, right? It must be. It must be. We did just get an update from production there, but we were talking, so I didn't hear what they said. But I think one of the players is having an issue, apparently not feeling very well. So just going to wait a moment. I did think round 3 was a bit early for a strategical pause. So apparently one of the players not feeling too great. Hopefully everything will be hunky-dory. Any second now, I've been told.
Now,
Sounds good.
Parla did take a second to get back, so I don't know if that's too much speculation to throw out. But, you know, it's coming from their side.
Had a bad burrito. Or not. I don't know what they had for lunch or dinner. I don't know anything about them.
We did have burritos.
Can't read their minds. We did have burritos. They were reasonably underwhelming.
I remember you.
I'll be totally honest.
Both you and Hypok were not satisfied.
Like, I ate it. But there's not much I won't eat, to be fair. Like, I'm allergic to things, but outside of that, I'll eat pretty much anything.
I was going to say, and I've still seen you eat the things that you're allergic to.
Yeah, when push comes to shove. Look, eating's important, guys. 5 a day, and I'm talking about meals, not veg. Larry's just stopped talking. I was blowing my nose there. He couldn't be a gentleman and take over. He couldn't feel for a second there. Just pure silence as the Giants players just bopping about. And I can't blame them. Like, I'm an impatient guy myself. And when you're warmed up, You get 2 rounds on the bounce, like you're feeling good coming into round number 3, and then you get a big pause. It's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, especially, you know, again, with the fact that they were starting to find some momentum. And, you know, I just like making you feel as uncomfortable as possible.
Oh, I don't feel uncomfortable. I've never felt uncomfortable in my life. Except when someone doesn't wear their seatbelt. 10 seconds and we're into the game once again. And we'll see if Giants can confirm a 3rd round here. But the Vandals are in by the side of Parla. This is their moment.
Still, though, not... I mean, they have the guns. Not full util coming out, though. Like things like no Stim Beacon, no... Raze util does go down, though. Looks like they're just going to go for a fast hit on B.
Yeah, straight on in. Keeping things moving, keeping that momentum. Loris taken down by Hoodie. Headshot to the side of the skull. And we'll see if they can follow that up with more. Fatinho, 1 HP to work with there. Oh, it was the decay, in fact.
Spike planted.
Still, fast hit comes on the side. We're going to see now Parla going to try and play this retake. No Boombot, no Blast Pack online. Prowler already down. We'll have the Trailblazer to try and get some information on where the positioning of Giants are. But Nookie finds one.
Oh, Fatinho gets that one as well. And just into the meat grinder there, and that'll be Vandals for days to be picked up by Giants if their economy wasn't in a good enough spot already.
And it's just like map number 1. Giants completely outclassing Parla. The fast hit onto B. We see Fatinho jumping in, Nookie setting up for the play to come out, and everything just works. Now, I mean... Again, their economy's in such a good spot, picking up some of those guns, and that was what we hit on for Parla in map 1, that they were really never able to establish themselves, get a few rounds under their belt, build up an economy, and be able to fall back on guns. So we're going to see now. Giants should be heavily favored, is once again going back to a default. Last few rounds kind of have gone for those heavy like stack and deathball pushes down one lane.
Yeah.
This time around, going to play it a lot slower.
And... you know, it's kind of disappointing, I have to say. Like, I really wanted to see Parla pop off in this semi-final. I wanted them to really show what they're made of. And I feel like we saw a glimpse of that in game number 1 in the second half there, where they started to really challenge Giants. But the starts of the game from Giants are just so convincing every single time. I feel like earlier on today, we saw it. In this series, we're seeing it. Their first half and their first, moments in every game are just beautiful.
And I mean, heck, they've even really given no information over, right? Like, sure, I guess Parla knew one member was towards B-Link. They saw Masic there when they saw Fatinho there when Masic did go for the peak. Is now going to start making their way over towards A.
Oh, we're going to zoom on in. Not placing any stars just yet. Waiting for the opportune moment. There they go.
30 seconds left.
And now charging on in. It's the A site. Smoke's buying a ton of space here as they just walk on through. It's only pistols, with Ruxic having that stinger. Ruxic, the man that would have to make something happen here, with Ryan getting the first. Ruxic does get one, but taken out by Fatinho. And now sneaking out with these sheriffs. They're doing a reasonable job, and actually, Loris stepping up once more. Masic gets another. Is this really the round? Cloud is there, but taken down. And somehow, Parla have pulled it off.
Yeah, and I didn't see how, but early when the site exec came out, a lot of the members of Giants got tagged incredibly low, so I'd assume the utility of Parla doing its work, right? Things like the paint shells able to come out, but huge round for Parla. And we saw they weren't really able to find anything early on in last map, so even getting this online, now having the orbital strike online for Loris, can do a lot, especially on such a small map. But looking over to the opposite side, 3 ults now up. You have Seekers from Nookie, can find out where the positioning of the Parla members are. Showstopper set up so Fatinho can follow in, you know, whether it's a Seekers player, you're just setting up something with the Trailblazer to try to get you on site. And now heading over towards that B site, Parla are stacking pretty aggressively, though. Looks like they're going to try and find some information towards long and out in mid, but I mean, Giants don't care. With the ults they have available, they can go fast.
Yeah, they can. Seekers come on through. Prowlers there as well. Loris, kind of a fortress there, blocking a lot.
And I mean, heck, the Sky Smoke and the Incendiary actually stopping the push from long that Giants wanted to go for.
Ruxic is in! Ruxic is here! 2 headshots, make it 3! They try and go fast, they try and blast their way on, but Ruxic just denies it.
And now Hoodie left all by himself, 3 members of Parla up. You know, have Seekers online for Ruxic as well, after the display he just put on. And I mean, with Spike being right there, them knowing the location, it's going to be so hard.
Guiding Light here, available for Ruxic. Let's use that regeneration to make sure that Masick is in a good spot as well. I mean, we've seen great rounds from Hoodie before. Blind comes on through, but realistically speaking, it's a tough one. He's made sound. They know exactly where he is right now. Could just go through the teleporter, but Ruxic finds his 4th. And a phenomenal round there. Parla now close to evening things up 2-3.
And we saw, right, for the side of Giants, wanting to make a fast hit towards B for the fact that they have those Seekers out. But Loris, first of all, being the one to really slow that down. We see Smoke come out, the Molly shot down as well, so really can't push through. And, I mean, Giants still try to go for the play. And like you said, Ruxic completely taking over. They were able to find Loris, but with 2 members focused on and them kind of popping out one by one, it really just gave him the avenue to honestly just completely destroy Giants that round. And now 3 ultimates online for them.
Blinded.
So, 3 ults versus 3 ults here. Trailblazer goes on in. Won't find its target though, but Giants this time actually getting control of C-Long. Ruxic forced away here. The Seekers come on out. Coutinho wants to find someone, but won't actually get a target for his rocket launcher here. Just has to blast it on away. A lot of CC on either side. Cloud the only one to go down to start this one off. Coutinho on the site would love to find a pick. But Ruxic has to be the man once again. Spike gonna go down. Masick here with an op as well.
Spike planted.
And the spike is down for Giants.
Yeah, and we're going to see with, you know, again, Smokes going down once again for the side of Giants to try to slow down the pushes on the retake coming out from Parla. They still have a lot of utility, though, to our Giants.
Nookie! Nookie gets the off angle. Masick answers it, though, but it's J-List. Last one there. Hoodie, alone. Sheriff in hand. Does not have that rifle, but maybe can make it happen with a couple of headshots. No, J-List takes out his opposite man, and it will be Parla evening the game.
And I'm happy that we see Parla, again, kind of playing as a unit here, peaking together, not going for the duels that we saw them taking last time around, which really did set them back in some of those rounds. And, I mean, Giants, we saw, once again, kind of trying to go for a faster hit onto B site. To do that, you got to use a lot of your utility very early on. And, I mean, Parla was pretty much able to get out scot-free. We saw the Showstopper not able to get any value. And then coming through as a team. Doesn't matter that Nookie was able to string some kills together because Parla were able to do the same.
So, 3 for 3. 3 seconds until the round starts. And now we have rifles across the board on both sides. I feel like this is the first round of the game where we're seeing, like, really full buys on either side. Going to be crucial. And Giants, obviously, taking things slowly. Viper's pick coming out extremely early.
Yeah, and going into showers, so if Giants would want to try and angle towards one of those ult orbs, because, I mean, heck, they're 1 away for Hoodie, they're 2 away for Nookie. Is Masick going to find a pick of his own? They're not going to be able to do that just yet.
And these off angles doing a lot in this game, right? Masick on top of the boxes, wasn't expected, gets a pick off the back of it. I mean, last round as well, we saw it from Nookie.
There.
Bot comes in, Trailblazer alongside it. Giants, despite the Viper's Pit, want to commit to A, but there are 3 players here.
Still, though, I mean, you look at the minimap, right, and we see Rhyme and Cloud actually making their way over towards B long. They get information that Ruxic is there, so we'll see how much more they really want to commit, but they're at least spreading Parla thin by putting some aggression towards showers.
Realist, just waiting for someone to step in for Coutinho. 1 HP because of that decay. J-List can keep this up all day long. Nice and easy, does it. Drops a molly as well to make sure no one else can push in. And the team actually going through the teleporter towards A. The rotation out from Parla, but immediately everybody sprinting back into spawn. They want to just hold rifles.
And honestly, this is just great to see from Parla.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
This is 4 on the trot.
Especially coming off where Lothar asks is like, hey, you know, what's your prediction? Giants with the dominant map 1. And, I mean, heck, you know, map 1 was Parla's map pick. They got absolutely dominated, and now making it work on Bind. I believe Kuka said as well that not really having the best win rate, not having the best performance on Bind in recent showings. So,
yeah. And you know, this is the point at which I would have expected a tactical pause maybe from Giants, just to try and refigure out how they want to approach this game, because it doesn't feel like these rounds are working at all. It's 4 in a row for Parla. Giants, their number has been taken.
This time around, though, they do have the Viper's Pit online. And I mean, still, again, only either 1 orb or 1 kill away for Nuki to get those Seekers as well. You can already see them stacking 3 members up towards Showers as well. Going to go for a bit of a split onto A site. But Parla want a challenge.
Certainly do. Smoke's going to come on through. Showers is the call. It's JJ trying to move up C long here. The teleporter available. Not going to commit to it just yet. Not for the time being. And now, once again, we get a Viper's Pit in Showers. This time, Jailers can't breathe in that fog.
So now having a lot of control, also trying to make their way up short. Are going to have to deal with the orb to try and make it through, but they're going to do that just fine. Not a whole ton of info. And Giants pulling a curveball after Parla actually took the TP to try and get around them on a site. And they're going to have a free site to go for the plant.
Yeah, absolutely nobody anywhere near.
There.
But look at this, somebody's waiting behind the teleporter, and everyone's going to walk right into the gunfire. It's Rhyme to take 3, and that is a round-winning play, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, that was absolutely monumental coming out from Rhyme. Now left it. Loris has turned it around. We're in a 2v2.
Apparently, someone said this is Loris's map, and I absolutely believe him at this point. Cloud there, on site, Masick. Going to be trying to move in at the same time. Fatinho and Loris both low on HP. Op in the hands of Masick. Single shot would take anyone down. Fatinho peeking on over. Cloud and Fatinho doing it simultaneously, in sync here, as they take their 4th.
And I think that round was so interesting, right? I mean, the Viper's Pit coming out in Showers, and Giants like, okay, we hear the TP behind us, we're instantly going to rotate. I thought that would set up a weird situation where now you have Hoodie kind of stuck in Showers, and it'd be a little bit awkward to come out if Giants would have committed maybe 2 members to seeing if he would look for a rotate before pushing over. And then, I mean, the fact that Cloud, or it was Rhyme, almost bringing it back, but Loris just...
Yeah. Doing his best. Doing his best. 3 kills there.
The 20D chess.
I mean, we're not even sure what the 4th dimension is yet. Like, let's not worry about the other, however many that is. 16. Quick maths. Everyday man's on the block. But Giants, an important round there, because Parla were really getting that ball rolling. And you know, it's one of those games where when you do start to chain those rounds together, it can be very difficult to halt that progress.
I've got your trail.
Guns across the board, though. Seeker's going to come on through.
Yeah, now we're going to see Giants try to go for this push on A. The Stars come out to try to get them off site, but it looks like Parla won a challenge.
Gravity well comes through. Parla staying on the site, as you say, the molly to deny things. Horn comes in. Fatinho does hide away, and Rhyme gets one with Cloud chiming in. Jailers, though, arrives on the scene. JJ to fall. And Rhyme is just going insane.
Absolutely popping off. Now for Parla, going to hope that you can hold on to this operator, but look at the minimap as we see Hoodie going to slowly make his way up behind him. Looks like he's waiting and expecting him to potentially make his way over towards A site to save this one.
I mean, realistically, Masick has to try and save that up, but it's whether or not Hoodie can read the movements before they happen. He's going that direction. Oh my god, Hoodie's got him. Read him like a book. And that's the operator down. They're not even going to pick it up, actually.
No, and I mean, right, Ray's not typically an agent that you see an operator bot on, but Parla hoping that they can make something work. And heck, I was honestly pretty surprised to see Parla even challenge for the site. Like, they were able to deny some of the push once again, throwing out the molly, getting some of their own smokes off, but hoping that they can catch Giants off guard. And then I believe it was Loris not able to land shots once Fatinho blast packed in. He lost out on that duel. The other members of Giants come rushing in, and they were able to make it work. I feel like that was one of the things that we've highlighted a lot, just the broadcast overall, that Giants have done very well, is like playing as this 5-man unit. The teamwork has been on point. And so Parla was struggling with last game. It looked like they picked it up in those early rounds they were able to string together, but not able to do it once again.
4 in a row there, though. Round 4 to 7. Very nice stuff from them.
I mean, heck, score 4 to 5, and on Giants map pick after game 1, I still think it's been a pleasant surprise coming out from Parla.
I will say, it is Parla's side pick, so I'm looking towards that defensive side for Giants on where you'd expect will really come alive, but still, I mean, don't really need to come alive at this point. They are looking real good right now. And here we go, round 10. Getting close to half time at this point. Every round counts, because, 4 to 8 doesn't look pretty. Whereas, they can get just a couple more, even just one more, makes all the difference.
And we actually see the toxic screens coming out. Giants not going to go with the usual one that kind of cuts off U-Haul and can get you some easy control of that. And for the side of Parla, having their own, trying to deny access to site, playing heavily towards Showers right now.
Pushing on in. Masick finds Vitinho. It's a good start for Parla. But Masick is pretty lonely on this site. Has a Viper nearby. JLurst getting that one. Spike not going to be planted just yet as the Cosmic Divide will deny the sound there. It will be Cloud finally to get that Spike down, but only 3 players here for Giants. This favors Parla for sure.
And we need to remember that Loris still has that Orbital Strike online, so if you can kind of force your way in, get some information there it goes. Not going to be able to find anything.
Orbital Strike goes through, but as you say, doesn't find anybody for the time being. Loris pushing in through the decay now, and it turns around to Masick. Grabs one onto Cloud. Rhyme has been huge this game. Top fragger in the entire server! And he keeps that record up. 2 bullets, 2 kills. The rocket launcher finishes him off, but not before he gets a 3rd. And now Hoodie here to follow up on his teammates' play. It's not quite enough, but damn, was it close.
It's one of those things, like you said, the clutch factor for Giants might be the wrong term to use because they did ultimately end up losing the round. But the fact that they can pull out multi-frags out of nowhere like that, I mean, it doesn't matter if they're 1 or 2 members down. It's always gonna be in your mind that they can win a round.
That was not even clutch factor. That's just straight Rhyme factor. Yeah. This game, this map for Rhyme, I don't know what is happening. I don't know what he had for breakfast. I don't know what he had for lunch. But whatever it is, it's working right now. More than a 2 KDA at this point. 13 to 6 on the scoreboard. And no one even close to touching him in terms of kills. This is a controller. You usually see the top fragger being the controller just dominating.
Yeah, Rhyme coming over from his time on Gen G. I believe earlier on in the day when he spoke in his interview was like, hey, I wanted to come back home. I wanted to come to EU and be able to get some things done. As again, looking incredibly comfortable. So
he's certainly getting things done. He's definitely getting things done. JLurst gets tagged out there, as does Nuki. But JLurst forced back, playing alongside his teammate there. Him and JJ at the back of the site, trying to hold on. But Giants get that Spike down much earlier this time.
Yeah, Smoke's still up and available, but Seeker's coming on through, so going to be able to find some locations.
Where are they going? Jellyfish flying through the air in random directions. Here we go, JLurst gets a headshot. Good little start on the retake here, but Cloud and Rhyme find some answers of their own. The guiding light forces Rhyme away, but finds Ruxick, has that information at very least. Tap on the Spike, but Cloud is there, and this is just beautiful defense on the side of Giants. Another one comes out from Cloud, and Hoodie finishes the round.
Giants able to string it together. I mean, great utility coming out to make sure that they can get on site very easily. Parla kind of committing to giving up control of short, a lot of control coming out through Showers, instantly having to back off. And, had the Seekers maybe been able to do more, it seemed like it made them aware that, okay, Giants are going to spread out. We have 1 member in Showers that we have to be conscious of.
Someone's up on the moon.
But it did set up for the players that were in U-Haul, that were playing short, to find those picks once Parla started entering for the retake. Now, I mean, going to come in with a force, since it is the last round.
That poor dog put down in his prime. Charging on through, though. JLurst has to do a lot on defense here. The Viper's Pit can be absolutely crucial. As Vitinho sneaking on through Hookah. Actually, look at this aggression from B Long. Trying to find players out of position here. Ruxick ready to peek, ready to look for Cloud.
And playing together, again, not opting into any like those 1v1 duels anymore like we saw on the last map, but now having the idea that, hey, Giants have backed off. Don't know if they'll have the idea that they've just backed off into Hookah, and it looks like they're preparing for utility to come out, clear out some of these angles, and get on the site.
Guiding light comes in. Ruxick, the first one here, just swinging his mouse around wildly as Vitinho flies over his head. It's a tough shot to hit, that's for sure. But the spike is down. Parla, 4 players to try and retake this one, and they don't have the greatest weapons for a retake, right?
They also don't really have a ton of utility online. You have the Viper's pit, already down, so they have to be like aware that J-Lurst is playing in that area. Really nothing coming out, but still able to put the frags together.
So they've got the weapons now. There's 2 more Vandals. 3 versus 4. Giants just have to hold the angles. Loris gets a trade onto Nuki here. There's 2 players just hiding in hookah. Rhyme somehow gets another one on that. Looks for a third. But the defuse comes on through. No, it doesn't.
I end the trouble.
I was going to say,
I missed the kill there.
The bomb is still...
I was like, wait, the round's finished. They must have not got it.
I don't even know how Parla strung those initial kills back towards the back of B to even find a way on his side.
Yeah.
Like you said, not having the guns, they didn't have the utility online. I believe Loris even had a judge able to string something together, but now...
Hey, made it work. Got Fatinho.
Swapping sides, and like you said, right, we started off, Parla able to pick their side, now going to come out, be on this attack, so Giants already angling towards an aggressive push out of hookah towards B short, but I mean, heck, Parla might be ready and waiting.
We'll see. We'll see if they are ready and waiting. Certainly hoping so, because they're going to need to be. Giants on the defensive side now, and like you say, aggression from hookah. Masick going to be looking. Does find his first headshot. Cloud gets JJ though, and aggression towards Masick here. They're really pushing this player. Gets another headshot though. They just can't find him. Jailers comes in to support his teammate with 2. It's a beautiful round for Parla and a phenomenal start to the half.
And I mean, we saw, right, Giants being the ones to want to aggress into B short. One player instantly peeks out, kind of goes down before the flash is able to come out from Nuki, and that's where we kind of saw a battle of like flashes back and forth. Both sides were just flash, but Parla able to land those shots, having 4 members in the area as well. I believe it was only J-Lurst who was kind of angled over towards A short at first before quickly making his way back over, and now getting themselves up to 6. And again, this map still being incredibly close.
Yeah, SMGs across the board here for Parla as well as a Bulldog, and none of the forcing coming out from Giants. A couple of shorties. In fact, 2 and a Sheriff as well. No, 3 shorties. Yeah, I thought I saw more, but thought I was going crazy.
Gravity Well already going to come in to try to deny the aggression going into hookah, but it's going to slow them down, but it's not going to stop the push coming on through.
No. And you should expect that Parla will be able to convert this one, and that would even the game up. We'd be 7-7 at that point. Certainly an exciting round. And Giants once again really being pushed by Parla. We saw glimpses of this in the first map. We didn't really see it come to fruition. This time around, though, Parla have really come alive.
Now, already starting to use the utility to try to clear some areas of sight. Incendiary came out, I believe it was on the tube.
There.
Denied. Masick looking for a headshot. Rhyme playing up close and personal. Masick's going to know he's there. Ruxick doesn't even need to know. He just takes heads clean off. Now looking for Cloud. There's 3. Oh no, runs out of ammunition. Fatinho gets 1. But Loris and J-Lurst are there to finish the round.
And I mean, heck, Giants using a lot of that initial utility to slow down the push going into hookah and down B long. I love that Giants kind of waited out some of these things timing out. They go in, we see Trailblazer coming out, they spot out Rhyme sitting right under hookah with the shorty and instantly pull the trigger.
Yeah.
So now we have Ruxick with those Seekers online, going to be able to get some nice information for the side of Parla. But I mean, heck, if I see Giants coming out with a bye up against, Parla still playing with the guns from last round, what we've seen from Giants, I have faith that they should be able to take this one, but Parla not going to slow down from the success they found towards B so far.
Yeah, still just pure aggression towards B here, but gonna back away for a second, deciding not to just charge on in. And it'd be so disappointing if Parla can't convert this now. I'm so desperate to go to 3 maps. I'm so desperate to have a 3-game series on stream. We've only had 2 0s so far.
I mean, still, the fact that this wasn't a stomp, like the devs talked about, right? Giants with the 13-1 on this map yesterday is still, a small dub in my book.
I will say, with, Fireflux challenging Na'Vi in one of the quarterfinals, 2-1 in the end. Na'Vi just about pulling it out. But Vitinho starting to pull this round out. Has a Vandal, has 3 kills, and has this one in hand for Giants. If he can keep that performance up, Ruxic and Jailers trying to get this spike down at all costs. They need that money. They will get the spike.
I mean, heck, they still have 2 Prowlers up, 4 Clouds, Seas online, Paint Shells is there if you want to, if you can find some kind of combo of like the Seas into the Paint Shells.
Yep.
And now Jailers and Ruxic gonna have to find something a little bit tricky, but
2 HP and taken down, chased on through the tunnels there, but they're just going to defuse the spike. Oh no, holding on to it. There we go. Another one. Oh, it's a 5k. It's a full-on ace for Vitinho. Not too shabby of a round.
I mean, Vitinho has just looked so comfortable on this map, maneuvering the Rays beautifully. I mean, him and Rhyme absolutely stepping up. So, still going to be in the lead, able to bring it all the way to 8. Showstopper now online for a player who I think it's fair to say has been fearless coming in today.
Bit of a showstopper himself.
Yeah. Oh.
Dare I say it.
A bit of a looker.
No, Looker was playing.
He was playing
day
early.
1. Here we go, 8-7. Giants back in control, but Rifles on the side of Parla.
Yeah, Giants though, trying to get some information down. Heck, both teams. Trailblazers.
It's like when you try to take your dog for a walk in the park and it finds another one. They just like start running around each other, sniffing bums. Classic dog behavior.
Yeah, you know, with that, Parla are like, yeah, we want to go towards the A site. Maybe they have the smaller dog. Actually, I feel like small dogs are usually more aggressive than big dogs.
Small dogs are the worst.
They are.
Just screaming at each other.
Corgis, though, adorable.
Corgis are adorable. Pugs are also adorable.
Yeah.
But sometimes pugs are really aggressive. The weird thing about pugs is they scream like humans.
Not to derail us being derailed, but still, we see Nookie send out the guiding light and actually gets a ton of info that there are members of Parla pushing towards B. They don't know how many, so they still aren't committing too many members on the rotate just yet, but with Parla about to enter site, they're going to know.
Oh, Nookie knows. He's spotted him with the shoulder peek there. They could step out and try and find an aim duel. Don't know if you really want to do that. The teleport's coming on through. Let's move forward. It's an A hit.
And Giants had just committed going over towards B, but we're going to see, can Vitinho find it? And he does. Basic doesn't expect it. Pulls out the showstopper, but the other members aren't going to be caught out by it.
Yeah, Vitinho thought there was going to be a second player coming on there. Didn't quite find his man, and Ruxic will answer it. 12 seconds on the clock as the spike finally goes down. Rhyme and Hoodie taking 2, but answered immediately by Ruxic and JJ. JJ with a second as well. Rhyme alone here and taken out. Ruxic, nicely done. 8-8. We have an insanely close game on our hands.
Yeah, and we see, again, just the use of the TPs there. Parla playing it extremely close to the clock. They get it down. They're like, hey, we're going to angle our way towards B. Instantly, though, once they hear the TPs come out from Giants, they're like, we're out, boys. Go straight towards A. And I mean, Vitinho able to find one, but still, Parla able to pull it together. Not only now having a gun advantage, also have the Viper spin online. If any crazy shenanigans come out, you of course wouldn't want to have to use it in a round like this, but still Parla in a pretty good state.
Yeah. JJ having a great little round there alongside Ruxic. The two of them taking out the entire Giant squad. So the orb's going to be grabbed. 8-8 though. I'm glad this one's close. I really hope Parla can take at least one map here, can push us to 3. And can show that Turkey as a region have been really impressive in this tournament. Like, if we end up with the 3 partner teams remaining in this tournament, it will be kind of disappointing because I feel like if you just look at the results, it really doesn't tell you quite how confident and great these Turkish teams have looked.
Yeah, maybe disappointing's not the right word, but I get what you mean. It won't tell the full story.
Yeah.
As Rhyme gonna end up going down, and like you said, I mean, Turkish teams here at G-Loot have been doing incredibly good, but Sight Hit comes out from Parla, already taking one down. They should be able to guarantee this one. Smoke's on board, so Giants can have a tough time of pushing through.
Okay, gonna go for the guiding light. Step on out. Ruxic finding 2 already, finding a 3rd. Nicely done here. Just sprays them down as they come on in. And Nookie knows that this one ain't happening. Manages to deal with the Prowler. Dodges the guiding light. Another Prowler, and he's out of ammo. Masic comes in behind to finish the job. 9-8. Parla, for I think the first time this game, have the lead.
And I mean, heck, Parla able to get a bunch of ultimates off this round. I believe it was JJ that they got the orb on earlier in the round after they went for that rotation to B, and now Seekers, Viper's Pit, Nightfall Online. I mean, you now not only have a way to try and guarantee you can get onto a site, but have a way to hold that site once the bomb is planted and potentially bring yourselves up to 10.
Yeah.
We do have 3 members of Giants, though, only 1 away from being able to get their ults up as well.
Cloud would have been 1 away, but they just got nerfed. Cloud outplayed by Riot Games. Unbelievable.
What can the man do in a situation like this? But hey, Cloud, already someone we've seen pop off a few times. Just, you know, get a few headshots and you're...
True, yeah. All you got to do is kill everyone.
Just kill people and shoot them
click
heads.
their heads.
Just
What are you
win.
doing, man? I will say, Nuki having a tough map here. 4 and 13 on the Sky. Obviously, 11 assists. You are playing Sky at the end of the day. Like, it's not exactly a dual list.
The man popped off on Sky on Vine yesterday, you know. He deserves a bit of a step back to allow his team to step up and carry, but still, maybe...
He's choosing not to get the kills.
You know, if it was a closer scoreline, maybe that would be fitting to say, but yeah, Nuki definitely going to need to be one of the members to step up for Giants to actually take this. And I mean, heck, if they can get a comfortable 2-0, they're just straight to the finals. And like we said, they would play either Na'Vi or Vitality going in. I think a really nice kind of official match to play before 2023 kicks off.
Prowler comes in, but Fatinho steps on out. And Cloud trades the answer from J-List. Nicely done here by Giants. Aggressive defense. What the best offense is a good... Wait, no. The best defense is a good offense. There we go. Nailed it.
And even now, going to know that, I mean, members of Parla aren't trying to contest this area towards showers anymore. Then back off and get that information coming out with the Prowlers. And now, heck, even the Trailblazer not going to be able to find anything.
Nope. No trails blazed today. But it will be 3 people pushing up mid here from Parla. Ryan will be the first to know. Has his stars available?
Yeah, 2 down.
There we go. Information comes on out. The gravity well to find a second. And the round's done and dusted. Unless Loris has some kind of shenanigans to pull out. But I don't think it's going to happen. Nuki here alongside Rhyme. Hoodie moving on over ASAP. Loris does get 1, but traded immediately by Nuki.
And like you said, right, trying to go for that hit through short. 2 stars down for Rhyme. Incredibly hard to be able to push through that. One turned into a smoke. Gravity Well comes down and sets up for the pick. I believe it was onto Masic for them to be able to get that. So 9-9 now on the board. And heck, when we were saying right before that round, Giants, a lot of members close to getting their ultimates up as well. Now we're in a situation where almost every member on both sides has ult. The only one incredibly far away, right, Fatinho, but even now Loris, Hoodie, you're going to be expecting for both of these teams to start playing for these orbs. You can see Hoodie playing towards B long, so they should be able to guarantee the Viper's Pit coming out for him if they want to try and commit to that one. But look at Parla, just sending it down showers.
Yep. Not finding a pick for themselves. Bit of damage onto Cloud and Fatinho, though, but they've backed away. They've kept themselves alive, and that's what's important, because you've got Nuki on your team. The regrowth can come on through, but for now, sticking to that B site. They don't want to overcommit to a rotation.
Yeah, I mean, so many members of Giants actually moving away.
Look at this. They're doing it again. It's the bait and switch. Everyone get to B, but I promise you it's not.
Yeah, I mean, Giants just completely reading the situation wrong. Gonna have to start making their way back over, but heck, Parla still being very cautious, not committing the bomb onto site, just gonna back off. Viper's Pit will still be down, but it looks like they're gonna try and make their way through short. Or heck, maybe Giants did read it.
Yeah, maybe they read it right. Maybe we read it wrong. No, pushing on in now, but Ryan takes the head off of Masic to start this attack off. That Viper's Pit gonna be crucial though to get onto that site and get the spike down. 9-9, a crucial round here as Cloud moves in. The Haunt could find some information, but denied immediately.
But now you have such a strong post plan able to come out for the side of Parla. Orbital Strike online, Incendiary's there. Snake Bite up for Jailers as well, so they're all just going to back off. It's going to be Giants having to hunt.
Cloud, nicely done onto Ruxit there, just charges in with 1 HP and still finds that kill. The Cosmic Divide doing a lot with JJ behind enemy lines here. The Haunt to try and find his opposite member. Hoodie getting 1 onto Loris. 2 players here, but make it 2 on each side now. As JJ gets yet another one. Both down the bottom of mid. Cloud gets 1. And Nuki finishes the job. Can they get the defuse? It's going to be a close one. No. They're not going to be able to do it. There's no time.
The utility able to buy enough time. I mean, Orbital Strike came out. The Incendiary was there as well. Jailer did throw out the Snakebite before he ultimately did go down. So, I mean, nice job by Giants to be able to actually end up picking up the kills. But, I mean, all that matters is that Parla were able to get the round win on the board. Kind of look at their situation economically. Going to be able to have, you know, a couple rifles online to make sure that they can get some things done. And, I mean, heck, even JJ in the end just having to go with light shields.
Yeah.
Even all the utilities there.
Viper's Pit available for Hoodie here coming into this next round, and Giants are going to buy up. They've got Stinger, they've got a Spectre in there. They do have most of a buy, but not quite as much as they would have liked here. Parla getting very close to taking a map here, getting very close to shutting Giants down.
Yeah, and I will say, on the side of Giants, when looking at their buy, they also are missing some abilities, right? No Blast Pack, no Boombot coming out. I believe there's no Poison Cloud picked up for Hoodie either, so...
Let's see what they've got up their sleeves. Dissipate comes out. Right, I'm going to back away. Replace that star, but Cloud. Huge pick. I feel like Cloud, the last couple of rounds, really has been the player for Giants. Managing to find these picks. The Seas comes out to try and stop this one, and Masic blasts himself back away from the play. 5v4. Leaning towards B for now, but not committing.
Yeah, Nookie still has a flash as well if other members of Parla did start to rotate over if he needs to try and get some information. We do see Hoodie also just kind of anchoring down a site in the Viper's Pit.
He uses that guiding light just to get himself out the dodge there. But now they're hit onto B. They commit. Ruxic there as they push on forward. Masic looking for a head. But Rhyme in the middle of the site. Gonna now look for some shots spiked down, and they know exactly where they have to go, but Masic and J-List do manage to find themselves an advantage. Snakebite comes in as Hoodie moves through from Hookah. Fatinho with a headshot. It's big. It's a way in. It's an entrance, but it's denied by Ruxic. And now Hoodie knows where Ruxic is, but has to play against two and can't make it happen. 11 on the board for Parla. They're getting close, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, heck, they're bringing it up. On Giants map pick, if they can take this win, send us to map 3, which I do believe is Ascent, if I remember correctly. And yeah, Parla, I mean now, right, doing fine, have the guns in hand, full util coming out. Giants, I mean, not even really having an option of being able to go for a buy. So you would expect Parla to be able to turn this into 12.
You just got to look for overtime. Or... you got to look for those headshots. We've seen plenty of Sheriff wins across the course of this tournament.
You just got to stack A short and push aggressively.
I mean, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And we don't know if it's broke because we haven't seen it yet. It's broke. Fix it. Quick. JJ shuts Hoodie down. And now can start to push on out himself. The Prowler comes out and it forces Giants away. Unfortunately, trying to take these aggressive trades, but it does not work out for them. Ruxic there. Fatinho at least gets one onto JJ. So Masic moves on in with the Blast Pack onto the site now. Two players though, Rhyme and Cloud. Both. Oh, in fact, one Sheriff, one Classic. And it's not looking pretty.
No, not at all. Another star comes out though from Rhyme. Looks like it has to grab the wrong line, but Masic gonna find the pick, and yeah, this just looks like it should be Parla turning this into 12.
Nice. Match point. 12-9. Getting close. Parla on the verge of taking this map and pushing us to 3. Giants desperate to hold on. Now they do have rifles. They need to get 3 in a row if they want to go to overtime.
And it really just can't be overstated how like nice and unexpected of a win this would be if Parla are able to take this one all the way.
Yeah. After
what we saw on map 1, after what Giants showed yesterday, I think Giants definitely came into this map specifically as heavy favorites. This time around, though, again, at least having those guns online. And Fatinho has been one of the members on Giants stepping up, has a showstopper to play with. We haven't actually seen too much value, I feel like, come out of the showstopper specifically, but if the members of Parla overcommit, Fatinho will be able to get a lot done, and right now making their way over towards A. Neither team really fighting for showers, and they actually might wait into the open arms of Hoodie.
Classic double Viper here. Everything obscured. Hoodie playing super close. But Masic just flies into his face and blasts him away. Now through the teleporter, actually. I don't know if he intended to go through the teleporter, to be honest, because he's going all the way back around to A once again. Nuki up in heaven as the spike goes down.
Yeah, and I think that was so unfortunate for Hoodie. Doesn't look like the Prowler even spotted him out. Is now Nightfall going to come through. Give Parla even more to work with. Loris having the Incendiary online against Snakebite for Jailers, so...
It's so tense. It's so tense. Parla a singular point away here from taking us to 3. Giants want to push in through lamps, but denied by Masik. Here, Rhyme steps out, gets the headshot. Guiding Light to blind the whole team, though, as Jailers finds Vitinho. Can it happen? Jailers taken down by Cloud. Moving in here, but JJ with 2. And Nuki alone in heaven. Parla have done it. JJ with a 3K, and Parla take us to 3 maps.
Yeah, huge coming out from Parla. Again, I feel like it was really hard to have confidence in them coming into this map specifically. But especially once they swapped over to the attacking side, they look so comfortable. I feel like we saw a lot of really good ult usages coming out from people like Loris to make sure that they can get things done. And I mean, heck, even early on, once we got like halfway into their defense side, like stopping the aggressive pushes coming out from Giants.
Yeah, do you know what, Lyric? We're going to 3 games for the first time on the mainstream. We are going to 3 games. Lothar, what do you make of that?
I'm not certain if I actually saw the same team that was playing on the Haven. Hypok. Was that the same team?
It definitely didn't look like it. I mean, Lyric makes a great point that the structure and the comfort levels were just completely different here on Bind. And even coming in here with, I guess, almost, level footing from the first half, definitely put them in a position where actually, if they could kind of set the tone very early on, which actually continued throughout the second half, Parla just ran away with it.
Kakuka,
yes.
What do you make of the utility usage, sorry, the ultimate usage that Parla had on the attack, right? Because they were stacking a lot of it,
Don't you mention that for me. I think it was round 19 that we have been talking about. Oh my god, on the previous round, they had 4 ultimates. They all died. Nothing was used. And I feel like everybody took that into consideration, being like, it's my fault. Next round, I'm going to use it. And it was just like... a lot of things going on at the same point, but nobody was following up because everybody wanted to use their own ultimate. They ended up getting the round, but I just think that it was just out of pure exhaustion coming in from Giants. But definitely is not the same team that we saw on the first one, because in so many occasions all that choreography was literally not working. Not very good dancers on Bind.
And I think as well you could make the same argument for Giants, right? That's not what we saw from the first map from them at all. There was an overcommitment to, basically a 1vx opening engagements as opposed to that support system which we've credited them for time and time again. I mean, Rhyme had a fantastic start to this map. I don't want to say he kind of fell off, but I mean, that opportunity just wasn't found later on throughout the map, especially flipping onto the second side. You're a bit more limited when you're on the Astra versus the Viper, where you do kind of have to keep in mind you are that key mid-round piece.
Yeah, because when we're talking about, everything that went down during this map, we had questions because we hadn't quite seen Giants' defense, not us, not anybody that was watching the match yesterday. And after a 5-7 half, it's like not the end of the world. We can see them working with this. But everything, it was not on the right pacing, I have to say. Like, some of the decision-making that Parla was having was literally over Giants time and time again.
There was some crazy multi-kills happening in this game, right?
Even just looking at this back,
And he gets the kill here. That's insane. But just remember, like, the first round that we had with Vitinho, do you remember? Like,
the 1v3, right?
Yeah, exactly. He gets the spike down, and he gets the 2 first kills, and we're like, I don't know, maybe Parla is already out of the game after what happened on the first map. But I think that especially after the first half, even though they decided the side that they were starting in, seeing it so close, they definitely see themselves like, hey, we can definitely win this. I said it before we started. From wins, you don't take out that much. From losses, there's a lot that you can scrub in and be like, okay, this is where we have to do better. This is how we can work with this.
Concern being we go to Ascent. I think Giants, in terms of we look at all the performances so far, Ascent felt like the most comfortable of what we've seen, right? That was the one where they were just happy to stack up and almost take these dry engagements, baiting the enemy into taking these dry engagements. And with that, how that felt, I don't know what Parla are going to bring to Ascent to really try and disrupt that.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that, because on Bind, we have talked about how Giants were, in theory, looking comfortable on Bind, like winning the 13-1 against Galatasaray. Here against Istanbul Fanatics, they just kind of crumbled. When we look at the stats, though, 2 Giant players are on the top of the scoreboard with 7 first bloods combined. So there was a lot of like, let's say, value brought first, right?
So here's the thing. In every single match that we've seen from Giants that we streamed here, I said, you know, I do not see a start because I do not see anyone standing out from the rest. They were all of them, you know, having their moments and very similar on the table here. But here we see a Nuki that is not finding the entries that he wants for himself. Hoodie maybe a little bit in the same position and being a little bit shut down. Maybe get into the fight a little bit late. I don't know. I'm happy that we get to see a third map, but it's definitely not a good prognostic for them.
Yeah, it's hard to really grasp any context coming away from that, whether or not it was just I mean, because previously it was Nuki running away with that individual performance on Bind on the Sky. And again, even in here, if you look
it's
at the...
It's a learning process.
Yeah, exactly. And again, you can cut a little bit of slack, but I mean, I'll come out and say it. Giants have to close this series, right? If we're going to come away from this event with a good perception of a partnership team for next year, Giants need to close out Ascent comfortably.
I also, going back to Nuki, I can't remember the last time he actually had such a bad scoreline.
Exactly, yeah. But
right?
Numerically, I even said this earlier on, right? Even through G2's dips in performance, the guy would still average like between 280 and 300 ACS, consistently putting up numbers. So this is uncharacteristic to say the least.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, you know, the assists are definitely there, the heals were there, the flashes were there. I do not think that it's the end of the world. I still think that they're in the middle of that learning process, and you know,
as long as they close out Ascent.
Yes. Because otherwise, they're like, ooh, because then maybe they want to swap things out before they even try and make it work, you know?
Yeah, but don't you consider Ascent actually a better map for Paula Esports than Bind?
Yes.
Think about it.
Yeah, on paper, is their most played map, definitely the one that they got the most reps in. They 13-5 Divinity here, so I think that they are going to be comfortable. At the same time, I think it's the best performance that we've seen, besides the previous Haven, that again comes from the repetition and comes from learning from their mistakes. Is coming in from Giants. I think that it's a good contender.
Again, and I'll throw this out as a curveball. This one could potentially contextualize Parla, right? We're struggling to really place them for these FUT esports results in recent times as well. But for me,
definitely not just another Turkish.
No, definitely not. But I think with what we saw from Giants earlier, that playstyle will fit very well against Parla. If they do want to, you know, maybe loosen things up just a little bit, increase the pace a bit, I think Giants going to be well prepped for that.
I don't really like saying that you know, people are getting diffed and stuff, but it looked like on Bind, Parla also looked way more comfortable on just taking the duels.
Yes.
Something
like I said, it was an overcommitment actually for guys to feed into that a couple of times.
Yeah. So on Ascent, that is such a, let's say, I would like to say more defaulty map. This might actually pay dividends for both teams actually, because it just depends on what you said. How confident are they in taking the duels? Well, of course, the support of the utility that they will have at hand. Now, this is the first time Parla is gonna be in a best of 3 with a EU team, if I'm not mistaken. I was going through the matches that they had. Do you think there's any?
Parla,
yeah, exactly, as Parla. So do you think there's any kind of like nerves coming in? This is a single elimination bracket.
Listen, you know, if we think about maybe not having the best of luck and not, you know, having their plans working on the first map, after the performance that they put up on Bind, I would feel invincible.
It's a massive boom for the confidence, yeah.
Okay, well, that's maybe we could finish on that it's supposed to confidence. We're going to go to a short break to fix some technical issues that we have in the lobby, and we're going to be right back with the game after it.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.
Welcome back to G-Loot Valorant Clash. We're jumping straight into the map 3. First time on stream actually for the map 3 in a best of 3 between Giants Gaming and Paula Esports. And we're gonna be going into the agent select very soon. Now if... Okay, never mind.
It was soon. This time it was soon, Lothar. I have to say no surprises in either of the sides.
Yeah,
We're
it's the same
going to
compositions
see...
they played last time.
Yeah. That's what I mean. But obviously, Giants going with the Jet. No, Chamber on their side. Hoodie with that Killjoy. No surprises on that side. Neither on the side of Parla.
Previous note to make as well, I think, is the amount of freedom that Hoodie had with his utility setup, not really being pressured too often. That was one of the strengths actually on their defensive side. We even noted it coming into the series of how prominent that was going to be a factor. So whether or not Parla have actually, I mean, even had a chance to adapt that into their game plan just yet, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, the one thing though that is missing on this map, we don't have the Astra on for the Killjoy combos, right? So
yes,
it's like we have the Omen. Do you think Kakuka that has any impact here in the
I just think it's better. I think that the Omen works very well with this map. Like possibilities are endless, and you like the paranoia is very, very strong. So I'm not mad about that. But on the side of Giants, again, a previous time they didn't play against the Chamber. I want to see how they do now and how they adapt all the setups and everything to work against the...
Yeah, you're right. Actually, the previous ascent we did see was a chamberless ascent, which was almost an anomaly there. So this could be an interesting dynamic on both sides, actually, with the Sentinel choices.
Yeah, and I remember the nuclear lurks from mid towards Haven on A. I was like, okay, it's going to be interesting. Now, with the trap, we'll see specifically because they have less utility to destroy the trap, but casters, we're going into your first map 3 of our best of 3 in the Valorant history. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's blowing my mind. It's blowing my mind right now. First map 3 of the entire mainstream in this tournament. Not the first map 3 of the tournament, because Na'Vi went to 3 maps against FF earlier on today. There's definitely been some close series, and this is the second time that a Turkish team is taking one of our VCT partners all the way.
I mean, heck, right? If Parla can win, I mean, then we're for sure going to have Parla up against, again, another one of our partner teams going into next year. So, and heck, at that point, it doesn't matter, you know, what happened on map 1 of this series. You really just can't count Parla out against whoever they're up against.
It scared me. A squirrel getting aggressive.
I was saying this earlier. I just can't wait for all the Tacti friends to be plushies. Heck, me and you have talked about this many times.
We've talked about this. Yeah. Plural times? That doesn't make sense. It's been a long time.
I'd buy all of them.
I would too. The bear is there, in theory, but it's never in the shop. It's never, ever in the shop. Riot. All right, here we go. Parla against Giants. Map number 3, fighting for a spot in finals.
Yeah, and we can see, again, just a standard default coming out from Parla, aggressively leaning towards both extremities, but they are leaning into the side where Hoodie does have his setup with Killjoy. And again, Hoodie on Killjoy has been absolutely phenomenal on pretty much every map that they have played.
Yeah.
So
it's kind of funny, really, because everyone was coming into this tournament saying, Hoodie is a Sentinel? I don't know about that. And he's basically a Killjoy one-trick at this point. But I remember earlier on today, his B-site lockdowns with this Killjoy were unbelievable.
And it looks like the Parla actually are going to end up rotating into him because they were starting to lean towards B, but then we did see Jailurst actually, we saw Rhyme, throwing out a smoke towards B main. 0 point came out. Now the push comes through.
Oh, good headshot from Fatinho to start the round. Off, spraying through the smoke and gets a second onto the enemy jet as well. And the rest of the team looking to follow up. Parla, though, getting in onto the site here, trying to remove the door ASAP. As in comes Nuki from the sky. And it's Hoodie to finish the round. Really confident start from Giants.
Great from Giants. Like you said, again, Parla making that rotation towards A, going up catwalk, going right into the waiting arms of Fatinho and Cloud. The rest of the members able to rotate over. And we already see Hoodie starting to move his Killjoy setup over to B. So I already like it, kind of shaking things up, even on a round that they're kind of expected to win. And this time around, we aren't going to see Parla go for any type of aggressive force like we've seen them do in some of the previous, round twos after they had lost the pistol.
Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. They're going to need that money, especially when you've got a chamber and a jet. This is the kind of composition that generally wants to have a lot of money. Loris, though, takes Hoodie out. Quite an aggressive peek there from Hoodie, considering you need to be alive to use all that utility. Fatinho, he knows how to find those targets.
Yeah, and we already see the other members of Parla making their way over. The 1 way and 0 point kind of scared both Jailurst and Ruxic off. So now we're going to see what they're able to make happen. I mean, again, they really aren't expected to be able to do too much. The fact that they've already found a pick, pretty nice. If they can end up, getting a few more guns would be huge, especially looking at Masic and what he's able to do on that chamber.
Fatinho in the dark cover. Has that tailwind available. Cloud waiting to peek here. He's up against pistols and has that SMG. One goes down, looks for its second. The headshots come through. Nice one by Cloud to stop that. The spike will go down, but I mean, look at Masic's HP. Surely an impossible round.
And I mean, you look at the utility coming out. I mean, Rhyme having the paranoia up. You have both flashes on Nuki as well. As long as they play together, it should feel impossible, especially with the 5 HP.
Unless we can see something special. No. Rhyme gets him with the Bulldog, and that will be the defuse coming on through. Wouldn't be surprised to see that given over to Nuki, just because, Killjoy ult, probably more useful than the Omen ult, generally speaking.
I was going to say, I had a long day, but you, sir, have casted every day, and you had a very long day. Nuki will get that defuse down for the point for KO. And, now...
it has been a long day, Lyric, but it's been a fun day. And this last series, I've had a lot of long broadcast days over my 8-year career in esports. And some of those days, you're getting towards the end and you're like, God, I really hope that this series just ends so I can go home. This is not one of those because
100%.
These two teams are taking it to each other. It's fun rounds, it's fast Valorant, and it's exciting to see the way that Parla have been playing today, especially now that they're on shotgun round once more.
Yeah, so Parla going to be doing well and already getting some information over towards Tree, knowing some members of Giants are holding that area right now. We're going to see what they look to go towards. Not getting a whole lot of information towards mid. And we saw Rhyme was ready and waiting.
Fatinho going to be holding this angle. A lot of shots going on through. Not many of them hitting. JJ, the only one to be tagged. Actually, no, Loris took 8 HP damage as well. Parla still unsure where they want to go. Hovering towards B for the time being, but whether or not they commit to that. Rhyme, the sole sentinel on the site here, using that Omen to try and stall out, but the rest of the team over on A.
Yeah, and for Rhyme, he already did use that paranoia towards mid when he was holding, but still, I mean, we're going to see if Parla want to look to push through the smoke. They do have some flash drives online for Ruxic. Looks like he just threw one out.
Shadows traveling. It's going to be another dark cover, but answered by a dark cover of their own, spraying through the smoke, but Rhyme knows can't retake this one by himself. Needs to wait for the rest of the team. 5v5, and it's going to be all about the retake here from Giants. You can see everyone barreling up from defender spawn.
Yeah, and for Giants, I mean, still having the C's online, if they can try and catch any members out, set up 4 picks to come across. But, I mean, Parla have the angles on board. We'll see. Cloud's going to go for the aggressive peek. This has been one of the areas where Giants have done well, is playing as a unit. But, I mean, when you're up against 4 Vandals and a Phantom...
Hoodie nearly gets his head taken off there with the shoulder peek, but Ruxic finds Cloud. Hoodie the next one to peek, but so many bullets just layered towards him. Ryan getting one, answered by JJ. Jailurst as well. Loris steps up and Nuki gets him. Nuki gets 2, but won't be able to get the round here. Just looking for exits. It's not going to happen.
No, so Parla finally able to get one on the board, and
Nuki gets the Vandal just as the bomb goes.
Die, but still, right? Coming into Ascent, I think this was the biggest question mark because, I mean, the desk was sitting on a little bit that like, okay, we're feeling pretty good about Giants because they looked pretty comfortable on this map, you know, earlier on. But at the same time, we said the same thing about Bind, so Parla as well. This is their most played map, and it definitely, I feel like out of the three, has the most question marks. But that also feels strange to say when, again, both teams won the opposing team's map pick.
Yeah. And I love it when that happens, when you've got both teams taking the opposition's map. It means that map 3 is kind of anyone's game. It shows that you've got a fairly even series on your hands. Tour de Force comes out, which means it's even guns across the board here. Fatinho with that op. Masic going to be using the Tour de Force. And Parla lean towards B.
Yeah, and I mean, Alarmbot already spotting out that, you know, at least someone from Parla was making that rotation and aggressive push up through mid. Going to immediately close the door to make sure nothing easily can come out onto site, but I'm curious to see how far Parla go with this push. Already getting more info with that Prowler. It looks like they're just going to go straight on for the hit onto B.
Yeah, 4-man push through market here. Cloud on site. You see Hoodie nearby as well. This time that Killjoy utility should be able to work, but the Horn spots out the player and Ruxic finishes him off. But he can't really do much about this one. Has to wait for the rest of the team.
Yeah, now Plant going to come down. I kind of thought Loris was in trouble for a little bit, but the fact that the push was coordinated, they come out at the same time, they're able to get that opening pick on the Cloud. Yeah. Once again, going to make it incredibly hard for Giants to go for this retake.
Yeah, I feel like Giants are struggling with these B retakes. Parla know exactly what they're doing. They're able to get onto these sites. Can they convert it again, or can Giants make it in? No, Hoodie taken down. Masic beautifully done with the Tour de Force.
Yeah.
And that feels like that's the end of the round, right?
I mean, you have all 5 members up. Masic has full control over lane with that Tour de Force being up. You had the one-way smoke coming out from Jailers as well to make sure that nothing could go down. So the members of Giants knowing, hey, just go for the save, back off, live to fight another day.
And another great round from Parla. 2-2. And an exciting situation to be in. Final map of the day, final map of this semi-final, and a very even start.
And it's been nice to see as well, right, that round, taking control of mid, aggressively pushing up, and going through market, because what we saw be so effective about Giants' control of B, right, was like the Killjoy utility coming out right at the entrance of B main, maybe having some stuff down on lane, and Parla just completely avoiding that one by taking such aggressive control through mid.
Yep. No ultimates online right now, but a couple very close. Side of Giants, you've got Cloud, Fatinho 1 point away. Similar though for Ruxic on the other side. Parla have had a lot of success looking towards this B site, but now you can see 3 players over towards A. They managed to deny that Killjoy, that KO knife. But, you know, denying the knife inherently does give some information.
Yeah, and I mean, heck, they're even denying information through mid with the fact that Jailers did throw out the dark cover. Going to time out now, but I mean, I guess Giants haven't really been too aggressively playing for any information for mid, right? Typically, it's just that alarm bot coming out, trying to spawn out if anything is going to come through. Yeah. And Parla, once again, just going to make their way over towards this B site. Fatinho is posted up with the op. It would be huge if he can find something, but I wonder if Parla maybe would look towards mid again, but no, it looks like they actually are looking to just go through B main.
Feels like we do need a big round here for Giants. And he knows something's coming. Has to use that tailwind to escape. And now here we go with 0 point as well. Ruxic pushing on forward. Steps out. Fatinho finds one immediately, but taken out by JJ. The trade comes through. Once again on the side. Cloud taken out in Boathouse. It's answered by Ryan, but immediately taken down himself. 2v3. Doesn't have the 5 stack that they've previously had. Hoodie wanted it. He wanted to try and find that play, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, and I mean, look at where Nuki is on the minimap as well, going all the way around. Maybe just going to end up playing 4 exits if they do just try to rush out through B main.
I'd love to see Loris use an updraft, just dash in towards Hoodie. Knows it's only got a Sheriff, knows he's tagged. Could go for an aggressive play. Yeah, you risk the trade though, of course, from Nuki. Little does he know, Nuki's just vibing on the other side of the map. Hoodie gets one. And Nuki not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, heck, might even be able to find one as the counter does go up Munch.
Oh.
And no, not able to find it.
I mean, heck, he made an effort.
I appreciate you. Is going to be able to get out scot-free as well. And I mean, for the side of Giants. They have money to be able to go for those rifles, right? They didn't commit to a full buy last round. They just used enough money to be able to get some guns under their belt to try to contest the round. And now, having things like the lockdown and the Nightfall available, and still, I mean, Parla have just pretty much consistently been dodging out on this Killjoy setup.
Yeah. That's just consistently going to be. Just consistently charging in. Managing to find it. This one less convincing, though, it has to be said, because the 2 previous rounds had 5 people strong on B for the retake, whereas this time, we're chipped away at a little bit. You know, great shot by Fatinho to start that attack, but then just gets traded out and really turn it into much more.
And for Giants, I mean, what a different sight to see them struggling so heavily on this defensive side when, I mean, you do have a pretty solid comp at making sure that you can delay these pushes coming on through. Not really seeing a whole lot of value come out through this utility as well. I feel like there have been numerous times where I've seen a lot of things, Parla bait out a lot of abilities, especially I think to things like the Paranoia. And then once we get to retake scenarios, not having a lot of these tools they would need to be able to get those sites back.
And I will say for this third map, it was it was Parla that was able to choose their side, so opting into that attacking side to start us off. Here we go, though. Fatinho has that Blade Storm available. Hoodie's got the lockdown. Cloud with the Nightfall as well. It's only the 1 ultimate on the side of Parla, so you'd think somewhat of an advantage in that way, especially since you do have rifles in most players' hands.
Even getting some information towards A with the 0 point that was thrown out by Ruxic, and now looking to get a nice push-up Cat. We do have Nanoswarms here, though, and Hoodie waiting in the area is smoked off.
Grenade goes on through. Molly on either side. Nightfall going to be used defensively here just to push off this attack. And Parla will just respect that, decide to back away, wait until they've got their sound back and not marked anymore.
I mean, even getting some nice utility used out from the side of Giants. Prowler down, Nanoswarm gone. Alarm Bot will still be there, though, if Parla looked for any type of re-aggression up into tree, but doesn't look like that's the plan for now.
Yeah. Curious where that knife from Ruxic goes. It is over towards Market. Won't spot a player, though. And again, playing slow for information, but 30 seconds on the clock. They've got to make a move.
Giants don't even have any information as 2 members were on A and just started rotating their way over towards mid and B. Now they're going for the site hit.
Yeah, they have information now that it's happening. Hoodie on point here behind Jenny. Needs to make something happen, but taken out from the side. Cloud with 2, though. Ruxic takes him out in a 3v3 now as the players charge in towards Heaven.
They need to plant.
Spike isn't down just yet. Yeah, you're absolutely right. 10 seconds on the clock. They've got to make this happen now or never. Blade Storm going to be used here. Ruxic takes a headshot and takes another. Ruxic, can he plant it in time? Half a second left. No! He cancelled.
Finds the kill spot. It wouldn't go down in time, right? And, 4 seconds to get that spike down. Wasn't able to do so. Had to go for the kills. I mean, Giants were aggressing onto him. And yeah, sadly for Parla, not able to make it work.
I think the overlay slightly delayed there. I thought that was like a mechanical misplay. He'd accidentally let go of the button. Would have been a disaster. It was actually just that the time ran out.
I believe Masic was also the other one who was still alive and trying to make that lurk and flank come through, and sadly not in time to, again, potentially find that kill up in Heaven, give enough time for the KO to get the plant.
Yeah.
And I mean, heck, Giants are going to be happy with that one.
For sure. And I feel like this is one of those games as well where, let's be honest, for Parla, it's gone a lot better when they play faster. They play super slow in that round. They play default forever, trying to get information, and then, oh, hang on, Nuki. Perfect spot, but gets taken out anyway. Rhyme at least gets 1 answer, but suddenly alone on the site. J-List here, but taken out by Rhyme in the end. Now 3v3. The rest of the team needs to get over the map, though. Rhyme alone, 1v3. Has to find a headshot, gets 1. And will be traded out. But 3 kills, I mean, you can't ask any more from the player. 2v2 now.
A lockdown coming out.
I mean, how are you getting out of this one, Paul? No! Oh, he's taken out. Ruxic finds that one. Aggressively pushing here in behind Logs. And Mason gets Cloud down. It was so close, but great decisive play from Parla.
And just honestly, heartbreaking for Giants. Hoodie going down. It was Parla the ones who are going to have to go for the aggressive push to just make sure they weren't locked down and giving those kills over.
Yeah, the lockdown almost working in Parla's favor there. You drop that lockdown, you force their hand. They went for the aggression. Guess what? Aggression is the name of the game for Parla. That is their bread and butter. And they showed it again.
Now, null command online for Ruxic. Bladestorm up, Nightfall out. Giants, once again, not having the best economic situations. As Fatino, knowing that, just says, hey, we have to go for it. We have to catch them off guard, try and find a surprise frag. Not able to do so.
It was close. I mean, 32 HP on Loris. Would have been a nice trade if he was able to get it, but fortunately, it will be just an advantage for Parla. Moving over towards this A side, but Giants do have the read here. 4 players strong, but I'd say it's 4 players weak, actually, because they only have pistols.
Yeah, not in the best spot, but still, at least on the right side of the map. Not really having any info come over, though. With Prowler going out, though, Nuki and Rhyme aren't going to go for the rotate and are going to stay here.
Diving on into the site here. Hoodie finds one with the Sheriff. Oh my days, they're actually doing it. Basic and Ruxic, no answer. And these rifles really come into their own. Cloud alone. Health bars are low, and that's a Sheriff. This is actually winnable. No, it's not. J-List finds the head.
Still getting 2 kills. Economically, Parla still in a really solid spot.
Yeah.
I think JJ especially sitting at 7,000 credits, so not going to be hearing too much from that one with kills going over, but Giants still definitely incredibly happy with how that round panned out.
And look, at the end of the day, Parla are 5-3 against Giants. This is a VCT partner team. This is a team that a lot of people just expected to make it into the finals. A lot of people coming into the tournament saying, hey, this is the weaker side of the bracket. This is the side of the bracket the Giants should just make their way through. But Parla showing up here in the semi-final against a favorite and wanting to make it all the way to that best of 5.
I like how Parla's been playing some of these earlier rounds incredibly slow, trying to bait out some of the utility first and just making it so hard for Giants to stop these pushes. That was one of our criticisms of Parla in that first map, was that they just weren't really playing as a cohesive unit. A lot of isolated duels coming out. And now once again, going to try and walk into B main. Looks like Nightfall going to come out.
Yeah, there it is. Rhyme has to back away. Prowler going to be denied. Just going to try and spray through the smoke. See if he can get it. Here, but Fatino, perfect spot behind logs there. And Nuki gets one as well. Loris puts Nuki into that null command passive. But a teammate might be able to pick him up. It's not over just yet. Masic on a flank, though. Cloud actually looking the wrong direction. Masic might be able to get a second. Cloud comes in. Loris as well onto Nuki. Rhyme 1v1 with Masic. Here we go. Omen versus Chamber. A single headshot will win the round in either direction.
30 seconds
The Phantoms
left.
will do it. Rhyme hiding inside the smoke. Who's going to be the one to flick it? It's Rhyme. And Giants get themselves back into this one.
Rhyme having the right read with the positioning there. Finally getting Giants another round on the board. And Rhyme, once again, being one of the members to step up for Giants. One of the questions or takeaways from the last game was Nuki kind of sitting consistently down towards the bottom of that scoreboard, which is surprising. Even I think it was Hypoc pointing out, like back in the G2 days, even when they weren't doing well, he would still be the member picking up the kills. We're still pretty early on into the map, but once again, Nuki sitting down there at 4. It would be nice to see him start stepping up, but fast hit coming out from Parla. Gonna be slowed down by Fragment.
Loris has the Blade Storm, Tour de Force available, but Masic obviously with a gun, probably not going to use it. And here we go, charging on in. J-List first to get a kill here. The spray through the smoke, though. Rhyme finds a second one for his team. And Giants hold fast here. It was a big old stack towards A.
Fragment, the C's coming out. Dark cover as well, not allowing for this push to go through. Setting up for Rhyme to find more kills. And heck, I mean, you know, we're just hitting on Rhyme being at the top of the scoreboard for the side of Giants. And I guess when Parla just keep running to the site that he's at, setting him up to be able to get these down.
And the dark cover just permanent at this point from Rhyme. Holding the players from Parla at bay. We'll need some reinforcements, though.
Looks
obviously the Killjoy utility not going to be available.
Nuki not wanting to overcommit, trying to be that anchor towards B site.
Spotted him. Popped up there for a second.
Nuki finally moving over as well.
Oh, misses the shot there. The dark cover once again. They just can't get through it. Silence. but they're pushed away again. It's only 25 seconds on the clock. They've got to make something happen.
And right, if they wanted to make an aggressive push, having that flash drive available would be useful, but Ruxic not having that one online, they're going to try and create some aggression, it looks like, through Cat to open up for Ruxic to get onto site.
But Rhyme's moved. He read it, and he gets Masic here. And now Nightfall comes out as Rhyme finds himself a third beautiful round from him. 4 seconds. Tries to get the plant, but Nuki finishes the job. And Giants push us to 5 and 5. They show us that they ain't out of this just yet.
Great job by Rhyme holding that site down. Cloud as well early on, throwing out the C's, really making it hard for Parla to find that push and maybe finding a bit of their own rhythm. Now no money for the side of Parla. Going to be a bit of a tough one. Do have some ults online, and I guess ults that also make up for the fact that you don't have money to buy guns, right? Things like the Blade Storm and the Tour de Force are going to be able to potentially put them in a scenario where they can find the picks and the site hits that they're looking for.
Yeah, you can see the stinger for Ruxic already, but with this timeout, they could still change their plan. But, you know, only 2 rounds left in this half. It's a tough situation to be in when you're up against a team that's going to fall by, guaranteed. I say that. Coutinho, not that much money to work with. Perhaps weapons have been dropped, though. I think so. We'll see. As we head towards half-time here, Parla were the ones to choose that attacking side. Going into the second half with relatively even scores could favor Giants.
I also like
Hard to say, though.
I mean, Giants committing the amount of utility to deny the site hit. We hadn't really seen Parla go for anything that fast really early on in the round, and maybe once again going to try and stray away from something along those lines. Though this time around wouldn't hurt when you do just have a ton of stingers coming out. Try to look for some kind of fast hit onto site. We once again see Giants kind of changing it up. Hoodie once again on this B site.
Let's play.
There we go. Tour de Force comes out from Masic. Like you said, these ultimates can be used to try and make up for that economic disadvantage.
And it's going to be on them, right? Trying to find an aggressive pick, especially when you're an agents like Chamber, like Jet, that have the ability to reposition once you do find one. But Giants not really giving them an opening. No one peeking any aggressive angles.
And now we go into the play. Rhyme pushing forwards, finds one, finds a second, and finds a third. Rhyme not having any of it, doesn't care about your ultimates. Cloud with 2 to finish it off. What a clean round from Giants.
Huge from Rhyme playing that angle and tree. The members of Parla just not expecting it as they're starting to get their utility out to be able to go for the aggressive push through. 15, 4, and 6 on the Omen. It's just looking beautiful.
And kind of unlucky, really, honestly, from Parla. I mean, you see this. Rhyme just, like, he's decayed this whole time. A single bullet will ruin that play, but just finding those headshots. But nobody was actually on a site from Giants there. There was 2 people in tree just holding angles, but that happened to be where Parla pushed in, so then it works perfectly.
Now we're going to see once again, I mean, at least this time around, they do have guns coming out and maybe going to try and make an aggressive play towards mid once again. We do have dark cover coming out to try and prevent this. Earlier on, they did just kill the alarm bot and wait it out, but they might get sprayed down by Hoodie here. Playing incredibly passive. Going to wait for the full commit.
Final round of the half. They've got to make something happen here. Hoodie with 1 onto JJ. Ruxic gets Nuki, though. Hoodie, he's been seen, and Ruxic finds the second, but Ryan onto J-List, evens the numbers once more. Coutinho with a Blade Storm with 2 kills, wants to finish the half in style, but it's Ryan to take the kill as Giants get their 7th.
Great reaction from Coutinho. I mean, gets the kill with the op. Instantly, the Blade Storm's popped, able to get another one and make it so Parla aren't able to find success with that same mid push that was working for them earlier in the game.
And it feels like Giants are starting to really come online, right? That is 4 rounds in a row for the team that are now swapping over to the attacking side. Parla only getting 5 on their attack.
And now we're going to see what Giants can do. I mean, right, having the Killjoy and seeing how they're going to play out these attacker rounds. Also going to have to contend with things like the Chamber, another thing that our glorious desk was hitting on. Was the last time they played, they didn't have to go up against the Chamber on a set.
No, they didn't. No, they did not. I do just want to quickly mention before this half starts, look at Rhyme's score, 17 for 4. Like, that is absolutely insane, Rhyme. On Bind as well, having a couple of incredible moments on the Astra. Really having a great day, and considering, you know, it's getting late. They've been playing a long time at this point. This is their 2nd series of the day. Really impressive stuff to see that longevity. But straight off the bat, Giants managing to get that spike down. No kills on either side just yet.
No, and now we're going to see if Parla can find the retake, trying to force their way in through tree. But Giants are contesting.
Oh, they certainly are. They certainly are. Nuki looking for it, but Hoodie's the one to get it with Jailers and Rhyme. It's the Omen show here. Now Basic and Ruxic, 2v1 on defense. Trying to defuse the peek on out. Here we go, looking for headshots, finds it, denies the defuse, but I don't think it's in time here. Ruxic will get it.
Rhyme playing incredibly slow on that one, wrapping all the way around from A main to make his way into Cat and catch him off guard. Sadly, the other members of Giants had already gone down, or maybe you could have made something work, already coming incredibly close. But now, guns coming out from Parla.
Yeah.
Going to be feeling confident, but it looks like Giants, you know, they're not feeling too shabby themselves.
None of that passive play. None of that today. And important, because Parla, if they just had this as a free round, right, you'd be at 7-7. So I think, I understand where Giants are coming from, wanting to contest this one, wanting to get that momentum back in their favor. Every round counts at this point.
And now they're going to look for such a fast exec onto A.
Oh, Macy at the top, and he's like, okay, I'm out of here. These people have guns. Those aren't the pistols I bargained for. Spike will go down.
Still, though, the members of Parla are going to be playing together. We have Paranoia coming out from Jailers.
5v5. Coutinho underneath the play here. The molly times out, and he's going to be able to get under into hell. Cloud with one. JJ trades it. And now the rest of the team explode onto the side, but the Stingers start to come on in. It's a good little spray down from Asic. 2v2 now. The Stingers can be so crucial, and they will be. Nuki with a 3K, taking 2 with 1 spray.
And that's one of the type of rounds you want to see coming out from Nuki, and seeing why Giants were confident to go for that force, instantly just exploding onto A site. Didn't matter if Parla, I mean, they did wait it out, right? None of them like overpeaking or taking duels, wanting to play as that 5-man unit. But in the end, not meaning enough. A lot of good trades coming through early on as well when Parla did kind of burst out onto the site for the retake. I mean, members of Giants were going 1-for-1.
It's kind of interesting to see the way that the two different teams attack this map as well. Like Parla, we saw a lot of fast, aggressive play on towards B across the course of their half on the attack, whereas Giants very much favoring this A site so far, but plenty of time for that to change. Bit of a default here from Giants. Slower round to start it off.
Wanting to take some early control of mid, and yeah, you're right, Lores already going to be chunked down early on, playing in the smoke. Nuki was waiting.
Look, it's an eco. I like the aggressive play there, trying to make something happen. It's not going to happen, but I mean, it's just like Fetch. You can try and make it happen, but it's not going to happen. Coutinho with the 3rd headshot to finish that round, and Giants in a comfortable spot at 9-6, 4 rounds away. And Parla now, they'll be able to get some rifles, and this is the round where we really need to see them come alive.
And I mean, honestly, you know, we were hitting on Giants earlier on and who we think needs to step up. We talked a lot about, again, like who's going to be the player standing out from the rest. But for Parla coming in, it was Loris coming in who was like, hey, you need to see him, especially on his jet. This has been his go-to pick.
Yeah.
And I feel like anytime you've seen Parla play in recent times, and, you know, he does get on this agent, he's always the one topping the scoreboard for their side.
Yeah. Cover going out. And I mean, you know, if memory serves, it has been a long day. Forgive me if I'm making a mistake here, but I believe Loris on that raise on Bind as well, having some pretty impressive moments. Slow sneak towards B, though, here from Giants.
Bot coming back.
It's just going to be the single fade here. JJ trying to hold it.
Yeah, Parla not reading it on other sides of the map. Paranoia comes out. They're going to look for the exec.
JJ taken out. The door comes on down. Loris does find the headshot to Patino just in that tiny little gap. And May6 here to make it happen. Rhyme trades it 3v2. Hoodie and Rhyme and Cloud remaining for the side of Giants. Jailers and Ruxic, a lot to work for here.
Having to use a Shrouded Step to get out from that Nanoswarm, and even able to find Hoodie. So 2v2 coming on through.
It's a tough one, though. Lower health bars. You would say the advantage goes the way of Giants, but the flash not quite going to connect onto Rhyme. He's on the angle. Finds the headshot. 1v1 here. Taylor's trying to take it, but Rhyme with another 4K. Rhyme is just, I don't know what he has eaten today. I don't know what he's done to warm up, but he's just on another level. 24-6.
24-6, fragging out of his mind, the IGL of the team. And I mean, the map you need to win. This is what gets you to the finals, to get that face-off against either Na'Vi or Vitality. And I mean, Rhyme's just taking this game into his own hands.
He's looking at a 30 bomb.
Yeah. And heck, this round he won't even have to. He won't have to take it in, because look at the ultimates online, Null Command, and the Nightfall coming online.
I mean, he's nearly double anyone else's kills. Nearly double. 10-6. Parla on a bit of a force. And heck, we'll see what they can do with it.
I hate you so much.
Look, it's been a long day, Lyric, and you've traveled a long way to get here. I think we can forgive a silly little crutch word.
As, Giants have been making it work. We pointed out the ultimates that they have, and I mean, Parla, really nothing to work with in terms of guns coming on through. But I like it. Giants still playing incredibly tempered, not wanting to fall for any, silly plays coming on through or over-aggression that, a team or a player maybe would look when they haven't spent any economy.
Ooh, Rhyme tries to find that shot, but Ruxic gonna force him away. And a very slow start to the round here from Giants, just trying to force out any utility. And once again, we keep seeing this from Giants when they're against an eco, taking it very slow and not wanting to be caught off guard. Spike now picked up, 30 seconds on the clock, they've got to go to B.
Haunt is online as well,
left.
so Cloud going to throw that one out and try and get some info.
Nice from Macy. Here we go. Oh. JJ finds one, Lores finds two, but Nuki does take him down. 1v3. Needs to at least get that spike down. Knows one's in Boathouse now, thanks to that knife. Taylor's behind the wall.
10 seconds left.
Nuki needs to make it happen, and he needs to do it quickly, but he's taken down. Couldn't get that spike down.
The fact that Parla were able to take this, huge. I mean, not too many members were just hard committed onto the B site. A lot of them rotating over from mid, but denying that push through lane. And being able to bring them back in when Giants had been stringing numerous rounds together. You're still going to have those ults online for the side of Giants, but Tour de Force now, Bladestorm, Nightfall, and now you actually do have those guns there to be able to play with. I want to see especially where Masic's playing with that Tour de Force.
Yeah. Now remember, this is a big tournament for the side of Giants. This is an important one. Showing that, this new roster is going to work for them in the upcoming year. They need to make it happen. Oh, look at this flank. Look at this from Masic. He finds the pick to set Parla up here in the semi-finals, up against a partner team. They're the heavy underdogs, and yet they keep on making these rounds happen.
And you saw what Giants wanted to do there. They wanted to go for the fast hit onto A, but 0 Point spotted out two members. I believe it was Jay Lurst and Ruxic actually just playing right behind that wall, and Masic taking advantage, gets the flank off to set them up with a 5v4.
And we slow right down again. Still 55 seconds, plenty of time to work with. Will be Hoodie spotted out by the knife. But just the one player, I believe. And it's tense, Lyric. It's so tense because Parla know that with this round, they could really get themselves back into this game. But the lockdown coming out to try and secure this A side. Keep your eyes on Loris right at the back corner. Is out of range.
30 seconds.
Jailer
trading.
Has the dark cover out, so it's incredibly hard for Giants to push the site, but they're going to look for it now. They don't have much time.
In the spray through the smoke, and Parla make it look easy. A pretty much clean round, honestly. Only one player going down. And now 8 rounds on the board. This is looking very doable.
It's pretty much what we saw before, just on the reverse, right? The clock gets down, the attack side team is feeling pressured, but the dark cover comes up once again. You smoke them out. And it's so risky to look for that push. And Parla are able to make it happen. I still think Masic a bit of a hero early on, finding that first pick to put Giants in that awkward spot and put some pressure on them.
Yeah, really, really smart play. And willing to be so aggressive in a gun round too. In a round where really you are risking quite a lot if the play goes sideways.
And I feel like when you're the team running Chamber and Jet, you need to be willing to look for those pushes when you have these agents that are able to take more aggressive plays and really don't offer much in terms of utility or being able to shut down pushes other than just finding kills.
Fighting once again. Cloud sneaking on up. It's not a round that Giants really have any right to win here. Parla should have a comfortable advantage. And once again, the longer the game goes on, the more it feels like Giants sort of slow down a little bit. Rhyme alone here, but does manage to find one onto J-List. It's a good little pick. Loris full flash and has to back away. If they could pick up that rifle, could be huge in this round, but Loris finds the perfect timing there. Two of them with Masic taking Nuki as well.
Yeah, the other members of Giants in B main. I mean, now it's just Parla going to bring us up to 9, right?
Yeah.
Was a hard round for Giants to even try to win. The fact that I believe it was Rhyme with the Marshall able to find one was even impressive on its own, but not much they can do. Giants still in a completely fine spot, though.
Yeah. And now we get the rifles. Now we get the round that really is going to matter because 10 and 9. If Giants lose this one, their economy is going to be in a disastrous position. And Parla might just be able to get a bonus round off the back of it as well. That put them to map point almost.
Here's to see Giants making their way back over towards B. We've been seeing a lot of their recent aggression, over towards A main or trying to take some early control of mid. They are going to do that once again. So Giants, Parla will be questioning what they're looking for, but still, very aggressive angles taken. You look at where Masic is, pushed so far forward. JJ as well, peeking out through B main. Even throws the C's out just to see if anyone's there.
And so good to see Rhyme having such a good game individually. Like you said, the time on Gen G said he wants to come back to Europe and make it happen. But it's Loris that's making it happen this round with the Blade Storm taking the head off a hoodie. And once again, Parla find themselves with that advantage. Like you said, the Chamber Jet combo really working wonders for the team. Masic just about getting away. Couldn't use that rendezvous, but managed to pull himself back into the round. Masic trades it onto Ryan, but J-List, he's the man to talk about. Nuki tries to turn it around, but the 3K for the Omen, and Parla even things up.
And I love what Parla did there. I mean, committing towards an aggressive angle in A main, but the second it gets spotted out, maybe a bit lucky to get away, and they weren't able to get in there faster and take him down since the rendezvous wasn't able to be used. But instantly pivoting everyone towards tree, knowing it would be a split towards A, and just picking up those kills. So now Giants, I mean, they should go down this round, putting Parla on 11, and then I mean, heck, if you lose the round after that, you are it's just a done deal. Parla coming in once again out of nowhere and just able to take this G-Loot Showdown Finals by storm.
Absolutely. And, we saw in Giants versus BBL a 13-9 win on Ascent, right? It was a win, but it felt slow. It felt like we were seeing Giants stumble a little bit there. On the side of Parla, though, they've played Ascent twice so far in this tournament. A 13-11 win, a 13-5 domination versus Div. And, it's one of these things where when it comes down to it, it's about comfort. In these kind of moments, it's all about player comfort. It's about being able to stay cool and find those moments. Parla on the cusp of exactly that. They've got a full buy to work with. Giants, they're just going to have to accept that this one has to be a bit of an eco.
Still going to at least get the Vandal on Rhyme, which feels like the right decision to make.
Yeah.
For the kind of map that he's been having so far.
Tenio too with the Guardian.
And it just feels so hard for Giants. They haven't been able to find really anything through mid. I think Parla have done a nice job of typically shutting that one down, having a member play that side, and then the control over the extremities on A. It's done so much. So gonna pivot towards B, try and get something in main.
And I love that JJ's just going, screw it, I'm getting an Odin. He's not been fragging out this game, so just accepts that and starts spraying through walls instead. But Loris finding that first kill, finding a second kill as well. It's beautiful stuff. A Cloudburst to slow down that attack. Still got a rifle or two on the side of Giants, but I don't think it's going to be enough, to be honest, Lyric. I think we're going to 11 points here for Parla. And another impressive scoreline, another impressive game, another impressive series for Parla, and once again the underdogs looking like they might just reign supreme. The Giants not out of the match just yet. Fatinho wants to prove that fact. JJ does tag him out. 49 HP to work with 3v4.
We're going to see if these two members of Giants are able to make anything happen, though. I mean, doesn't look like this Nookie going to be the last one left. And, I mean, Loris, absolutely explosive round on the Jet. And it's nice when earlier we were saying, hey, you know, he typically is the member to watch on Parla, especially when he gets his hands on the Jet. He really wasn't up there on the scoreboard, now sitting at 21 kills. And just Parla overall. I mean, we hit on it, I believe it was last map of Masic coming in, is a stand-in on the roster. And I'd say, like, relatively unknown names. You do have the core of Parla coming back from the Surreal Esports roster back in, like, 2021, early 2022. All of them went their separate ways.
Alfia on that roster as well.
Exactly. He got picked up by Fnatic, and then pretty much everyone left. And then these three regrouped on Parla. And you could see why.
Yeah.
Working beautifully together.
And like we said, this is an off-season tournament. This is the kind of tournament where you want to get noticed while making it to the finals. Going up against either Vitality or Na'Vi, that's certainly one way to get noticed, because taking down Giants so far, 2 rounds away from doing it, but it ain't over just yet. Masic wants it though, finds himself a pick there. Fatinho pushing forwards aggressively, knows that he has to be the one to make these plays and buy space for his team. Masic, a back little cubby here, will be spotted out by the knife. Everyone knows where he is. Can he find a kill before he goes down? Shorty in hand. Cloud looking for the headshot. Just going to hold him in place there. But Loris in the meantime gets one. Hoodie with 2. Stepping up in the moment that matters. Masic and Loris, 2 versus 3. Desperate to get onto match point. Might just do it. Loris with another headshot, but Cloud trades it onto Masic and will find another 3K for Cloud. 11-11. And what a match we have.
Can you imagine if we go to overtime for the game that decides who goes to the finals?
Yeah.
Would be absolutely huge coming out, especially for Parla, and when we hit on especially the expectations for Giants coming in as the favorites, not only in this match, but on this side of the bracket in general. Glad they were able to bring it back. And, I mean, both teams going to have rifles online, some light shields on the side of Giants, but doesn't feel like that should dictate the round too much.
No.
And once again, angling over towards the safe side, can get a lot of information out with the 0 point.
Yep. Player spotted.
Here.
Goes both ways, though. Suppressed here. 11-11. And, I mean, it's our semi-finals. It's our first semi-final here at the G-Loot Valorant Clash. It had to be a good final game. It had to go the distance here. And we'll see if Parla can hold on. It would be heartbreak if Giants took it now.
It would, and look at Masic. Oh,
Masic just about getting away with that one. Couldn't have been closer.
Not great timing either. He had the angle, was turning to check what was at top mid, and then gets sprayed down. Lockdown comes out, so Giants going to try and find their way onto A.
Here we go. 3 people detected. Rooks against 1, but answered, and Jailers chimes in with one of his own. 2, in fact, but Rhyme shuts him down. 2v3. Rhyme and Cloud, both have been big across the course of today. Both have had their moments. Well, this is the most important moment of them all. In comes Loris, taken down but traded. Rhyme versus the world has to make it happen. Gets 1, gets 2 as well! You couldn't ask for more from this player. That's 30.
This man is making everything happen for the side of Giants. Hey, look, Doom, it looked like Parla had it. Once the trade came out, the 1v2 is there. I mean, I believe he was marked by the Haunt as well, but able to make miracles happen.
It's unbelievable.
They just need one more. Parla still has money. They still have guns online, but I feel like that could just be a huge confidence boost, a huge like motivator going into this last round, and could be hard on Parla as well.
And a rifle given over to Hoodie here, so Fatinho can use that Blade Storm. And a fast attack on towards A. Game point, match point for Giants if they can just finish one more round. And I feel like we've said that so many times. They've struggled to finish games. But the most important game of their tournament so far, the most important round of their tournament.
We see them trying to clear Gen with the Nano Swarms, but luckily Shrouded Step came out from Jailers to make sure he gets out of there scot-free. And now it looks like Giants backing off, not wanting to commit when, I mean, so much utility was shown on both sides.
Yeah.
Both knew, you know, numerous members stacked over for that push. And now going to try and cut noise, cut utility, and anything coming out to try to make Parla question once again.
Dark cover will end shortly. Loris waiting for that moment, and he finds it. No! Oh, he doesn't connect. Nuki survives. Oh, it's so huge, and the flash forces him away. Blades on from Fatinho. Might just jump up with the Cloud Burst. I think he'll stop that. Oh, and it's so tense. It's so tense. 12 to 11. Blades on Fatinho as he charges on in. The door blocking his way, though. Just going to blast through that.
Oh, Loris able to find 2 in mid. Gets another one.
Hoodie answers it. 2v4 now. The Blade Storm has to be massive. Fatinho needs to step up. It's been Rhyme carrying this team, kicking and screaming through this, but Ruxic there, Fatinho with a headshot, looks for more, taken down by JJ. We're going overtime.
Not only, you know, like our first Valorant event, our first 3 maps, first OT coming in, this is what decides who goes to finals. And I mean,
we have to talk about Loris, right?
Yeah.
We have to talk about Loris because we've been giving Rhyme so much credit. He's on a 30 bomb here, but Loris not far behind on 27 kills himself. These two players dragging their teams into overtime. But I mean, all 10 players must be exhausted at this point in the night. It's been a long day for them. And now they have to go that extra step further.
I still think they're feeling pretty decent that, you know, they're not the semifinal playing tomorrow. There will be quite a bit of time before the actual finals, but could be rough if it is as tense and close as we're seeing here. And, you know, Giants back on that defense side. Hoodie once again defaulting back to playing on B, which is where he was finding a lot of that success. But I love that Parla go back to what was working for them when they were on attack, aggressively pushing through mid.
Fatinho playing glass cannon operator here. Needs to find those shots, needs to be crisp with it. Goes wide on the first one, trying to get into Boathouse here to keep himself safe. Looking for Masick, and that's a beautiful little flick. 3v3 now as they push in towards the site. Trying to find this Jet player, but Nuki, the reinforcements are here. JJ and Jailers, it's JJ to get one here. The wallbang's coming on through, but it won't find any targets. Cloud and Nuki, 4 HP. It's dangerous.
Cloud is C's as well, so you assume maybe throw that back into Boathouse and see if you can find anything, but I mean, with that low HP, I'm not gonna have a lot of confidence to look for the push, so hoping you can spray them down.
It's tough, but they're running out of time.
Look at them playing the different angles.
He spots them, but they just hold together. Just playing as a duo. And surely Nuki can't do this one. Surely not. And JJ finishes it off. JJ has had a rough game, but this round, taking those 2 crucial kills,
switching sides,
and managing to force a round in favor of Parla. 1 away from doing it.
And, you know, just hitting on JJ real quick, right? I mean, he isn't putting up the kills, but is the IGL for the team. So definitely, if Parla pull this off, get to finals, has a huge hand in the team's success. And now, with both teams swapping back around, if Parla just need to thread the needle here, they were doing such a great job at the end of their defensive side before we came into OT, so I think they're feeling pretty confident. But this time around, I like the smoke coming out, not allowing the peek from Cat, from Loris.
No. And Masick and Rhyme trading already. Loris gets involved, so does Nuki. Masick going for a trade, but can't quite find it. And suddenly it's Parla with the advantage. They're 2 players away from the finals here.
And it's such a weird position, right? You look at where Fatinho is, completely surrounded by the members of Parla.
He needs to go Super Saiyan, but Jailers finds him. And Rhyme, the sole player for Giants, has the spike and has a whole lot of pressure on his shoulders, the dark cover, to move his way through mid. Jailers trying to find him. Shrouded step on up, gets an off angle, trying to find a player out of position. But it's a tough one, sneaking along the wall here. But look at this, Parla just playing as a unit, as they should. They surely heard that as he landed on the floor. Pushing on up, looks for the 1v1. 25 HP, and he's taken down. Jailers does it, and Parla make it to your finals.
And what a surprise. Just the run overall, Parla coming in. I mean, we were hitting on it before, but they've pretty much been just dominating all the other Turkish teams they've been playing lately, come into this tournament, somehow make it all the way to the semifinals, and now taking down a partner team like Giants.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I think everyone was saying coming in that Giants had the easy side of the bracket. They were dodging the other partner teams. They were going to make it to the final, but no, Parla come in. I mean, if you ever want a dark horse story, Parla are absolutely it.
Yeah, I just honestly can't believe it. And the fact that now going to get to prove themselves against either Vitality or Na'Vi, if they can do that, I mean, Parla are showing everything.
And what a game from both Rhyme and Loris. Both of them just fragging out, absolutely insane, going all the way to overtime, going all the way to the third map. But in the end, it's Parla that take it and move on into our grand finals tomorrow. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll break that final game down for you all.
Join Jilu and add a second battle pass to your game. Win coins. Redeem it for gift cards. Rinse and repeat.
When I want, they are jealous me. What I want, when I want, they are jealous me.
One more to go.
Eat every workout. Eat every game. Keep it clean.
what the heck? That was one map and a half. Like, I'll be honest with you guys. Welcome back to G-Loot Valorant Clash. But this map was one of the most entertaining maps of Valorant I have ever witnessed. And in the green room with my analysts there, Hypok and Kakuka, we were howling, you know, like sometimes from the sadness, sometimes from the happiness, because it was very emotional. Kakuka, your impressions of the map?
I can't breathe. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll start off, I guess. Yeah, I mean, this was at times pretty uncomfortable to watch, right? It felt like map 3 was just, it got more desperate and sloppier even as it went on. There was lots of mistakes. I mean, credit where credit's due, Parla coming through and actually bringing a solid game plan to map 3 at least. But again, there was just too many examples of rounds that pinned entirely on an individual performing. There was a number of things in terms of the timings, the spacings, particularly with Giants on the attack, where you're just looking at it and you glance towards the minimap and some of the timings of the ult usage. Again, don't want to harp on Cloud, but a couple of times there was just a real lack of value with a massive investment to some of these rounds.
And what's funny is that Paula was actually able to punish those mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Over and over. I want to apologize. I'm not laughing at anyone. It's just that we had a good time in the green room, and I was still laughing from that. But I have to say that I knew that Paula had a lot of reps on this map, but we saw a Giants that was so uncoordinated in so many occasions. We had so many times where Hoodie was going in, where Rhyme had to make this hero
this
play.
is a good example.
Yeah, this is a good example, exactly, where the ground was just not prepared for them to go onto the side, and they decided to go.
This is ridiculous, though. Just sorry to cut you off there. Rhyme had such an incredible performance here, and it's always heartbreaking to see somebody, you know, drop 30 and then this be the outcome as well. But not even the numbers. The number of times we saw him in individual circumstances, like I said, he was relied upon to deliver, and he absolutely did. It's just some other aspects of Giants' game that was way off the mark in my eyes.
Yeah. And as we said, Parla was taking every single opportunity that they have for themselves to even get even more into their heads and break them completely, being like, okay, we cannot thrive into the chaos, we cannot open sides up. And I think sometimes it was maybe over rotations from the side of Parla, but they were reading what they had to read.
Hey, just to come back to one of the key win conditions, or one of the win conditions we credited Giants for, was completely absent here. Again, their ability to sit pretty deep and receive some of this early round aggression was completely stripped away from their hands. I think actually when it came to the point where they had to formulate a plan and rely on, you know, somebody dry entering a side behind something, a number of times there were 4 people sometimes apart, and they were landing shots this map. Other maps, it looked a little shaky up until this point here, but I mean, Loris as well on the other side of things, opposite Rhyme on the jet, looked absolutely fantastic here.
Yeah, completely. I think it's also a reason of comfort. We're talking about all these players, you know, swapping roles, and sometimes it felt like they were kind of utility dumping, maybe not saving, maybe not thinking through what the plan was going to be, what had to go first, what had to go last. Definitely, you know, it wasn't overtime. It's not like they got completely wrecked, but I love the performance that we saw from Parla, not being taken down by any of this pressure and actually making it to the final. This is the first team that we have officially in the final.
Yeah, in what kind of fashion as well, right? So credit when credit is due, Parla Esports really pulled it off on the map 3. I wanted to go back, Hypok, to what you said about the win condition for Giants, because I feel like what you said could apply to Parla Esports. They were actually, they were rooted on site. They never went back. They see utility coming in, no fear. They were just anchoring.
And one of the other things as well, I was talking about the amount of freedom that Hoodie had earlier. But, you know, his utility was uncontested. He was able to post up on very deep angles, you know, set up some of these trap plays on the back of turret contact and was getting away with murder. That was not the case here versus Parla. Again,
especially in the attack.
Yeah, the approach felt so much more structured from Parla than what we saw previously versus Giants.
Specifically on the first map, right?
Yeah.
First map, night and day in performance.
It's been a long day, apparently.
Yes, that's also a very true statement that I didn't think through when I was saying that, but it fits. And now, what we have is an interview with the coach of Parla Esports, Epic. Welcome to the show. Congrats.
Hello.
I thought you were speaking, I was actually in the background. Massive congrats. You pulled off an insane win against no one else than a partner VCT team. So, what is going through with the team right now? Are you guys in one room? How are you doing?
Actually, we are in gaming house, and it was just. I've been on the game for just 1 month, and it's really nice to see my team's improvement. And I'm really proud of with them. So it was a great comeback from us. Giants was perfect team actually. They still there, but we just come back like that and we win. That's all.
Okay, Hyper, you have a question?
Yeah, I guess obviously with a long drawn out series, and obviously you guys having what we characterized as maybe a slower start to this. What do you think was the actual kind of key factor in terms of taking this one across the line and closing out the series?
The key of the series is our mental, our ambition, and I think that's all. Because my players just wanted to win the series really much because they want to prove themselves, and we really want to do that, and we just believed. That's all.
Oh, that's great to hear. Definitely a great performance and a great comeback from you guys. Tomorrow, of course, you're going to be playing in the finals. Vitality or Na'Vi, do you have any preference, or you just want to take down any team?
I think we will face with Vitality or can be with Na'Vi as well, but I don't know. It doesn't matter who's our opponent is. We will just be there to win.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome. It's proven time and time over that the Turkish region is delivering new players every single time and new teams that are, suddenly really good. So congrats to your depth of your region. Congrats again to your team. You advance to the next day in the similar elimination bracket, and we're gonna see each other hopefully tomorrow again. Again, congrats and thank you very much for being for the interview here.
Thank you. I'm so appreciated for summoning me this interview. Thank you.
Anytime.
Thank you again. All right. It's actually also really good English.
Refreshing.
Yeah. So pretty happy to see another team from the Turkish region just completely.
It's just a mine.
I mean,
it's just a mine, and it doesn't matter where you have your pick. You're going to find something.
Yeah, the list goes on. And actually, I hope as well, again, I know we kind of harped on this maybe as being a little bit of a touchy subject earlier on, but we're looking for some context around these for esports performances and obviously dropping to Parla. I think if actually they can solidify, again, it always comes back to the same thing. Some of these new Turkish teams getting their foot in the door and then establishing that consistency and maintaining it. So I'm really hoping Parla can do that.
Yeah, of course, the perspective for the teams going into this tournament might not be the same. We were talking a lot about limit testing and whatnot, but the performance that we see from teams that really take it 100% and that have been practicing a lot just for this moment really shows up in the best moment.
Yeah, that is true. But then now let's look at the bracket, because we're gonna have another 3 matches tomorrow. But first, here we go. I'm sorry, 2 matches tomorrow. Yeah, it's a long day. Sorry.
Yes.
Na'Vi versus Team Vitality is going to be tomorrow, and the same. Parla was just comfortably sitting at the end of that bracket, waiting for the opponents, and it's actually going to be nuts. I would, coming into this tournament, I would have never said that the top of the bracket is going to look like this.
Well, one thing I did say before this event started was I was looking towards one of these opens teams, right, not necessarily the invited teams, to make a name for themselves, right? And what better way than to book your ticket in the grand finals, be facing off against potentially Na'Vi or even Vitality. It sounded like the preference there was going to be, well, I guess the expected outcome was potentially Vitality with the answer we just got.
I think that, especially even if Parla are not to win tomorrow, the experience that they're going to get playing against these teams is going to say so much about them. And do not forget that, of course, for Na'Vi and Vitality, it's going to be a very long day, because the chances of that series going to a third map are pretty high from the performances that we've seen from both and for the name that they already have made of themselves. Going from a best of 3 into a best of 5 definitely is going to be a test of the resilience of the teams.
Well, they did prove today that they are probably capable of that, right? With the comeback.
That was an exhausting series. Again, to watch, not only to watch it unfold as well, but you even talked about actually how resilient they feel. Obviously, they're in a team house together, so obviously the vibes are a little bit better in keeping everybody on the same page. And I think that's key. Obviously, now going into potentially, obviously, I mean, without checking, probably one of the first best of 5s they've probably played in a grand finals.
And not only that, it's going to be against either Na'Vi, right, or Vitality. So the VCT partner teams that are going in with those super stacked lineups, and it actually is going to be a banger of a day tomorrow, because both of those matches are going to be insanely nice to watch, we hope. But not only that, for Parla Esports, they're going to be watching closely to that semifinal, making notes as well. They can have another layer of prep for themselves. Any last their opinions, Kakuka, for today?
I think that it's been exciting, especially this last match that we've had. We kind of saw a glimpse already of all the partner teams, but footballist. But I think that we got a glimpse of what we can expect, and definitely the different decisions that have been made toward the rosters, a little bit of how everyone is going to be fitting. So we just need to wait and see for tomorrow.
All right. Pipeok, any last words?
I guess closing thoughts. Whilst it's great to see yeah, what the heck was that? I guess just to touch back in with some of the interviews as well, and just to, again, for people watching home, there's still obviously things that need to be figured out and solidified. And I think we've had a couple of examples here of some of that happening. Again, even talking about Na'Vi and Vitality, we've seen stumbles along the way so far with obviously comp switches, role switches, and whatnot. But I'm so excited to see Parla play in the grand finals. Again, I was hoping for an underdog story.
We love an underdog
story, yeah.
Yeah.
I was hoping for one here, and Parla might just be it.
Forums and Reddit will be going wild, you know, for tomorrow. But tomorrow actually is going to start at 3 p.m. CET, sorry, because we're not in summer anymore. So we're going to see each other tomorrow again for the G-Loot Valorant Clash. Thank you to our sponsors, HyperX, and take a sip again, like yesterday. Can we?
Okay.
All right, clean drink.
Cheers.
Thank you for tuning in, and see you guys tomorrow.
One enemy remaining.
Satisfying, isn't it? What if we make it more rewarding? Let's add this, and maybe highlight that. Ah yeah, that's more like it. Learn more today on how to get the most out of your gaming at gloot.com.
Hey, chat.
Eat every workout. Clean every game. Keep it clean.